Section 54 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Coffee in Dramatic Literature. Coffee in Dramatic Literature. Coffee was first dramatized, so to speak, in England, where we read that Charles II and the Duke of York attended the first performance of Tarugo's Wiles, or The Coffee House, a Comedy, in 1667, which Samuel Pepys described as the most ridiculous and insipid play I ever saw in my life. The author was Thomas St. Cerf. The piece opens in a lively manner, with a request on the part of its fashionable hero for a change of clothes. Accordingly, Tarugo puts off his vest, hat, periwig, and sword, and serves the guests to coffee, while the apprentice acts his part as a gentleman customer. Presently, other customers of all trades and professions come dropping into the coffee house. These are not always polite to the supposed coffee man. One complains of his coffee being nothing but warm water boiled with burnt beans, while another desires him to bring chocolate that's prepared with water, for I hate that which is encouraged with eggs. The pedantry and nonsense uttered by a scholar character is, perhaps, an unfair specimen of coffee-house talk. It is especially to be noticed that none of the guests ventures upon the dangerous ground of politics. In the end, the coffee master grows tired of his clownish visitors, saying plainly, "This rudeness becomes a suburb tavern rather than my coffee house," and with the assistance of his servants, he thrusts them all out of doors after the scholars and customers pay. In 1964, there was published John Baptiste Rousseau's comedy, Le Café, which appears to have been acted only once in Paris, although a later English dramatist says it met with great applause in the French capital. Le Café was written in Laurent's Café, which was frequented by Fontenelle, Oudard de la Motte, Touchet, the Abbé à la Rimbondan, and others. Voltaire said that this work of a young man without any experience either of the world of letters or of the theatre seems to herald a new genius. About this time, it was the fashion for the coffee-house keepers of Paris and the waiters to wear Armenian costumes, for Pascal had builded better than he knew. In La Foi Saint-Germain, a comedy by Dancourt, played in 1696, one of the principal characters is old Lorange, a coffee merchant clothed as an Armenian. In Scene 5, he says to Mademoiselle Musset, a seller of house dresses, that he has been a naturalized Armenian for 3 weeks. Mrs. Susanna Saint-Livre, 1667 to 1723, in her comedy A Bold Stroke for a Wife, produced about 1719, has a scene laid in Jonathan's coffee house about that period. While the stock jobbers are taking in the first scene of Act 2, the coffee boys are crying, "Fresh coffee, gentlemen, fresh coffee! Bohea tea, gentlemen!" Henry Fielding, 1707 to 1754, published The Coffee House Politician, or Justice Caught in His Own Trap, a Comedy, in 1730. The Coffee House, a dramatic piece by James Miller, was performed at the Theatre Royal in Drury Lane in 1737. The interior of Dick's Coffee House figured as an engraved frontispiece to the published version of the play. The author states in the preface that this piece is partly taken from a comedy of one act written many years ago in French by the famous Rousseau, called Le Café, which met with great applause in Paris. The coffee house in the play is conducted by the widow notable, who has a pretty daughter for whom, like all good mothers, she is anxious to arrange a suitable marriage. In the first scene, an acrimonious conversation takes place between Puzzle, the politician, and Bayes, the poet, in which Squabble, the pert beau, and the solemn beau, and other habitués of the place take part. Puzzle discovers that a comedian and other players are in the room, and insists that they be ejected or forbidden the house. The widow is justly incensed, and indignantly replies, "Forbid the players my house, sir! Why, sir, I get more by them in a week than I do by you in 7 years. You come here and hold a paper in your hand for an hour, disturb the whole company with your politics, call for pen and ink, paper and wax, beg a pipe of tobacco, burn out half a candle, eat half a pound of sugar, and then go away, and pay 2d. for a dish of coffee. I could soon shut up my doors if I had not some other good people to make amends for what I lose by such as you, sir." All join the widow in scoffing and jeering, and exit the highly discomfited Puzzle. The pretty little Kitty tricks her mother with the aid of the player, and marries the man of her choice, but is forgiven when he is found to be a gentleman of the temple. The play in one act has several songs. The last is one of 5 stanzas, with music set by Mr. Carrette. Song. What pleasures a coffee house daily bestows, to read and hear how the world merrily goes, to laugh, sing, and prattle of this, that, and t'other, and be flattered and ogled and kissed too, like mother. Here the rake, after roving and tippling all night, for his groat in the morning may set his head right, and the beau, who ne'er fouls his white fingers with brass, may have his 6d. of stare in the glass. The doctor, who'd always be ready to kill, may every day here take his stand if he will, and the soldier, who'd bluster and challenge secure, may draw boldly here, for we'll hold him, he's sure. The lawyer, who's always in quest of his prey, may find fools here to feed upon every day, and the sage politician, in coffee grounds known, may point out the fate of each crown but his own. Then, gallants, since everything here you may find, that pleasures the fancy or profits the mind, come all, and take each a full dish of delight, and crowd up our coffee house every night. John Timms tells us this play met with great opposition on its representation, owing to its being stated that the characters were intended for a particular family, that of Mrs. Yarrow and her daughter, who kept Dick's, the coffee house which the artist had inadvertently selected as the frontispiece. It appears, Timms continues, that the landlady and her daughter were the reigning toasts of the Templars, who then frequented Dick's, and took the matter up so strongly that they united to condemn the farce on the night of its production. They succeeded, and even extended their resentment to everything suspected to be this author's, the Reverend James Miller, for a considerable time after. Carlo Goldoni, who has been called the Molière of Italy, wrote La Bottega di Caffè, the coffee house, a naturalistic comedy of bourgeois Venice, satirizing scandal and gambling in 1750. The scene is a Venetian coffee house, probably Florence, where several actions take place simultaneously. Among several remarkable studies is one of a prattling slanderer, Don Marzio, which ranks as one of the finest bits of original character drawing the stage has ever seen. The play was produced in English by the Chicago Theatre Society in 1912. Chatfield Taylor thinks Voltaire probably imitated La Bottega di Caffè in his Le Café ou l'Écossaise. Goldoni was a lover of coffee, a regular frequenter of the coffee houses of his time, from which he drew much in the way of inspiration. Pietro Longhi, called the Venetian Hogarth, in one of his pictures presenting life and manners in Venice during the years of her decadence, shows Goldoni as a visitor in a cafe of the period, with a female mendicant soliciting alms. It is in the collection of Professor Italico Brass. Goldoni, in the comedy The Persian Wife, gives us a glimpse of coffee making in the middle of the 18th century. He puts these words into the mouth of Curcuma, the slave. "Here is the coffee, ladies, coffee native of Arabia, and carried by the caravans into Ispahan. The coffee of Arabia is certainly always the best. While putting forth its leaves on one side, upon the other the flowers appear. Born of a rich soil, it wishes shade, or but little sun. Planted every 3 years is this little tree in the surface of the soil. The fruit, though truly very small, should yet grow large enough to become somewhat green. Later, when used, it should be freshly ground, kept in a warm and dry place, and jealously guarded. But a small quantity is needed to prepare it. Put in the desired quantity and do not spill it over the fire. Heat it till the foam rises, then let it subside again away from the fire. Do this 7 times at least, and coffee is made in a moment." In 1760 there appeared in France Le Café ou l'Écossaise Comédie, which purported to have been written by a Mr. Hume, an Englishman, and to have been translated into French. It was in reality the work of Voltaire, who had brought out another play, Socrates, in the same manner a short time before. Le Café was translated into English the same year under the title The Coffee House, or Fair Fugitive. The title page says the play is written by Mr. Voltaire and translated from the French. It is a comedy in 5 acts. The principal characters are Fabrice, a good-natured man and the keeper of the coffee house; Constantia, the fair fugitive; Sir William Woodville, a gentleman of distinction under misfortune; Belmont, in love with Constantia, a man of fortune and interest; Freeport, a merchant and an epitome of English manners; Scandal, a sharper; and Lady Alton, in love with Belmont. Il Café di Campagna, a play with music by Galuppi, appeared in Italy in 1762. Another Italian play, a comedy called La Caffettiera da Spirito, was produced in 1807. Hamilton, a play by Mary P. Hamlin and George Arliss, the latter also playing the title role, was produced in America by George C. Tyler in 1918. The first act scene is laid in the Exchange Coffee House of Philadelphia during the period of Washington's first administration. Among the characters introduced in this scene are James Monroe, Count Talleyrand, General Philip Schuyler, and Thomas Jefferson. The authors very faithfully reproduce the atmosphere of the coffee house of Washington's time. As Talleyrand remarks, "Everybody comes to see everybody at the Exchange Coffee House. It is club, restaurant, merchants' exchange, everything." The Autocrat of the Coffee Stall, a play in 1 act by Harold Chapin, was published in New York in 1921. Coffee and Literature in General. An interesting book might be written on the transformation that tea and coffee have wrought in the tastes of famous literary men, and of the 2 stimulants, coffee seems to have furnished greater refreshment and inspiration to most. However, both beverages have made civilization their debtor in that they weaned so many fine minds from the heavy wines and spirits in which they once indulged. Voltaire and Balzac were the most ardent devotees of coffee among the French literati. Sir James Mackintosh, 1765 to 1832, the Scottish philosopher and statesman, was so fond of coffee that he used to assert that the powers of a man's mind would generally be found to be proportional to the quantity of that stimulant which he drank. His brilliant schoolmate and friend, Robert Hall, 1764 to 1831, the Baptist minister and pulpit orator, preferred tea, of which he sometimes drank a dozen cups. Cowper, Parson, and Parr, the famous Greek scholars, Dr. Samuel Johnson, and William Hazlitt, the writer and critic, were great tea drinkers, but Burton, Dean Swift, Addison, Steele, Leigh Hunt, and many others celebrated coffee. Dr. Charles B. Reed, professor in the Medical School of Northwestern University, says that coffee may be considered as a type of substance that fosters genius. History seems to bear him out. Coffee's essential qualities are so well defined, says Dr. Reed, that one critic has claimed the ability to trace throughout the works of Voltaire those portions that came from coffee's inspiration. Tea and coffee promote a harmony of the creative faculties that permits the mental concentration necessary to produce the masterpieces of art and literature. Voltaire, 1694 to 1778, the king of wits, was also king of coffee drinkers. Even in his old age, he was said to have consumed 50 cups daily. To the abstemious Balzac, 1799 to 1850, coffee was both food and drink. In Frederick Lawton's Balzac we read, Balzac worked hard. His habit was to go to bed at 6 in the evening, sleep till 12, and after, to rise and write for nearly 12 hours at a stretch, imbibing coffee as a stimulant through these spells of composition. In his treatise on modern stimulants, Balzac thus describes his reaction to his most beloved stimulant. This coffee falls into your stomach, and straightway there is a general commotion. Ideas begin to move like the battalions of the grand army on the battlefield, and the battle takes place. Things remembered arrive at full gallop and sign to the wind. The light cavalry of comparisons deliver a magnificent deploying charge. The artillery of logic hurry up with their train and ammunition. The shafts of wit start up like sharpshooters. Similes arise. The paper is covered with ink, for the struggle commences and is concluded with torrents of black water, just as a battle with powder. When Balzac tells how Dr. Minaret, Ursul's Minaret's guardian, used to regale his friends with a cup of mocha mixed with bourbon and Martinique, which the doctor insisted on personally preparing in a silver coffee pot, it is his own custom that he is detailing. His bourbon he bought only in the Rue Mont Blanc, now the Chose d'Antin, the Martinique in the Rue de Ville Adriette, the mocha at a grocer's in the Rue l'Université. It was half a day's journey to fetch them. There have been notable contributions to the general literature of coffee by French, Italian, English, and American writers. Space does not permit of more than passing mention of some of them. The reactions of the early French and English writers have been touched upon in the chapters on the coffee houses of Old London and the early Parisian coffee houses, and in history chapters dealing with the evolution of coffee drinking and coffee manners and customs. After Dufour, Galland, and Larocque in France, there were Count Rumford, John Timms, Douglas Ellis, and Robinson in England, Hardin and Franklin in France, Belli in Italy, Hewitt, Thurber, and Walsh in America. Mention has been made of coffee references in the works of Aubrey, Burton, Addison, Steele, Bacon, and Disraeli. Brillat Savarin, 1755 to 1826. The great French epicure knew coffee as few men before him or since. In his historical elegy, contained in Gastronomy as a Fine Art, or The Science of Good Living, he exclaims, "You crossed and mitred abbots and bishops who dispensed the favors of heaven, and you, the dreaded Templars who armed yourselves for the extermination of the Saracens, you knew nothing of the sweet, restoring influence of our modern chocolate, nor of the thought-inspiring bean of Arabia. How I pity you! Eau de Gorcoff's de la Café Épître attribut à Saint-Lise is deserving of honorable mention. An early French writer pays this tribute to the inspirational effects of coffee. It is a beverage eminently agreeable, inspiring, and wholesome. It is at once a stimulant, a cephalic, a febrifuge, a digestive, and an anti-soporific. It chases away sleep, which is the enemy of labor. It invokes the imagination, without which there can be no happy inspiration. It expels the gout, that enemy of pleasure, although to pleasure gout owes its birth. It facilitates digestion, without which there can be no true happiness. It disposes to gaiety, without which there is neither pleasure nor enjoyment. It gives wit to those who already have it, and it even provides wit, for some hours at least, to those who usually have it not. Thank heaven for coffee, for see how many blessings are concentrated in the infusion of a small berry. What other beverage in the world can compare with it? Coffee, at once a pleasure and a medicine. Coffee, which nourishes at the same moment the mind, body, and imagination. Hail to thee, inspirer of men of letters, best digestive of the gourmand, nectar of all men. In Bologna, 1691, Angelo Rambaldi published Ambrosia Arabica Caffè Discorso. This work is divided into 18 sections and describes the origin, cultivation, and roasting of the bean, as well as telling how to prepare the beverage. During the time that Milan was under Spanish rule, Cesare Beccaria directed and edited a publication entitled Il Caffè, which was published from June 4, 1764 to May 1766. Edited in Brescia by Gianmaria Rizzardi and undertaken by a little society of friends. According to the salutatory, besides the Marchese Beccaria, other editors and contributors were Pietro and Alexander Verri, Bailon, Visconti, Colpani, Longhi, Albertenghi, Frissi, and Secchi. The same periodical, with the same editorial staff, was published also in Venice, in the Tipografia Pizzolato. Another publication called Il Caffè, devoted to arts, letters, and science, was published in Venice in 1850-52. Still another, having the same name, a national weekly journal, was published in Milan, 1884-89. An almanac having the title Il Caffè was published in Milan in 1829. A weekly paper called Il Caffè Pedrocchi was published in Padua in 1846-48. It was devoted to art, literature, and politics. A publication called Coffee and Surrogates, Tea, Chocolate, Saffron, Pepper, and Other Stimulants, was founded by Professor Pietro Polli in Milan in 1885, but was short-lived. An early English magazine, 1731, contains an account of divination by coffee grounds. The writer pays an unexpected visit, and surprised the lady and her company in close cabal over their coffee, the interest very intent upon one whom, by her address and intelligence, he guessed was a tirewoman, to which she added the secret of divining by coffee grounds. She was then in full inspiration, and with much solemnity observing the atoms around the cup. On the one hand sat a widow, on the other a maiden lady. They assured me that every cast of the cup is a picture of all one's life to come, and every transaction and circumstance is delineated with the exactest certainty. The advertisement used by this seer is quite interesting, and advice is hereby given that there has lately arrived in this city, Dublin, the famous Mrs. Cherry, the only gentlewoman truly learned in the occult science of tossing of coffee grounds, who has with uninterrupted success for some time past practiced to the general satisfaction of her female visitants. Her hours are after prayers are done at St. Peter's Church until dinner. N.B. She never requires more than 1 ounce of coffee from a single gentlewoman, and so proportioned for a second or third person, but not to exceed that number at any one time. If the 1 ounce of coffee represented her payment for reading the future, the charge could not be considered exorbitant. English writers of the 17th and 18th centuries were noticeably affected by coffee, and the coffee houses of the times have been immortalized by them, and in many instances they themselves were immortalized by the coffee houses and their frequenters, in the chapters already referred to, and at the close of this chapter will be found stories, quips, and anecdotes, in which occur many names that are now famous in art and literature. End of section 54. Recording by Maricel Cui.
Section 55 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. All About Coffee by William Ukers. The History of Coffee and Literature, Part 4. Modern journalism dates from the publication, April 12, 1709, of The Tatler, whose editor was Sir Richard Steele, 1672 to 1729, the Irish dramatist and essayist. He received his inspiration from the coffee houses, and his readers were the men that knew them best. In the first issue he announced, "All accounts of gallantry, pleasure, and entertainment shall be under the article of White's Coffee House, poetry under that of Will's Coffee House, learning under the title of Grecian. Foreign and domestic news you will have from St. James's Coffee House, and what else I shall on any other subject offer shall be dated from my own apartment." Steele's Tatler was issued 3 times weekly until 1711, when it suspended to be succeeded by The Spectator, whose principal contributor was Joseph Addison, 1672 to 1719, the essayist and poet, and Steele's schoolfellow. Sir Richard Steele immortalized the Don and Don Saltero's coffee house in Old Chelsea in number 34 of the Tatler, wherein he tells us of the necessity of traveling to know the world, by his journey for fresh air no farther than the village of Chelsea, of which he fancied that he could give an immediate description, from the 5 fields where the robbers lie in wait to the coffee house where the literary sit in council. But he found, even in a place so near town as this, that there were enormities and persons of eminence whom he before knew nothing of. The coffee house was almost absorbed by the museum. Steele says, "When I came into the coffee house, I had not time to salute the company before my eyes were diverted by 10,000 gimcracks round the room, and on the ceiling. When my first astonishment was over, comes to me a sage of thin and meagre countenance, which aspect made me doubt whether reading or fretting had made it so philosophic. But I very soon perceived him to be that sort which the ancients called gingivisti, in our language tooth drawers. I immediately had a respect for the man, for these practical philosophers go upon a very practical hypothesis. not to cure, but to take away the part affected. My love of mankind made me very benevolent to Mr. Salter, for such is the name of this eminent barber and antiquary. The Don was famous for his punch and for his skill on the fiddle. He drew teeth also, and wrote verses. He described his museum in several stanzas, one of which is: monsters of all sorts are seen, strange things in nature as they grew so, some relics of the Sheba Queen, and fragments of the famed Bob Crusoe. Steele then plunges into a deep thought why barbers should go farther in hitting the ridiculous than any other set of men, and maintains that Don Saltero is descended in a right line, not from John Transcendent as he himself asserts, but from the memorable companion of the Knight of Mancha. Steele certifies to all the worthy citizens who travel to see the Don's rarities, that his double-barreled pistols, targets, coats of mail, his sclopeta, hand culverin, and sword of Toledo, were left to his ancestor by the said Don Quixote, and by his ancestor to all his progeny down to Saltero. Though Steele thus goes far in favor of Don Saltero's great merit, he objects to his imposing several names, without his license, on the collection he has made, to the abuse of the good people of England, one of which is particularly calculated to deceive religious persons, to the great scandal of the well-disposed, and may introduce heterodox opinions. Among the curiosities presented by Admiral Munden was a coffin containing the body or relics of a Spanish saint who had wrought miracles. Says Steele, "He shows you a straw hat, which I know to be made by Madge Pescad within 3 miles of Bedford, and tells you it is Pontius Pilate's wife's chambermaid's sister's hat." To my knowledge of this very hat, it may be added that the covering of straw was never used among the Jews, since it was demanded of them to make bricks without it. Therefore this is nothing but, under the specious pretense of learning and antiquities, to impose upon the world. There are other things which I cannot tolerate among his rarities, as the china figure of the lady in the glass case, the Italian engine for the imprisonment of those who go abroad with it, both of which I hereby order to be taken down, or else he may expect to have his letters patent for making punch superseded, be debarred wearing his muff next winter, or ever coming to London without his wife. Babelard says that Salter had an old gray muff, and that by wearing it up to his nose he was distinguishable at the distance of 1/4 of a mile. His wife was none of the best, being much addicted to scolding; and Salter, who liked his glass, if he could make a trip to London by himself, was in no haste to return. Don Saltero's proved very attractive as an exhibition, and drew crowds to the coffee house. A catalogue was published of which were printed more than 40 editions. Smollett, the novelist, was among the donors. The catalogue in 1760 comprehended the following rarities: tiger's tusks, the Pope's candle, the skeleton of a guinea pig, a fly-cap monkey, a piece of the True Cross, the 4 evangelists' heads cut out on a cherry stone, the King of Morocco's tobacco pipe, Mary Queen of Scots' pincushion, Queen Elizabeth's prayer book, a pair of nuns' stockings, Job's ears which grew on a tree, a frog in a tobacco stopper, and 500 more odd relics. The Don had a rival, as appears by a catalogue of the rarities to be seen at Adams' at the Royal Swan in Kingsland Road leading from Shoreditch Church, 1756. Mr. Adams exhibited for the entertainment of the curious Miss Jenny Cameron's shoes, Adams' eldest daughter's hat, the heart of the famous Bess Adams that was hanged at Tyburn with Lawyer Carr, January 18th, 1736 37, Sir Walter Raleigh's tobacco pipe, Vicar of Bray's clogs, engine to shell green peas with, teeth that grew in a fish's belly, Black Jack's ribs, the very comb that Abraham combed his son Isaac and Jacob's head with, Wat Tyler's spurs, rope that cured Captain Lowry of the headache, earache, toothache, and bellyache, Adam's key of the fore and back door of the Garden of Eden, etc., etc. These are only a few out of 500 other equally marvelous exhibits. The success of Don Soltero in attracting visitors to his coffee house induced the proprietor of the Chelsea Bun House to make a similar collection of rarities, to attract customers for his buns, and to some extent it was successful. In the first number of The Spectator, Addison says: "There is no place of general resort wherein I do not often make my appearance. Sometimes I am seen thrusting my head into a round of politicians at Will's, and listening with great attention to the narratives that are made in those little circular audiences. Sometimes I smoke a pipe at Child's, and while I seem attentive to nothing but the postman, overhear the conversation of every table in the room. I appear on Sunday nights at St. James's Coffee House, and sometimes join the little committee of politics in the inner room as one who comes there to hear and improve. My face is likewise very well known at the Grecian, the Cocoa Tree, and in the theatres both of Drury Lane and the Haymarket. I have been taken for a merchant upon the Exchange for above these 10 years, and sometimes pass for a Jew in the assembly of stock jobbers at Jonathan's. In short, wherever I see a cluster of people, I always mix with them, though I never open my lips but in my own club." In the second number he tells that "I am now settled with a widow woman, who has a great many children, and complies with my humor in everything. I do not remember that we have exchanged a word together for these 5 years. My coffee comes into my chamber every morning without asking for it. If I want fire, I point to the chimney; if water, to my basin, upon which my landlady nods as much as to say, she takes my meaning, and immediately obeys my signals." 3 of Addison's papers in The Spectator, numbers 402, 481, and 568, are humorously descriptive of the coffee houses of the period. Number 403 opens with the remark that "the courts of two countries do not so much differ from one another as the court and the city in their peculiar ways of life and conversation. In short, the inhabitants of St. James, notwithstanding they live under the same laws and speak the same language, are a distinct people from those of Cheapside, who are likewise removed from those of the Temple on the one side, and those of Smithfield on the other, by several climates and degrees in their way of thinking and conversing together." For this reason, the author takes a ramble through London and Westminster to gather the opinions of his ingenious countrymen upon a current report of the King of France's death. "I know the faces of all the principal politicians within the bills of mortality, and as every coffee house has some particular statesman belonging to it, who is the mouth of the street where he lives, I always take care to place myself near him, in order to know his judgment on the present posture of affairs. And as I foresaw the above report would produce a new face of things in Europe, and many curious speculations in our British coffee houses, I was very desirous to learn the thoughts of our most eminent politicians on that occasion. That I might begin as near the fountainhead as possible, I first of all called in at St. James, where I found the whole outward room in a buzz of politics. The speculations were but very indifferent towards the door, but grew finer as you advanced to the upper end of the room, and were so much improved by a knot of theorists who sat in the inner room within the steams of the coffee pot, that I there heard the whole Spanish monarchy disposed of, and all the line of Bourbons provided for, in less than a quarter of an hour. I afterwards called in at Giles's, where I saw a board of French gentlemen sitting upon the life and death of their grand monarch. Those among them who had espoused the Whig interest very positively affirmed that he had departed this life about a week since, and therefore proceeded without any further delay to the release of their friends in the galleys, and to their own reestablishment. But finding they could not agree among themselves, I proceeded on my intended progress. Upon my arrival at Jenny Mann's, I saw an alert young fellow that cocked his hat upon a friend of his, who entered just at the same time with myself, and accosted him after the following manner: "Well, Jack, the old prig is dead at last. Sharp's the word. Now or never, boy. Up to the walls of Paris directly," with several other deep reflections of the same nature. I met with very little variation in the politics between Charing Cross and Covent Garden, and upon my going into Will's I found their discourse was gone off, from the death of the French king to that of Monsieur Boileau, Racine, Corneille, and several other poets, whom they regretted on this occasion as persons who would have obliged the world with very noble elegies on the death of so great a prince, and so eminent a patron of learning. At a coffee house near the Temple I found a couple of young gentlemen engaged very smartly in a dispute on the succession to the Spanish monarchy. One of them seemed to have been retained as advocate for the Duke of Anjou, the other for his Imperial Majesty. They were both for regarding the title to that kingdom by the statute laws of England. But finding them going out of my depth, I pressed forward to Paul's Churchyard, where I listened with great attention to a learned man, who gave the company an account of the deplorable state of France during the minority of the deceased king. I then turned on my right hand into Fish Street, where the chief politician of that quarter, upon hearing the news, after having taken a pipe of tobacco and ruminated for some time, "If," says he, "the King of France is certainly dead, we shall have plenty of mackerel this season. Our fishery will not be disturbed by privateers, as it has been for these 10 years past." He afterwards considered how the death of this great man would affect our pilchards, and by several other remarks infused a general joy into his whole audience. I afterwards entered a by coffee house that stood at the upper end of a narrow lane, where I met with a nonjuror, engaged very warmly with a laceman who was the great support of a neighboring conventicle. The matter in debate was whether the late French king was most like Augustus Caesar or Nero. The controversy was carried on with great heat on both sides, and as each of them looked upon me very frequently during the course of their debate, I was under some apprehension that they would appeal to me, and therefore laid down my penny at the bar, and made the best of my way to Cheapside. I here gazed upon the signs for some time before I found one to my purpose. The first object I met in the coffee room was a person who expressed a great grief for the death of the French king. but upon his explaining himself, I found his sorrow did not arise from the loss of the monarch, but for his having sold out of the bank about 3 days before he heard the news of it. Upon which a haberdasher, who was the oracle of the coffee house, and had his circle of admirers about him, called several to witness that he had declared his opinion above a week before, that the French king was certainly dead. To which he added, that considering the late advices we had received from France, it was impossible that it could be otherwise. As he was laying these together, and debating to his hearers with great authority, there came a gentleman from Garraways, who told us that there were several letters from France just come in, with advice that the king was in good health, and was gone out a-hunting the very morning the post came away. Upon which the haberdasher stole off his hat that hung upon a wooden peg by him, and retired to his shop with great confusion. This intelligence put a stop to my travels, which I had prosecuted with so much satisfaction, not being a little pleased to hear so many different opinions upon so great an event, and to observe how naturally, upon such a piece of news, every one is apt to consider it to his particular interest and advantage. Johnson wrote in his Life of Addison concerning the Tatler and the Spectator that they were published at a time when two parties, loud, restless, and violent, each with plausible declarations, and both perhaps without any distinct determination of its views, were agitating the nation. To minds heated with political contest they supplied cooler and more inoffensive reflections. They had a perceptible influence on the conversation of the time, and taught the frolic and the gay to unite merriment with decency, effects which they can never wholly lose. Harold Ruth, in the Cambridge History of Literature, speaking of the Spectator, says, "It surpassed the Tatler in style and in thought. It gave expression to the power of commerce. For more than a century, traders had been characterized as dishonest and avaricious, because playwrights and pamphleteers generally wrote for the leisure classes, and were themselves too poor to have any but unpleasant relations with men of business. Now merchants were becoming ambassadors of civilization, and had developed intellect so as to control distant and, as it seemed, mysterious sources of wealth. By a stroke of the pen, and largely through the coffee houses, they had come to know their own importance and power." Samuel Pepys (1633 1703) was very fond of good eating, and almost daily entries were made in his diary of dinner delicacies that he had enjoyed. One dinner that he considered a great success was served to 8 persons, and consisted of oysters, a hash of rabbits, a lamb, a rare sheen of beef. Next, a great dish of roasting fowl, cost me about 30 shillings, a tart, then fruit and cheese. My dinner was noble enough. I believe this day's feast will cost me near £5. But it will be noted that coffee was not mentioned as a part of the menu. He makes countless references to visits paid to this and that coffee house, but records only one instance of actually drinking coffee. "Up betimes to my office, and thence at 7 o'clock to Sir G. Carteret, and there with Sir J. Minns made an end of his accounts, but stayed not to dinner, my lady having made us drink our morning draught there of several wines. But I drank nothing but some of her coffee, which was poorly made, with a little sugar in it." This note, which he considered worthy of record, was certainly not inspired by the excellence of the good lady's matutinal coffee. William Cobbett, 1762 to 1835, the English-American politician, reformer, and writer on economics, denounced coffee as slops, but he was one of a remarkably small minority. Before his day, one of England's great satirists, Dean Swift (1667 to 1745), led a long roll of literary men who were devotees of coffee. Swift's writings are full of references to coffee, and his letters from Stella came to him under cover at the St. James Coffee House. There is scarcely a letter to Esther (Vanessa) von Hamrich which does not contain a significant reference to coffee, by which the course of their friendship and clandestine meetings may be traced. In one dated August 13th, 1720, written while traveling from place to place in Ireland, he says, "We live here in a very dull town, every valuable creature absent, and Cad says he is weary of it, and would rather prefer his coffee on the barrenest mountain in Wales than be king here. A fig for partridges and quails, ye dainties, I know nothing of ye, but on the highest mount in Wales would choose in peace to drink my coffee." In another letter, about 2 years later, replying to one in which Vanessa has reproached him, and begged him to write her soon, he advises, "The best maxim I know in life is to drink your coffee when you can, and when you cannot, to be easy without it. While you continue to be splenetic, count upon it I will always preach. Thus much I sympathize with you, for I am not cheerful enough to write. For, I believe, coffee once a week is necessary, and you know very well that coffee makes us severe and grave and philosophical." These various references to coffee are thought to have been based upon an incident in the early days of their friendship, when, on the occasion of the Van Hamrich family journeying from Dublin to London, Vanessa accidentally spilt her coffee in the chimney place at a certain inn, which Swift considered a premonition of their growing friendship. Writing from Clogher, Swift reminds Vanessa, "Remember that riches are 9 parts in 10 of all that is good in life, and health is the 10th. Drinking coffee comes long after, and yet it is the 11th, but without the 2 former you cannot drink it right." In another letter he writes facetiously, in memory of her playful badinage, "I long to drink a dish of coffee in the sluttery, and here you dun me for a secret, and drink your coffee, why don't you drink your coffee?" Leigh Hunt had very pleasant things to say about coffee, giving to it the charm of appeal to the imagination, which he said one never finds in tea. For example, "Coffee, like tea, used to form a refreshment by itself, some hours after dinner. It is now taken as a digester, right upon that meal or the wine, and sometimes does not even close it. Or the digester itself is digested by a liquor of some sort called a chasse café, coffee chaser. We like coffee better than tea for taste, but tea for constancy. To be perfect in point of relish, we do not say of wholesomeness, coffee should be strong and hot, with little milk and sugar. It has been drunk after this mode in some parts of Europe, but the public have nowhere, we believe, adopted it. The favorite way of taking it at a meal abroad is with a great superfluity of milk, very properly called in France café au lait, coffee to the milk. One of the pleasures we receive in drinking coffee is that, being the universal drink in the East, it reminds of that region of the Arabian Nights, as smoking does for the same reason, though neither of these refreshments, which are identified with Oriental manners, is to be found in that enchanting work. They had not been discovered when it was written. The drink then was sherbet. One can hardly fancy what a Turk or a Persian could have done without coffee and a pipe, any more than the English ladies and gentlemen before the civil wars without tea for breakfast. In his old age, Immanuel Kant, the great metaphysician, became extremely fond of coffee, and Thomas de Quincey relates a little incident showing Kant's great eagerness for the after dinner cup. At the beginning of the last year of his life, he fell into a custom of taking, immediately after dinner, a cup of coffee, especially on those days when it happened that I was of his party; and such was the importance that he attached to his little pleasure, that he would even make a memorandum beforehand, in the blank paper book that I had given him, that on the next day I was to dine with him, and consequently that there was to be coffee. Sometimes, in the interest of conversation, the coffee was forgotten, but not for long. He would remember, and with the querulousness of old age and infirm health, would demand that coffee be brought upon the spot. Arrangements had always been made in advance, however. The coffee was ground and the water was boiling, and in the very moment the word was given, the servant shot in like an arrow and plunged the coffee into the water. All that remained, therefore, was to give it time to boil up. But this trifling delay seemed unendurable to Kant. If it were said, "Dear Professor, the coffee will be brought up in a moment," he would say, "Will be! There's the rub, that it only will be." Then he would quiet himself with a stoical air and say, "Well, one can die after all. It is but dying. And in the next world, thank God, there is no drinking of coffee, and consequently no waiting for it." When at length the servant's steps were heard upon the stairs, he would turn round to us and joyfully call out, "Land, land, my dear friends, I see land." Thackeray, 1811 1863, must have suffered many tea and coffee disappointments. In the Kickleberries on the Rhine, he asks, "Why do they always put mud into coffee aboard steamers? Why does the tea generally taste of boiled boots?" In authors, A. Neil Lyons has preserved for all time the atmosphere of the London coffee stall. "I would not," he says, "exchange a night at Author's for a week with the brainiest circle in London." The book is a collection of short stories. As already recorded, Harold Chapin dramatized this picturesque London institution in The Autocrat of the Coffee Stall. In General Horace Porter's Campaigning with Grant, we have 3 distinct coffee incidents within 50-odd pages, or explicitly see pages 47, 56, 101. Where, deep in the fiercest snarls of the Wilderness Campaign, we are treated to General Grant, slowly sipping his coffee, a full ration of that soothing army beverage. The general made rather a singular meal, preparatory to so exhausting a day as that which was to follow. He took a cucumber, sliced it, poured some vinegar over it, and partook of nothing else except a cup of strong coffee. The general seemed in excellent spirits, and was even inclined to be jocose. He said to me, "We have just had our coffee, and you will find some left for you." I drank it with the relish of a shipwrecked mariner. One of the first immediate supplies General Sherman desired from Wilmington on reaching Fayetteville and lines of communication in March 1865 was expressly coffee. Does he not say so himself on page 297 of the second volume of his Memoirs? Still more expressly, towards the close of his Memoirs, and among final recommendations, the fruit of his experiences in that whole vast war, General Sherman says this for coffee: "Coffee has become almost indispensable, though many substitutes were found for it, such as Indian corn, roasted, ground, and boiled as coffee; the sweet potato, and the seed of the okra plant prepared in the same way. All these were used by the people of the South, who for years could procure no coffee. But I noticed that the women always begged of us real coffee, which seemed to satisfy a natural yearning or craving more powerful than can be accounted for on the theory of habit. Therefore, I would always advise that the coffee and sugar ration be carried along, even at the expense of bread, for which there are many substitutes. George Agnew Chamberlain's novel Home contains a vivid description of coffee making on an old plantation, and could only have been written by a devoted lover of this drink. Jerry Lansing, the American, has escaped drowning in the river, and is now lost in the Brazilian forest. He finds his way at last to an old plantation house. A stove was built into the masonry, and a cavernous oven gaped from the massive wall. At the stove was an old negress making coffee with shaky deliberation. The girl and the wrinkled old woman made him sit down at the table, and then placed before him crisp rusks of mandioc flour and steaming coffee, whose splendid aroma triumphed over the sordidness of the scene, and through the nostrils reached the palate with anticipatory touch. It was sweetened with dark pungent syrup, and was served black in a capacious bowl, as though one could not drink too deeply of the elixir of life. Jerry ate ravenously, and sipped the coffee, at first sparingly, then greedily. Jerry set down the empty bowl with a sigh. The rusks had been delicious. Before the coffee the name of nectar dwindled to impotency. Its elixir rioted in his veins. In The Rosary, Florence L. Barclay has a Scotch woman tell how she makes coffee. She says, "Use a jug. It is not what you make it in, it is how ye make it. It all hangs upon the word fresh. Freshly roasted, freshly ground, water freshly boiled. And never touch it with metal. Pop it into an earthenware jug. Pour in your boiling water straight upon it. Stir it with a wooden spoon. Set it on the hob 10 minutes to settle. The grounds will all go to the bottom, though you might not think it, and you pour it out, fragrant, strong, and clear. But the secret is fresh, 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 and don't stint your coffee." Cyrus Townsend Brady's The Corner in Coffee is a thrilling romance of the New York coffee market. Coffee, Du Barry, and Louis XV figure in one scene of the story of The Moat with the Crimson Stains, as told by Elizabeth W. Champney in her Romance of the Bourbon Chateau. It tells of the German apprentice Reisner, who assisted his master Oben in designing for Louis XV a beautiful desk with a secret drawer, which it took 10 years of unremitting industry to execute. At the end, Reisner was to be accepted by his master as a partner and a son-in-law. Little Victoire, who loved to sit in a punt and trail her doll in the waters of the Bève, to see to what color its frock would be changed by the dyes of the Gobelin factory, was then only 5, and Madame Aubin 23. As the years rolled by, Reisner grew to love the mother and not the daughter, who meanwhile shot up into a slim girl, not of her mother's beauty, but of a loveliness all her own. Then there was a quarrel, because the young apprentice thought the master should have resented the suggestion of Monsieur Duplessis that his wife pose in the nude for the statuettes, which were to hold the sconces on the king's desk, and Reisner left in a fine youthful frenzy, vowing he would never return while the maître lived. The latter, unable to complete the masterpiece which he loved more than anything else on earth, sought death, and perished in the crimson waters of the Bièvre. The maître had no enemies, but his quarrel with Reisner caused a fear to spring up in the widow's heart that the apprentice might have been guilty of his murder. So she refused to see him when, hearing of his master's death, he returned, stricken with remorse, to finish the desk. On it were the statuettes modeled in perfect likeness of Mademoiselle de Vaubernier, a wily little milliner of Reisner's Bohemian set, who had taken this way to bring herself to the attention of Louis XV. The ruse was successful, and after the acceptance of the desk there was installed a new maîtresse en titre, the notorious Madame du Barry, erstwhile the pretty milliner Mademoiselle de Vaubernier. Later, Madame du Barry sent for the now famous ébéniste cabinet maker, and when her Negro page Zamore admitted him, he found His Majesty Louis XV kneeling in front of the fireplace, making coffee for her while she laughed at him for scalding his fingers. He had been summoned to show the king the mechanism of the secret drawer, so cunningly concealed in the king's desk that no one could find it. But Reisner knew not the secret of his master, who had died without revealing it. Then the Red Revolution came, and when the pretty pavilion at Louveciennes was sacked, and its costly furniture hurled down the cliff to the Seine, the king's desk, shattered almost beyond repair, was carried to the Gobelin factory and presented to Madame Aubin in recognition of her husband's workmanship. Then the secret compartment was found to have been disclosed, and Reisner was absolved by a letter therein from the maître, who intimated he was about to end it all because of paralysis. Reisner marries the widow, and all ends happily. James Lane Allen, in The Kentucky Warbler, tells a tale of the bluegrass country, and of a young hero who wanders after a bird's note to find romance and the key to his own locked nature. Here is an incident from his first forest adventure. There was one tree he curiously looked around for, positive that he should not be blind to it if fortunate enough to set his eyes on one, the coffee tree. That is, he felt sure he'd recognize it if it yielded coffee ready to drink, of which never in his life had they given him enough. Not once throughout his long troubled experience as to being fed had he been allowed as much coffee as he craved. Once, when younger, he had heard someone say that the only tree in all of American forests that bore the name of Kentucky was the Kentucky coffee tree, and he had instantly conceived a desire to pay a visit in secret to that corner of the woods, to take his cup and a few lumps of sugar and sit under the boughs and catch the coffee as it dripped down. No one to hold him back. As much as he wanted at last. The Kentucky coffee tree, his favorite in nature. John Kendrick Bangs relates, in Coffee and Repartee, some amusing skirmishes indulged in at the boarding-house table between the idiot and the guests, where coffee served the purpose of enlivening the tilt. "Can't I give you another cup of coffee?" asked the landlady of the schoolmaster. "You may," returned the schoolmaster, pained at the lady's grammar, but too courteous to call attention to it save by the emphasis with which he spoke the word may. Said the idiot, "You may fill my cup too, Mrs. Smithers." "The coffee is all gone," returned the landlady with a snap. "Then, Mary," said the idiot, gracefully turning to the maid, "you may give me a glass of ice water. It is quite as warm after all as the coffee, and not quite so weak." One other little skit remains at the expense of Mrs. Smithers' coffee. At the breakfast table, where the air as usual is charged with repartee, Mr. Whitechoker, the minister, says to his landlady, "Mrs. Smithers, I'll have a dash of hot water in my coffee this morning." Then, with a glance toward the Idiot, he added, "I think it looks like rain." "Referring to the coffee, Mr. Whitechoker?" queried the Idiot. "Ah, I don't quite follow you," replied the minister with some annoyance. "You said something looked like rain, and I asked you if the thing referred to was the coffee, for I was disposed to agree with you," said the Idiot. "I am sure," put in Mrs. Smithers, "that a gentleman of Mr. Whitechoker's refinement would not make any such insinuation, sir. He is not the man to quarrel with what is set before him." "I must ask your pardon, madam," returned the Idiot politely. "I hope I am not the man to quarrel with my food either. Indeed, I make it a rule to avoid unpleasantness of all sorts, particularly with the weak, under which category I find your coffee." End of section 55. Section 56 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. All About Coffee by William Ukers. History of Coffee and Literature, Part 5. Coffee Quips and Anecdotes. Coffee literature is full of quips and anecdotes. Probably the most famous coffee quip is that of Madame de Sévigné, who, as already told in Chapter 11, was wrongfully credited with saying, "Racine and coffee will pass." It was Voltaire in his preface to Irene who thus accused the amiable letter writer, and she, being dead, could not deny it. That Madame de Sévigné was at one time a coffee drinker is apparent from this quotation from one of her letters. The Cavalier believes that coffee gives him warmth, and I, at the same time, foolish as you know me, do not take it any longer. La Roque called the beverage the king of perfumes, whose charm was enriched when vanilla was added. Émile Souvestre, 1806 to 1854, said, "Coffee keeps, so to say, the balance between bodily and spiritual nourishment." Isid Bourdon said, "The discovery of coffee has enlarged the realm of illusion, and given more promise to hope." An old Bourbon proverb says, "To an old man, a cup of coffee is like the doorpost of an old house. It sustains and strengthens him." Jardin says that in the Antilles, instead of orange blossoms, the brides carry a spray of coffee blossoms; and when a woman remains unmarried, they say she has lost her coffee branch. We say in France that she has coiffé Sainte Catherine. Fontenelle and Voltaire have both been quoted as authors of the famous reply to the remark that coffee was a slow poison. I think it must be, for I've been drinking it for 85 years and am not dead yet. In Medinger's German grammar, the slow poison bon mot is attributed to Fontenelle. It seems reasonable to give Fontenelle credit for this bon mot. Voltaire died at 84. Fontenelle lived to be nearly 100 years. Of his cheerfulness at an advanced age, an anecdote is related. In conversation one day, a lady a few years younger than Fontenelle playfully remarked, "Monsieur, you and I stay here so long, methinks death has forgotten us." "Hush! Speak in a whisper, madame," replied Fontenelle. "Tant mieux. So much the better. Don't remind him of us." Flaubert, Hugo, Baudelaire, Paul de Kock, Théophile Gautier, Alfred de Musset, Zola, Coppée, George Sand, Guy de Maupassant, and Sarah Bernhardt all have been credited with many clever or witty sallies about coffee. Prince Talleyrand, 1754 to 1839, the French diplomat and wit, has given us the cleverest summing up of the ideal cup of coffee. He said it should be noir comme le diable, chaud comme l'enfer, pur comme un ange, doux comme la mort, or in English, black as the devil, hot as hell, pure as an angel, sweet as love. This quip has been wrongfully attributed to Brillat-Savarin. Talleyrand said also, "A cup of coffee lightly tempered with good milk detracts nothing from your intellect. On the contrary, your stomach is freed by it, and no longer distresses your brain. It will not hamper your mind with troubles, but give freedom to its working. Suave molecules of mocha stir up your blood without causing excessive heat. The organ of thought receives from it a feeling of sympathy. Work becomes easier, and you will sit down without distress to your principal repast, which will restore your body and afford you a calm, delicious night." Among coffee drinkers a high place must be given to Prince Bismarck, 1815 to 1898. He liked coffee unadulterated. While with the Prussian army in France, he one day entered a country inn and asked the host if he had any chicory in the house. He had. Bismarck said, "Well, bring it to me, all you have." The man obeyed, and handed Bismarck a canister full of chicory. "Are you sure this is all you have?" demanded the Chancellor. "Yes, my lord, every grain." "Then," said Bismarck, keeping the canister by him, "go now and make me a pot of coffee." This same story has been related of François Paul Jules Grévy, 1807 to 1891, President of France, 1879 to 1887. According to the French story, Grévy never took wine, even at dinner. He was, however, passionately fond of coffee. To be certain of having his favorite beverage of the best quality, he always, when he could, prepared it himself. Once he was invited, with a friend, Monsieur Bethman, to a hunting party by Monsieur Meunier, the celebrated manufacturer of chocolate at Noisiel. It happened that Monsieur Grévy and Monsieur Bethman lost themselves in the forest. Trying to find their way out, they stumbled upon a little wine house and stopped for a rest. They asked for something to drink. Monsieur Bethman found his wine excellent, but as usual Grévy would not drink. He wanted coffee, but he was afraid of the decoction which would be brought him. He got a good cup, however, and this is how he managed it. "Have you any chicory?" he said to the man. "Yes, sir." "Bring me some." Soon the proprietor returned with a small can of chicory. "Is that all you have?" asked Grévy. "We have a little more." "Bring me the rest." When he came again with another can of chicory, Grévy said, "You have no more?" "No, sir." "Very well. Now go and make me a cup of coffee." As already told, Louis XV had a great passion for coffee, which he made himself. Lenormand, the head gardener at Versailles, raised 6 pounds of coffee a year, which was for the exclusive use of the king. The king's fondness for coffee and for Madame du Barry gave rise to a celebrated anecdote of Louveciennes, which was accepted as true by many serious writers. It is told in this fashion by Mérobert in a pamphlet scandalizing Du Barry in 1776. His Majesty loves to make his own coffee and to forsake the cares of the government. One day the coffee pot was on the fire, and, His Majesty being occupied with something else, the coffee boiled over. "Oh, France, take care! Your coffee effed le camp!" cried the beautiful favorite. Charles Vatel has denied this story. It is related of Jean-Jacques Rousseau that once when he was walking in the Tuileries, he caught the aroma of roasting coffee. Turning to his companion, Bernardino de Saint Pierre, he said, Ah, that is a perfume in which I delight. When they roast coffee near my house, I hasten to open the door to take in all the aroma. And such was the passion for coffee of this philosopher of Geneva that when he died, he just missed doing it with a cup of coffee in his hand. Barthez, confidential physician of Napoleon I, drank a great deal of it freely, calling it the intellectual drink. Bonaparte himself said, "Strong coffee and plenty awakens me, it gives me a warmth, an unusual force, a pain that is not without pleasure. I would rather suffer than be senseless." Edward R. Emerson tells the following story of the Café Procope. One day while Monsieur Sainte Foix was seated at his usual table in this café, an officer of the king's bodyguard entered, sat down, and ordered a cup of coffee with milk and a roll, adding, "It will serve me for a dinner." At this, Sainte Foix remarked aloud that a cup of coffee with milk and a roll was a confoundedly poor dinner. The officer remonstrated. Sainte Foix reiterated his remark, adding that nothing he could say to the contrary would convince him that it was not a confoundedly poor dinner. Thereupon a challenge was given and accepted, and the whole company present adjourned as spectators to a duel, which ended by Sainte Foix receiving a wound in the arm. "That is all very well," said the wounded combatant, "but I call you to witness, gentlemen, that I am still profoundly convinced that a cup of coffee with milk and a roll is a confoundedly poor dinner." At this moment the principals were arrested and carried before the Duc de Noailles, in whose presence Sainte Foix, without waiting to be questioned, said, "Monseigneur, I had not the slightest intention of offending this gallant officer, who, I doubt not, is an honourable man. But your Excellency can never prevent my asserting that a cup of coffee with milk and a roll is a confoundedly poor dinner." "Why, so it is," said the Duke. "Then I am not in the wrong," persisted Sainte Foix, "and a cup of coffee—" At these words magistrates, delinquents, and auditory burst into a roar of laughter, and the antagonists forthwith became warm friends. Boswell, in his Life of Johnson, tells a story of an old Chevalier de Motte, of ancienne noblesse, but in low circumstances, who was in a coffee house in Paris, where was also Julien, the great manufacturer at Gobelin, of fine tapestry, so much distinguished for the figures and the colours. The Chevalier's carriage was very old. Says Julien with a plebeian insolence, "I think, sir, you had better have your carriage new painted." The Chevalier looked at him with indignant contempt, and answered, "Well, sir, you may take it home and dye it." All the coffee house rejoiced at Julien's confusion. Sidney Smith, 1771 to 1845, the English clergyman and humorist, once said, "If you want to improve your understanding, drink coffee. It is the intellectual beverage." Our own William Dean Howells pays the beverage this tribute: "This coffee intoxicates without exciting, soothes you softly out of dull sobriety, makes you think and talk of all the pleasant things that ever happened to you." The wife of the President of the United States prefers coffee to tea. Afternoon guests at the White House may be refreshed, if they choose, by a sip of tea. But while tea is on tap for callers, Mrs. Harding always has coffee for those who, like herself, prefer it. Old London Coffee House Anecdotes. A good-sized volume might be compiled of the many anecdotes that have been written about habitués of the London coffee houses of the 17th and 18th centuries. Dr. Samuel Johnson, 1709 to 1784, the lexicographer, was one of the most constant frequenters of the coffee houses of his day. His big awkward figure was a familiar sight as he went about attended by his satellite, young James Boswell, who was to write about him for the delight of future generations in his marvelous Life of Johnson. The intellectual and moral peculiarities of the man found a natural expression in the coffee house. Johnson was 54 and Boswell only 23 when the two first met in Tom Davies' bookshop in Covent Garden. The story is told by Boswell with great particularity and characteristic naivete. Mr. Davies mentioned my name and respectfully introduced me to him. I was much agitated, and recollecting his prejudice against the Scotch, of which I had heard so much, I said to Davies, "Don't tell him where I come from." "From Scotland," cried Davies roguishly. "Mr. Johnson," said I do indeed come from Scotland, but I cannot help it." I am willing to flatter myself that I meant this as a light pleasantry to soothe and conciliate him, and not as a humiliating abasement at the expense of my country. But, however that might be, this speech was somewhat unlucky, for with that quickness of wit for which he was so remarkable, he seized the expression "come from Scotland," which I used, in the sense of being of that country. And if I had come away from it, or left it, he retorted, "That, sir, I find is what a great many of your countrymen cannot help." Nothing daunted, however, Boswell within a week called upon Johnson in his chambers. This time the doctor urged him to tarry. 3 weeks later he said to him, "Come to me as often as you can." Within a fortnight thereafter Boswell was giving the great man a sketch of his own life, and Johnson was exclaiming, "Give me your hand, I have taken a liking to you." When people began to ask, "Who is this Scotch cur at Johnson's heels?" Goldsmith replied, "He is not a cur, he is only a burr. Tom Davies flung him at Johnson in sport, and he has the faculty of sticking." Thus began one of the strangest friendships, out of which developed the most delightful biography in all literature. Boswell's taste for literary adventures and Johnson's literary vagrancy met in a companionship that found much satisfaction in the bohemianism of the inns and coffee houses of old London. Boswell thus describes the eccentric doctor's outlook on this mode of living. "We dined to-day at an excellent inn at Chapel House, where Mr. Johnson commented on English coffee houses and inns, remarking that the English triumphed over the French in one respect, in that the French had no perfection of tavern life. There is no private house," said he, "in which people can enjoy themselves so well as at a capital tavern. Let there be ever so great plenty of good things, ever so much grandeur, ever so much elegance, ever so much desire that everybody should be easy, in the nature of things it cannot be. There must always be some degree of care and anxiety. The master of the house is anxious to entertain his guests. The guests are anxious to be agreeable to him. And no man, but a very impudent dog indeed, can as freely command what is in another man's house as if it were his own. Whereas at a tavern there is a general freedom from anxiety. You are sure you are welcome, and the more noise you make, the more trouble you give, the more good things you call for, the welcomer you are. No servants will attend you with the alacrity which waiters do, who are incited by the prospect of an immediate reward, in proportion as they please. No, sir, there is nothing which has yet been contrived by man, by which so much happiness is produced as by a good tavern or inn." He then repeated with great emotion Shenstone's lines: "Whoe'er has travelled life's dull round, where'er his stages may have been, may sigh to think he still has found his warmest welcome at an inn. Patient delving into Johnsoniana is rewarded with many anecdotes about the mad doctor-philosopher and his faithful reporter, who delighted in translating his genius to the world. Boswell was a wine-bibber, but Johnson confessed to being a hardened and shameless tea drinker. When Boswell twigged him for abstaining from the stronger drink, the doctor replied, "Sir, I have no objection to a man's drinking wine, if he can do it in moderation. I find myself apt to go to excess in it, and therefore, after having been for some time without it on account of illness, I thought it better not to return to it." Another time he said of tea, "What a delightful beverage must that be that pleases all palates at a time when they can take nothing else at breakfast." In his early days Johnson had David Garrick as an unwilling pupil. After the actor had become famous and his prosperity had turned his head, he was wont to put the table in a roar by mimicking the doctor's grimaces. There is a story that on the occasion of a certain dinner party where both were guests, Garrick indulged in a coarse jest on the great man's table manners. After the merriment had subsided, Dr. Johnson arose solemnly and said, "Gentlemen, you must doubtless suppose from the extreme familiarity with which Mr. Garrick has thought fit to treat me, that I am an acquaintance of his. But I can assure you that until I met him here, I never saw him but once before, and then I paid 5 shillings for the sight." A certain sycophant, thinking to curry favor with Johnson, took to laughing loud and long at everything he said. Johnson's patience at last became exhausted, and after a particularly objectionable outburst, he turned upon the boor with, "Pray, sir, what is the matter? I hope I have not said anything which you can comprehend." Because of his physical and mental disabilities, Dr. Johnson was not a good social animal. Nevertheless, when it pleased his humor, he could be the cavalier, for his mind overcame every impediment. It is related of him that once when a lady who was showing him around her garden expressed her regret at being unable to bring a particular flower to perfection, he arose gallantly to the occasion by taking her hand and remarking, "Then, madam, permit me to bring perfection to the flower." Again, when Mrs. Siddons, the great English tragedienne, called upon him in his chambers, and the servant did not promptly bring her a chair, his quick wit made capital of the incident by the remark, "You see, madam, wherever you go, there are no seats to be had." John Thomas Smith, in his Antiquarian Rambles in the Streets of London, 1846, tells an amusing incident in the life of Sir George Etheredge, the playwright, who having run up a bill at Locket's Ordinary, a coffee house much frequented by dramatists of the period, and finding himself unable to pay, began to absent himself from the place. Mrs. Locket thereupon sent a man to Donne, and to threaten him with prosecution if he did not pay. Sir George sent back word that if she stirred a step in the matter, he would kiss her. On receiving this answer, the good lady, much exasperated, called for her hood and scarf, and told her husband, who interposed, that she would see if there was any fellow alive who would have the impudence. "Prithee, my dear, don't be so rash," said her husband. "There is no telling what a man may do in his passion." Richard Savage, the English poet and friend of Johnson, who included him in his famous Lives of the Poets, was arrested for the murder of James Sinclair, after a drunken brawl in Robinson's Coffee House in 1727. He was found guilty, but narrowly escaped the death penalty by the intercession of the Countess of Hertford. A feature of his trial was the extraordinary charge to the jury of Judge Page, who, for his hard words and his love of hanging, is damned to everlasting fame in the verse of Pope. The charge was: "Gentlemen of the jury, you are to consider that Mr. Savage is a very great man, a much greater man than you or I, gentlemen of the jury; that he wears very fine clothes, much finer than you or I, gentlemen of the jury; that he has an abundance of money in his pocket, much more money than you or I, gentlemen of the jury. But, gentlemen of the jury, is it not a very hard case, gentlemen of the jury, that Mr. Savage should therefore kill you or me, gentlemen of the jury?" Albert V. Lally has made a collection of old coffee-house anecdotes. Among them are the following. The story is told of how Sir Richard Steele, in Button's Coffee House, was once made the umpire in an amusing difference between two unnamed disputants. These two were arguing about religion, when one of them said, "I wonder, sir, you should talk of religion, when I'll hold you 5 guineas you can't say the Lord's Prayer." "Done," said the other, "and Sir Richard Steele shall hold the stakes." The money being deposited, the gentleman began with, "I believe in God," and so went right through the creed. "Well," said the other when he had finished, "I didn't think he could have done it." There is another story of a famous judge, Sir Nicholas Bacon, who was importuned by a criminal to spare his life on account of kinship. "How so?" demanded the judge. "Because my name is Hogg and yours is Bacon, and Hogg and Bacon are so near akin that they cannot be separated." "Ay," responded the judge dryly, "but you and I cannot yet be kindred, for Hogg is not Bacon until it is well hanged." On another occasion, a nervous barrister pleading before this same judge began with repeated references to his unfortunate client. "Go on, sir," said the judge, "so far the court is with you." Of Jonathan Swift it is related that a gentleman who had sought to persuade him to accept an invitation to dinner said, in way of special inducement, "I'll send you my bill of fare." "Send me rather your bill of company," retorted Swift, showing his appreciation of the truth that not that which is eaten, but those who eat, form the more important part of a good dinner. On the occasion when the dreadful Judge Jeffreys was trying Compton, Bishop of London, before the Court of High Commission, that prelate, as Campbell relates in his Lives of the Lord Chancellors, complained of having no copy of the indictment. Jeffreys replied to this excuse that all the coffee houses had it for a penny. The case being resumed after the lapse of a week, the bishop again protested that he was unprepared, owing to his continued difficulty in obtaining a copy of the necessary document. Jeffreys was obliged once more to adjourn the case, and in so doing offered this bantering apology. "My lord," said he, "in telling you our commission was to be seen in every coffee house, I did not speak with any design to reflect on your lordship as if you were a haunter of coffee houses. I abhor the thoughts of it." As the judge had once been distinctly opposed to the party and principles which he went to such a length in supporting, so had he formerly owed something to the very institution against which his last blow was directed. Roger North relates, and Campbell repeats the story, that, after he was called to the bar, he used to sit in coffee houses and order his man to come and tell him that company attended him at his chamber, at which he would huff and say, "Let them stay a little, I will come presently," and thus made a show of business. John Timms, in his Clubs and Club Life in London, has a host of anecdotes and stories of the old London coffee houses, among them the following. Garraway's noted coffee house, situated in Change Alley, Cornhill, had a threefold celebrity. Tea was first sold in England here. It was a place of great resort in the time of the South Sea Bubble, and was later a place of great mercantile transactions. The original proprietor was Thomas Garraway, tobacconist and coffeeman, the first who retailed tea, recommending it as a cure of all disorders. Ogleby, the compiler of the Britannia, had his standing lottery of books at Mr. Garraway's coffee house from April 7, 1673, till wholly drawn off, and in the Journey through England, 1722, Garraway's, Robins, and Joe's are described as the three celebrated coffee houses. In the first, the people of quality, who have business in the city, and the most considerable and wealthy citizens frequent. In the second, the foreign bankiers, and often even foreign ministers. And in the third, the buyers and sellers of stock. Wines were sold at Garraway's in 1673 by the candle, that is, by auction, while an inch of candle burns. In the Tatler, No. 147, we read, "Upon my coming home last night, I found a very handsome present of French wine left for me as a taste of 216 hogshead, which are to be put on sale at £20 a hogshead at Garraway's Coffee House in Exchange Alley, etc. The sale by candle is not, however, by candle light, but during the day. At the commencement of the sale, when the auctioneer has read a description of the property, and the conditions on which it is to be disposed of, a piece of candle, usually an inch long, is lighted, and he who is the last bidder at the time the light goes out is declared the purchaser." Swift, in his Ballad on the South Sea Scheme, 1721, did not forget Garraway's "There is a gulf where thousands fell, Here all the bold adventurers came. A narrow sound, though deep as hell, Change Alley is the dreadful name. Subscribers here by thousands float, And jostle one another down, Each paddling in his leaky boat, And here they fish for gold and drown. Now buried in the depths below, now mounted up to heaven again, they reel and stagger to and fro, at their wits' end like drunken men. Meantime, secure on Garraway cliffs, a savage race, by shipwrecks fed, lie waiting for the foundered skiffs, and strip the bodies of the dead. Dr. Jano Radcliffe, who was a rash speculator in the South Sea Scheme, was usually planted at a table at Garraway's about exchange time, to watch the turn of the market, and here he was seated when the footman of his powerful rival, Dr. Edward Hans, came into Garraway's and inquired, by way of a puff, if Dr. H. was there. Dr. Radcliffe, who was surrounded with several apothecaries and chirurgeons that flocked about him, cried out, "Dr. Hans is not here," and desired to know who wants him. The fellow's reply was, "Such a lord and such a lord." But he was taken up with the dry rebuke, "No, no, friend, you are mistaken. The doctor wants those lords." One of Radcliffe's ventures was 5,000 guineas upon one South Sea project. When he was told at Garraway's that "'twas all lost," "Why," said he, "'tis but going up 5,000 pair of stairs more." This answer, says Tom Brown, deserved a statue. Jonathan's coffee house was another Change Alley coffee house, which is described in the Tatler, No. 38, as the general mart of stock jobbers, and the Spectator No. 1 tells us that he sometimes passes for a Jew in the assembly of stock jobbers at Jonathan's. This was their rendezvous, where gambling of all sorts was carried on. notwithstanding a former prohibition against the assemblage of the jobbers, issued by the city of London, which prohibition continued unrepealed until 1825. The Spectator No. 16 notices some gay frequenters of the Rainbow Coffee House in Fleet Street. I have received a letter desiring me to be very satirical upon the little muff that is now in fashion. Another informs me of a pair of silver garters, buckled below the knee, that have been lately seen at the Rainbow Coffee House in Fleet Street. Mr. Moncrieff, the dramatist, used to tell that about 1780 this house was kept by his grandfather, Alexander Moncrieff, when it retained its original title of the Rainbow Coffee House. Nando's Coffee House at the east corner of Inner Temple Lane, No. 17 Fleet Street, by some confused with Groom's House No. 16, was the favorite haunt of Lord Thurlow before he dashed into law practice. At this coffee house a large attendance of professional loungers was attracted by the fame of the punch and the charms of the landlady, which, with the small wits, were duly admired by and at the bar. One evening the famous cause of Douglas versus the Duke of Hamilton was the topic of discussion, when Thurlow being present, it was suggested, half in earnest, to appoint him junior counsel, which was done. This employment brought him acquaintance with the Duchess of Queensberry, who saw at once the value of a man like Thurlow, and recommended Lord Bute to secure him by a silk gown. Dick's Coffee House at No. 8 Fleet Street, south side near Temple Bar, was originally Richard's, named from Richard Torner or Turner, to whom the house was let in 1680. Richard's was frequented by Cowper when he lived in the Temple. In his own account of his insanity, Cowper tells us, "At breakfast I read the newspaper, and in it a letter, which, the further I perused it, the more closely engaged my attention. I cannot now recollect the purport of it, but before I had finished it, it appeared demonstratively true to me that it was a libel or satire upon me. The author appeared to be acquainted with my purpose of self-destruction, and to have written that letter on purpose to secure and hasten the execution of it. My mind probably at this time began to be disordered. However it was, I was certainly given to a strong delusion. I said within myself, 'Your cruelty shall be gratified, you shall have your revenge.' And flinging down the paper in a fit of strong passion, I rushed hastily out of the room, directing my way towards the fields, where I intended to find some house to die in, or, if not, determined to poison myself in a ditch where I could meet with one sufficiently retired. Lloyd's Coffee House was one of the earliest establishments of its kind. It is referred to in a poem printed in the year 1700, called The Wealthy Shopkeeper, or Charitable Christian. Now to Lloyd's Coffee House he never fails, to read the letters and attend the sales. In 1710, Steele, Tatler No. 246, dates from Lloyd's his petition on coffee house orators and news vendors, and Addison, in Spectator, April 23, 1711, relates this droll incident: "About a week since there happened to me a very odd accident. By reason of one of these, my papers of minutes which I had accidentally dropped at Lloyd's Coffee House, where the auctions are usually kept. Before I missed it, there were a cluster of people who had found it, and were diverting themselves with it at one end of the coffee house. It had raised so much laughter among them before I observed what they were about, that I had not the courage to own it. The boy of the coffee house, when they had done with it, carried it about in his hand, asking everybody if they had dropped a written paper, but nobody challenging it. He was ordered by those merry gentlemen, who had before perused it, to get up into the auction pulpit and read it to the whole room, that if anybody would own it, they might. The boy accordingly mounted the pulpit, and with a very audible voice read what proved to be minutes, which made the whole coffee house very merry. Some of them concluded it was written by a madman, and others by somebody that had been taking notes out of the Spectator. After it was read, and the boy was coming out of the pulpit, the Spectator reached his arm out, and desired the boy to give it him, which was done according. This drew the whole eyes of the company upon the Spectator, but after casting a cursory glance over it, he shook his head twice or thrice at the reading of it, twisted it into a kind of match, and lighted his pipe with it. My profound silence, says the Spectator, together with the steadiness of my countenance, and the gravity of my behaviour during the whole transaction, raised a very loud laugh on all sides of me. But as I had escaped all suspicion of being the author, I was very well satisfied, and applying myself to my pipe and the postman, took no further notice of anything that passed about me. The Smyrna Coffee House in Pall Mall was, in the reign of Queen Anne, famous for that cluster of wise heads, found sitting every evening from the left side of the fire to the door. The following announcement in the Tatler, No. 78, is amusing. This is to give notice to all ingenious gentlemen in and about the cities of London and Westminster, who have a mind to be instructed in the noble sciences of music, poetry, and politics, that they repair to the Smyrna Coffee House in Pall Mall betwixt the hours of 8 and 10 at night, where they may be instructed gratis, with elaborate essays, by word of mouth, on all or any of the above-mentioned arts. St. James's Coffee House was the famous Whig coffee house from the time of Queen Anne till late in the reign of George III. It was the last house but one on the southwest corner of St. James Street, and is thus mentioned in No. 1 of the Tatler. Foreign and domestic news you will have from St. James Coffee House. It occurs also in the passage quoted previously from the Spectator. The St. James's was much frequented by Swift. Letters for him were left here. In his journal to Stella he says, "I met Mr. Harley, and he asked me how long I had learnt the trick of writing to myself. He had seen your letter through the glass case at the coffee house, and would swear it was my hand." Eliot, who kept the coffee house, was on occasions placed on a friendly footing with his guests. Swift, in his journal to Stella, November 19, 1710, records an odd instance of this familiarity. "This evening I christened our coffee man Eliot's child, when the rogue had a most noble supper, and Steele and I sat amongst some scurvy company over a bowl of punch." In the first advertisement of Lady Mary Wortley Montagu's Town Eclogues, they are stated to have been read over at the St. James's Coffee House, when they were considered by the general voice to be productions of a lady of quality. From the proximity of the house to St. James's Palace, it was much frequented by the Guards, and we read of its being no uncommon circumstance to see Dr. Joseph Wharton at breakfast in the St. James Coffee House, surrounded by officers of the Guards, who listened with the utmost attention and pleasure to his remarks. To show the order and regularity observed at the St. James, we may quote the following advertisement, appended to the Tatler, No. 25. To prevent all mistakes that may happen among gentlemen of the other end of the town, who come but once a week to St. James's Coffee House, either by miscalling the servants, or requiring such things from them as are not properly within their respective provinces. This is to give notice that Kidney, keeper of the book debts of the outlying customers, and observer of those who go off without paying, having resigned that employment, is succeeded by John Soton, to whose place of enterer of messages and first coffee grinder William Bird is promoted, and Samuel Burdock comes as shoe cleaner in the room of the said Bird. But the St. James is more memorable as the house where originated Goldsmith's celebrated poem, Retaliation. The poet belonged to a temporary association of men of talent, some of them members of the club, who dined together occasionally here. At these dinners he was generally the last to arrive. On one occasion, when he was later than usual, a whim seized the company to write epitaphs on him as the late Dr. Goldsmith, and several were thrown off in a playful vein. The only one extant was written by Garrick, and has been preserved, very probably, by its pungency. Here lies poet Goldsmith, for shortness called Noll. He wrote like an angel, but talked like poor Poll. Goldsmith did not relish the sarcasm, especially coming from such a quarter, and by way of retaliation he produced the famous poem, of which Cumberland has left a very interesting account, but which Mr. Forster, in his Life of Goldsmith, states to be pure romance. The poem itself, however, with what was prefixed to it when published, sufficiently explains its own origin. What had formerly been abrupt and strange in Goldsmith's manners had now so visibly increased as to become matter of increased sport to such as were ignorant of its cause; and a proposition made at one of the dinners, when he was absent, to write a series of epitaphs upon him, his country dialect, and his awkward person, was agreed to, and put in practice by several of the guests. The active aggressors appear to have been Garrick, Dr. Bernard, Richard Burke, and Caleb Whiteford. Cumberland says he, too, wrote an epitaph, but it was complimentary and grave, and hence the grateful return he received. Mr. Forster considers Garrick's epitaph to indicate the tone of all. This, with the rest, was read to Goldsmith when he next appeared at the St. James's Coffee House, where Cumberland, however, says he never again met his friends. But the doctor was called on for retaliation, says the friend who published the poem with that name, and at their next meeting produced the following, which I think adds one leaf to his immortal wreath. Retaliation, says Sir Walter Scott, had the effect of placing the author on a more equal footing with his society than he had ever before assumed. Cumberland's account differs from the version formerly received, which intimates that the epitaphs were written before Goldsmith arrived, whereas the pun, the late Dr. Goldsmith, appears to have suggested the writing of the epitaphs. In the Retaliation, Goldsmith has not spared the characters and failings of his associates, but has drawn them with satire, at once pungent and good-humored. Garrick is smartly chastised. Burke, the dinner belle of the House of Commons, is not let off. And of all the more distinguished names of the club, Thomson, Cumberland, and Reynolds alone escape the lash of the satirist. The former is not mentioned, and the two latter are even dismissed with unqualified and affectionate applause. Still, we quote Cumberland's account of the Retaliation, which is very amusing from the closely circumstantial manner in which the incidents are narrated, although they have so little relationship to truth. It was upon a proposal started by Edmund Burke that a party of friends who had dined together at Sir Joshua Reynolds' and my house should meet at the St. James's Coffee House, which accordingly took place, and was repeated occasionally with much festivity and good fellowship. Dr. Bernard, Dean of Derry, a very amiable and old friend of mine, Dr. Douglas, since Bishop of Salisbury, Johnson, David Garrick, Sir Joshua Reynolds, Oliver Goldsmith, Edmund and Richard Burke, Hickey, with 2 or 3 others, constituted our party. At one of these meetings an idea was suggested of extemporary epitaphs upon the parties present. Pen and ink were called for, and Garrick, offhand, wrote an epitaph with a good deal of humor upon poor Goldsmith, who was the first in jest, as he proved to be in reality, that we committed to the grave. The Dean also gave him an epitaph, and Sir Joshua illuminated the Dean's verses with a sketch of his bust, in pen and ink, inimitably caricatured. Neither Johnson nor Burke wrote anything, and when I perceived that Oliver was rather sore, and seemed to watch me with that kind of attention which indicated his expectation of something in the same kind of burlesque with theirs, I thought it time to press the joke no further, and wrote a few couplets at a side table, which, when I had finished, and was called upon by the company to exhibit, Goldsmith with much agitation besought me to spare him, and I was about to tear them, when Johnson wrested them out of my hand, and in a loud voice read them at the table. I have now lost recollection of them, and, in fact, they were little worth remembering; but as they were serious and complimentary, the effect upon Goldsmith was the more pleasing for being so entirely unexpected. The concluding line, which was the only one I can call to mind, was, "All mourn the poet, I lament the man." This I recollect because he repeated it several times, and seemed much gratified by it. At our next meeting he produced his epitaphs, and this was the last time he ever enjoyed the company of his friends. End of Section 56. Section 57 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. All About Coffee by William Ukers. The History of Coffee in Literature. Part 6. Will's Coffee House, the predecessor of Button's, and even more celebrated than that coffee house, was kept by William Irwin. It first had the title of the Red Cow, then of the Rose, and, we believe, is the same house alluded to in the pleasant story in the 2nd number of the Tatler, "Supper and friends expect we at the Rose." Dean Lockyer has left this lifelike picture of his interview with the presiding genius, Dryden, at Will's. "I was about 17 when I first came up to town," says the Dean, "an odd-looking boy, with short rough hair, and that sort of awkwardness which one always brings up at first out of the country with one. However, in spite of my bashfulness and appearance, I used, now and then, to thrust myself into Will's to have the pleasure of seeing the most celebrated wits of that time, who then resorted thither. The second time that ever I was there, Mr. Dryden was speaking of his own things, as he frequently did, especially of such as had been lately published. 'If anything of mine is good,' says he, ''tis Macflecknoe, and I value myself the more upon it, because it is the first piece of ridicule written in heroics.' On hearing this, I plucked up my spirits so far as to say, in a voice but just loud enough to be heard, that Macflecknoe was a very fine poem, but that I had not imagined it to be the first that was ever writ that way. On this, Dryden turned short upon me, as surprised at my interposing, asked me how long I had been a dealer in poetry, and added with a smile, "Pray, sir, what is it that you did imagine to have been writ so before?" I named Boileau's Lutrin and Tassoni's Secchia Rapita, which I had read, and knew Dryden had borrowed some strokes from each. "'Tis true," said Dryden, "I had forgot them." A little after, Dryden went out, and in going, spoke to me again, and desired me to come and see him the next day. I was highly delighted with the invitation, went to see him accordingly, and was well acquainted with him after as long as he lived. Will's Coffee House was the open market for libels and lampoons, the latter named from the established burden formerly sung to them: Lampone, lampone, camarada lampone. There was a drunken fellow named Julian, who was a characterless frequenter of Will's, and Sir Walter Scott has given this account of him and his vocation. Upon the general practice of writing lampoons, and the necessity of finding some mode of dispersing them, which should diffuse the scandal widely while the authors remained concealed, was founded the self-erected office of Julian, secretary, as he called himself, to the Muses. This person attended Will's, the wits' coffee house, as it was called, and dispersed among the crowds who frequented that place of gay resort copies of the lampoons which had been privately communicated to him by their authors. He is described, says Mr. Malone, as a very drunken fellow, and at one time was confined for a libel. Tom Brown describes a wit and a beau set up with little or no expense, a pair of red stockings and a sword knot set up one, and peeping once a day in at Will's, and 2 or 3 second-hand sayings the other. Pepys one night, going to fetch home his wife, stopped in Covent Garden, at the great coffee house there, as he called Will's, where he never was before. Where, he adds, Dryden the poet I knew at Cambridge, and all the wits of the town, and Harris the player, and Mr. Hoole of our college. And had I had time then, or could at other times, it will be good coming thither, for there, I perceive, is very witty and pleasant discourse. But I could not tarry, and as it was late, they were all ready to go away. Addison passed each day alike, and much in the manner that Dryden did. Dryden employed his mornings in writing, dined en famille, and then went to Will's, only he came home earlier o' nights. Pope, when very young, was impressed with such veneration for Dryden that he persuaded some friends to take him to Will's Coffee House, and was delighted that he could say that he had seen Dryden. Sir Charles Wogan, too, brought up Pope from the Forest of Windsor to dress à la mode, and introduce at Will's Coffee House. Pope afterwards described Dryden as a plump man with a down look, and not very conversable. And Cibber could tell no more, but that he remembered him a decent old man, arbiter of critical disputes at Will's. Prior sings of the younger Styles, whom Dryden pedagogues at Will's. Most of the hostile criticism on his plays, which Dryden has noticed in his various prefaces, appear to have been made at his favorite haunt, Will's Coffee House. Dryden is generally said to have been returning from Will's to his house in Gerrard Street, when he was cudgelled in Rose Street by 3 persons, hired for the purpose by Wilmot, Earl of Rochester, in the winter of 1679. The assault, or the Rose Alley ambuscade, certainly took place, but it is not so certain that Dryden was on his way from Will's, and he then lived in Long Acre, not Gerrard Street. It is worthy of remark that Swift was accustomed to speak disparagingly of Wills, as in his Rhapsody on Poetry: "Be sure at Will's the following day, Lie snug and hear what critics say; And if you find the general vogue Pronounces you a stupid rogue, Damns all your thoughts as low and little, Sit still and swallow down your spittle." Swift thought little of the frequenters of Will's. He used to say the worst conversation he ever heard in his life was at Will's coffee house, where the wits, as they were called, used formerly to assemble; that is to say, 5 or 6 men who had writ plays, or at least prologues, or had a share in a miscellany, came thither, and entertained one another with their trifling composures, in so important an air, as if they had been the noblest efforts of human nature, or that the fate of kingdoms depended on them. In the first number of the Tatler, poetry is promised under the article of Will's Coffee House. The place, however, changed after Dryden's time. You used to see songs, epigrams, and satires in the hands of every man you met. You have now only a pack of cards; and instead of the cavils about the turn of the expression, the elegance of the style, and the like, the learned now dispute only about the truth of the game. In old times we used to sit upon a play here after it was acted, but now the entertainment's turned another way. The spectator is sometimes seen thrusting his head into a round of politicians at Will's, and listening with great attention to the narratives that are made in these little circular audiences. Then we have as an instance of no one member of human society but that would have some little pretension for some degree in it, like him who came to Will's coffee house upon the merit of having writ a posy of a ring. And Robin, the porter who waits at Will's, is the best man in town for carrying a billet. The fellow has a thin body, swift step, demure looks, sufficient sense, and knows the town. After Dryden's death in 1701, Will's continued for about 10 years to be still the wits' coffee house, as we see by Ned Ward's account, and by the Journey through England in 1722. Pope entered with keen relish into society, and courted the correspondence of the town wits and coffee house critics. Among his early friends was Mr. Henry Cromwell, one of the cousinry of the Protector's family. He was a bachelor, and spent most of his time in London. He had some pretensions to scholarship and literature, having translated several of Ovid's elegies for Tonson's Miscellany. With Wycherley, Gay, Dennis, the popular actors and actresses of the day, and with all the frequenters of Will's, Cromwell was familiar. He had done more than take a pinch out of Dryden's snuff box, which was a point of high ambition and honour at Will's. He had quarrelled with him about a frail poetess, Mrs. Elizabeth Thomas, whom Dryden had christened Corinna, and who was also known as Sappho. Gay characterized this literary and eccentric beau as "honest, hatless Cromwell, with red breeches," it being his custom to carry his hat in his hand when walking with ladies. What with ladies and literature, rehearsals and reviews, and critical attention to the quality of his coffee and Brazil snuff, Henry Cromwell's time was fully occupied in town. Cromwell was a dangerous acquaintance for Pope at the age of 16 or 17, but he was a very agreeable one. Most of Pope's letters to his friends are addressed to him at the Blue Hall in Great Wyld Street, near Drury Lane, and others to Widow Hambledon's coffee house at the end of Prince's Street, near Drury Lane, London. Cromwell made one visit to Binfield. On his return to London, Pope wrote to him, referring to the ladies in particular, and to his favourite coffee. Will's was the great resort for the wits of Dryden's time, after whose death it was transferred to Button's. Pope describes the houses as opposite each other in Russell Street, Covent Garden, where Addison established Daniel Button in a new house about 1712, and his fame after the production of Cato drew many of the Whigs thither. Button had been servant to the Countess of Warwick. The house is more correctly described as over against Tom's, near the middle of the south side of the street. Addison was the great patron of Button's, but it is said that when he suffered any vexation from his countess, he withdrew from Button's house. His chief companions before he married Lady Warwick were Steele, Budgell, Phillips, Carey, Davenant, and Colonel Brett. He used to breakfast with one or other of them in St. James's Place, dine at taverns with them, then to Button's, and then to some tavern again, for supper in the evening. And this was the usual round of his life, as Pope tells us in Spenser's Anecdotes, where Pope also says, Addison usually studied all the morning, then met his party at Button's, dined there, and stayed 5 or 6 hours, and sometimes far into the night. I was of the company for about a year, but found it too much for me. It hurt my health, and so I quitted it. Again, there had been a coldness between me and Mr. Addison for some time, and we had not been in company together for a good while anywhere but at Button's coffee house, where I used to see him almost every day. Here Pope is reported to have said of Patrick the lexicographer that a dictionary maker might know the meaning of one word, but not of two put together. Button's was the receiving house for contributions to the Guardian, for which purpose was put up a lion's head letter box, in imitation of the celebrated lion at Venice, as humorously announced, thus: N.B. Mr. Ironside has, within 5 weeks last past, muzzled 3 lions, gorged 5, and killed 1. On Monday next the skin of the dead one will be hung up in terrorem at Button's coffee house. I intend to publish once every week the roarings of the lion, and hope to make him roar so loud as to be heard over all the British nation. I have, I know not how, been drawn into tattle of myself, more majorum, almost the length of a whole Guardian. I shall therefore fill up the remaining part of it with what still relates to my own person and my correspondence. Now I would have them all know that on the 20th instant it is my intention to erect a lion's head, in imitation of those I have described in Venice, through which all the private commonwealth is said to pass. This head is to open a most wide and voracious mouth, which shall take in such letters and papers as are conveyed to me by my correspondents, it being my resolution to have a particular regard to all such matters as come to my hands through the mouth of the lion. There will be under it a box, of which the key will be in my own custody, to receive such papers as are dropped into it. Whatever the lion swallows, I shall digest for the use of the public. This head requires some time to finish, the workmen being resolved to give it several masterly touches, and to represent it as ravenous as possible. It will be set up in Button's coffee house in Covent Garden, who is directed to show the way to the lion's head, and to instruct any young author how to convey his works into the mouth of it with safety and secrecy. I think myself obliged to acquaint the public that the lion's head, of which I advertised them about a fortnight ago, is now erected at Button's coffee house, in Russell Street, Covent Garden, where it opens its mouth at all hours for the reception of such intelligence as shall be thrown into it, It is reckoned an excellent piece of workmanship, and was designed by a great hand in imitation of the antique Egyptian lion, the face of it being compounded out of that of a lion and a wizard. The features are strong and well furrowed. The whiskers are admired by all that have seen them. It is planted on the western side of the coffee house, holding its paws under the chin upon a box, which contains everything that he swallows. He is indeed a proper emblem of knowledge and action, being all head and paws. Being obliged at present to attend a particular affair of my own, I do empower my printer to look into the arcana of the lion, and select out of them such as may be of public utility; and Mr. Button is hereby authorized and commanded to give my said printer free ingress and egress to the lion without any hindrance, let, or molestation whatsoever, until such time as he shall receive orders to the contrary. And for so doing, this shall be his warrant. My lion, whose jaws are at all times open to intelligence, informs me that there are a few enormous weapons still in being, but that they are to be met with only in gaming houses and some of the obscure retreats of lovers in and about Drury Lane and Covent Garden. This memorable lion's head was tolerably well carved. Through the mouth the letters were dropped into a till at Button's, and beneath were inscribed these two lines from Martial: Servantur magnis isti cervicibus anguis, non nisi delecta pascitur ill fera. The head was designed by Hogarth, and is etched in Ireland's illustrations. Lord Chesterfield is said to have once offered for the head 50 guineas. From Button's it was removed to the Shakespeare's Head Tavern, under the Piazza, kept by a person named Tomkins, and in 1751 was for a short time placed in the Bedford Coffee House, immediately adjoining the Shakespeare, and there employed as a letter box by Dr. John Hill for his inspector. In 1769 Tomkins was succeeded by his waiter, Campbell, as proprietor of the tavern and Lion's Head, and by him the latter was retained until November 8, 1804, when it was purchased by Mr. Charles Richardson, of Richardson's Hotel, for £17 10s., who also possessed the original sign of the Shakespeare's Head. After Mr. Richardson's death in 1827, the lion's head devolved to his son, of whom it was bought by the Duke of Bedford and deposited at Woburn Abbey, where it still remains. Pope was subjected to much annoyance and insult at Button's. Sir Samuel Garth wrote to Gay that everybody was pleased with Pope's translation, but a few at Button's, to which Gay adds to Pope, "I am confirmed that at Button's your character is made very free with, as to morals, etc." Cibber, in a letter to Pope, says, "When you used to pass your hours at Button's, you were even there remarkable for your satirical itch of provocation. Scarce was there a gentleman of any pretension to wit, whom your unguarded temper had not fallen upon in some biting epigram, among which you once caught a pastoral Tartar, whose resentment, that your punishment might be proportionate to the smart of your poetry, had stuck up a birchen rod in the room to be ready whenever you might come within reach of it. And at this rate you writ and rallied and writ on, till you rhymed yourself quite out of the coffee house. The pastoral Tartar was Ambrose Philips, who, says Johnson, hung up a rod at Button's, with which he threatened to chastise Pope." Pope, in a letter to Craggs, thus explains the affair: Mr. Phillips did express himself with much indignation against me one evening at Button's coffee house, as I was told, saying that I was entered into a cabal with Dean Swift and others, to write against the Whig interest, and in particular to undermine his own reputation and that of his friends, Steele and Addison. But Mr. Phillips never opened his lips to my face on this or any like occasion, though I was almost every night in the same room with him, nor ever offered me any indecorum. Mr. Addison came to me a night or two after Phillips had talked in this idle manner, and assured me of his disbelief of what had been said, of the friendship we should always maintain, and desired I would say nothing further of it. My Lord Halifax did me the honour to stir in this matter, by speaking to several people to obviate a false aspersion, which might have done me no small prejudice with one party. However, Phillips did all he could secretly to continue to report with the Hanover Club, and kept in his hands the subscriptions paid for me to him, as secretary to that club. The heads of it have since given him to understand that they take it ill. But upon the terms I ought to be with such a man, I would not ask him for this money, but commissioned one of the players, his equals, to receive it. This is the whole matter. But as to the secret grounds of this malignity, they will make a very pleasant history when we meet. Another account says that the rod was hung up at the bar of Button's, and that Pope avoided it by remaining at home, his usual custom. Phillips was known for his courage and superior dexterity with the sword. He afterwards became justice of the peace, and used to mention Pope, whenever he could get a man in authority to listen to him, as an enemy to the government. At Button's, the leading company, particularly Addison and Steele, met in large flowing flaxen wigs. Sir Godfrey Kneller, too, was a frequenter. The master died in 1731, when in the Daily Advertiser, October 5th, appeared the following: On Sunday morning died, after 3 days' illness, Mr. Button, who formerly kept Button's Coffee House in Russell Street, Covent Garden, a very noted house for wits, being the place where the Lion produced the famous Tatlers and Spectators, written by the late Mr. Secretary Addison and Sir Richard Steele, Knight, which works will transmit their names with honour to posterity. Among other wits who frequented Button's were Swift, Arbuthnot, Savage, Budgell, Martin Folkes, and Doctors Garth and Armstrong. In 1720, Hogarth mentions 4 drawings in Indian ink of the characters at Button's Coffee House. In these were sketches of Arbuthnot, Addison, Pope, as it is conjectured, and a certain Count Viviani, identified years afterwards by Horace Walpole, when the drawings came under his notice. They subsequently came into Ireland's possession. Jemmy Maclean, or Maclean, the fashionable highwayman, was a frequent visitor at Button's. Mr. John Taylor, of the Sun newspaper, describes Maclean as a tall, showy, good-looking man. A Mr. Donaldson told Taylor that, observing Maclean paid particular attention to the barmaid of the coffee house, the daughter of the landlord, he gave a hint to the father of Maclean's dubious character. The father cautioned the daughter against the highwayman's addresses, and imprudently told her by whose advice he put her on her guard. She as imprudently told Maclean. The next time Donaldson visited the coffee room, and sitting in one of the boxes, Maclean entered, and in a loud tone said, "Mr. Donaldson, I wish to spake to you in a private room." Mr. D, being unarmed, and naturally afraid of being alone with such a man, said in answer, that as nothing could pass between them that he did not wish the whole world to know, he begged leave to decline the invitation. "Very well," said Maclean as he left the room, "we shall meet again." A day or two after, as Mr. Donaldson was walking near Richmond in the evening, he saw Maclean on horseback. But fortunately at that moment a gentleman's carriage appeared in view, when Maclean immediately turned his horse towards the carriage, and Donaldson hurried into the protection of Richmond as fast as he could. But for the appearance of the carriage, which presented better prey, it is possible that Maclean would have shot Mr. Donaldson immediately. Maclean's father was an Irish dean. His brother was a Calvinist minister in great esteem at The Hague. Maclean himself had been a grocer in Welbeck Street, but losing a wife that he loved extremely, and by whom he had one little girl, he quitted his business with £200 in his pockets, which he soon spent, and then took to the road with only one companion, Plunkett, a journeyman apothecary. Maclean was taken in the autumn of 1750 by selling a laced waistcoat to a pawnbroker in Monmouth Street, who happened to carry it to the very man who had just sold the lace. Maclean impeached his companion, Plunkett, but was not taken. The former got into verse. Gray, in his long story, sings: "A sudden fit of ague shook him, he stood as mute as poor Maclean." Button's subsequently became a private house, and here Mrs. Inchbald lodged, probably after the death of her sister, for whose support she practiced such noble and generous self-denial. Mrs. Inchbald's income was now £172 a year, and we are told that she now went to reside in a boarding house, where she enjoyed more of the comforts of life. Phillips, the publisher, offered her £1,000 for her memoirs, which she declined. She died in a boarding house at Kensington on the 1st of August, 1821, leaving about £6,000 judiciously divided amongst her relatives. Her simple and parsimonious habits were very strange. "Last Thursday," she writes, "I finished scouring my bedroom, while a coach with a coronet and 2 footmen waited at my door to take me an airing." One of the most agreeable memories connected with Buttons, says Leigh Hunt, is that of Garth, a man whom, for the sprightliness and generosity of his nature, it is a pleasure to name. He was one of the most amiable and intelligent of a most amiable and intelligent class of men, the physicians. It was just after Queen Anne's accession that Swift made acquaintance with the leaders of the wits at Button's. Ambrose Phillips refers to him as the strange clergyman whom the frequenters of the coffee house had observed for some days. He knew no one knew him. He would lay his hat down on a table and walk up and down at a brisk pace for half an hour without speaking to anyone, or seeming to pay attention to anything that was going forward. Then he would snatch up his hat, pay his money at the bar, and walk off without having opened his lips. The frequenters of the room had christened him the Mad Parson. One evening, as Mr. Addison and the rest were observing him, they saw him cast his eyes several times upon a gentleman in boots, who seemed to be just come out of the country. At last Swift advanced towards this bucolic gentleman, as if intending to address him. They were all eager to hear what the dumb parson had to say, and immediately quitted their seats to get near him. Swift went up to the country gentleman, and in a very abrupt manner, without any previous salute, asked him, "Pray, sir, do you know any good weather in the world?" After staring a little at the singularity of Swift's manner and the oddity of the question, the gentleman answered, "Yes, sir, I thank God I remember a great deal of good weather in my time." "That is more," replied Swift, "than I can say. I never remember any weather that was not too hot or too cold, too wet or too dry. But however God Almighty contrives it, at the end of the year 'tis all very well." Sir Walter Scott gives, upon the authority of Dr. Wall of Worcester, who had it from Dr. Arbuthnot himself, the following anecdote, less coarse than the version generally told. Swift was seated by the fire at Button's. There was sand on the floor of the coffee room, and Arbuthnot, with a design to play upon this original figure, offered him a letter which he had just been addressing, saying at the same time, "There, sand that." "I have got no sand," answered Swift, "but I can help you to a little gravel." This he said so significantly that Arbuthnot hastily snatched back his letter to save it from the fate of the capital of Lilliput. Tom's Coffee House in Birchin Lane, Cornhill, though in the main a mercantile resort, acquired some celebrity from its having been frequented by Garrick, who, to keep up an interest in the city, appeared here about twice in a winter at change time, when it was the rendezvous of young merchants. Hawkins says, "After all that has been said of Mr. Garrick, envy must own that he owed his celebrity to his merit, and yet of that himself so diffident, that he practised sundry little but innocent arts to ensure the favour of the public. Yet he did more. When a rising actor complained to Mrs. Garrick that the newspapers abused him, the widow replied, 'You should write your own criticisms. David always did.' One evening Murphy was at Tom's, when Colley Cibber was playing at whist, with an old general for his partner. As the cards were dealt to him, he took up every one in turn, and expressed his disappointment at each indifferent one. In the progress of the game he did not follow suit, and his partner said, 'What, have you not a spade, Mr. Cibber?' The latter, looking at his cards, answered, 'Oh yes, 1,000,' which drew a very peevish comment from the general. On which Cibber, who was shockingly addicted to swearing, replied, 'Don't be angry, for I can play 10 times worse if I like.'" End of Section 57. Section 58 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. All About Coffee by William Ukers. The History of Coffee in Literature. Part 7. The celebrated Bedford Coffee House in Covent Garden once attracted so much attention as to have published Memoirs of the Bedford Coffee House, 2 editions, 1751 and 1763. It stood under the piazza in Covent Garden, in the northwest corner near the entrance to the theatre, and has long ceased to exist. In the Connoisseur, No. 1, 1754, we are assured that "this coffee house is every night crowded with men of parts. Almost everyone you meet is a polite scholar and a wit. Jokes and bon mots are echoed from box to box. Every branch of literature is critically examined, and the merit of every production of the press or performance of the theatres weighed and determined." And in the above-named memoirs we read that "this spot has been signalized for many years as the emporium of wit, the seat of criticism, and the standard of taste." Names of those who frequented the house: Foote, Mr. Fielding, Mr. Woodward, Mr. Lyon, Mr. Murphy, Mopsy, Dr. Arne. Dr. Arne was the only man in a suit of velvet in the dog days. Stacy kept the Bedford when John and Henry Fielding, Hogarth, Churchill, Woodward, Lloyd, Dr. Goldsmith, and many others met there, and held a gossiping, shilling rubber club. Henry Fielding was a very smart fellow. The inspector appears to have given rise to this reign of the Bedford when there was placed here the lion from Buttons, which proved so serviceable to Steele, and once more fixed the dominion of wit in Covent Garden. The reign of wit and pleasantry did not, however, cease at the Bedford at the demise of the inspector. A race of punsters next succeeded. A particular box was allotted to this occasion, out of hearing of the lady of the bar, that the double entendres, which were sometimes very indelicate, might not offend her. The Bedford was beset with scandalous nuisances, of which the following letter from Arthur Murphy to Garrick, April 10th, 1768, presents a pretty picture. Tiger Roach, who used to bully at the Bedford Coffee House because his name was Roach, is set up by Wilkie's friends to burlesque Luttrell and his pretensions. I own I do not know a more ridiculous circumstance than to be a joint candidate with the Tiger. O'Brien used to take him off very pleasantly, and perhaps you may, from his representation, have some idea of this important wight. He used to sit with a half-starved look, a black patch upon his cheek, pale with the idea of murder, or with rank cowardice, a quivering lip, and a downcast eye. In that manner he used to sit at a table all alone, and his soliloquy, interrupted now and then with faint attempts to throw off a little saliva, was to the following effect: "Hut! hut! A mercer's prentice with a bagwick! Damn my soul, if I would not skiver a dozen of them like larks! Hut! hut! I don't understand such airs. I'd cudgel 'em back, breast and belly, for 3 skips of a louse. How do you do, Pat? Hut! hut! God's blood, Larry, I'm glad to see you. Prentices, a fine thing indeed. Hut! hut! How do you do, Dominic? Damn my soul, what's here to do?" These were the meditations of this agreeable youth. From one of these reveries he started up one night when I was there, called a Mr. Bagnell out of the room, and most heroically stabbed him in the dark, the other having no weapon to defend himself with. In this career the Tiger persisted, till at length a Mr. Leonard brandished a whip over his head, and stood in a menacing attitude, commanding him to ask pardon directly. The Tiger shrank from the danger, and with a faint voice pronounced, "Hut! What signifies it between you and me? Well, well, I ask your pardon. Speak louder, sir, I don't hear a word you say." And indeed he was so very tall that it seemed as if the sound, sent feebly from below, could not ascend to such a height. This is the hero who is to figure at Brentford. Foot's favorite coffee house was the Bedford. He was also a constant frequenter of Tom's, and took a lead in the club held there, and already described. Dr. Barrowby, the well-known newsmonger of the Bedford, and the satirical critic of the day, has left this whole-length sketch of Foot. One evening, he says, he saw a young man extravagantly dressed out in a frock suit of green and silver lace, bagwig, sword, bouquet, and point ruffles enter the room at the Bedford, and immediately join the critical circle at the upper end. Nobody recognized him, but such was the ease of his bearing, and the point of humor and remark with which he at once took up the conversation, that his presence seemed to disconcert no one, and a sort of pleased buzz of "Who is he?" was still going round the room unanswered, when a handsome carriage stopped at the door. He rose and quitted the room, and the servants announced that his name was Foot, and that he was a young gentleman of family and fortune, a student of the Inner Temple, and that the carriage had called for him on its way to the assembly of a lady of fashion. Dr. Barrowby once turned the laugh against Foote at the Bedford when he was ostentatiously showing his gold repeater, with the remark, "Why, my watch does not go." "It soon will go," quietly remarked the doctor. Young Collins, the poet, who came to town in 1744 to seek his fortune, made his way to the Bedford, where Foote was supreme among the wits and critics. Like Foote, Collins was fond of fine clothes, and walked about with a feather in his hat, very unlike a young man who had not a single guinea he could call his own. A letter of the time tells us that Collins was an acceptable companion everywhere, and among the gentlemen who loved him for a genius may be reckoned the Doctors Armstrong, Barrowby, Hill, Messrs. Quin, Garrick, and Foote, who frequently took his opinions upon their pieces before they were seen by the public. He was particularly noticed by the geniuses who frequented the Bedford and Slaughter's coffee houses. 10 years later, 1754, we find Foote again supreme in his critical corner at the Bedford. The regular frequenters of the room strove to get admitted to his party at supper, and others got as near as they could to the table, as the only humor flowed from Foote's tongue. The Bedford was now in its highest repute. Foote and Garrick often met at the Bedford, and many and sharp were their encounters. They were the two great rivals of the day. Foote usually attacked, and Garrick, who had many weak points, was mostly the sufferer. Garrick in early life had been in the wine trade, and had supplied the Bedford with wine. He was thus described by Foote as living in Durham Yard, with 3 quarts of vinegar in the cellar, calling himself a wine merchant. How Foote must have abused the Bedford wine of this period! One night Foote came into the Bedford, where Garrick was seated, and there gave him an account of a most wonderful actor he had just seen. Garrick was on the tenters of suspense, and there Foote kept him a full hour. Foote brought the attack to a close by asking Garrick what he thought of Mr. Pitt's histrionic talents, when Garrick, glad of the release, declared that if Pitt had chosen the stage, he might have been the first actor upon it. Another night Garrick and Foote were about to leave the Bedford together, when the latter, in paying the bill, dropped a guinea, and, not finding it at once, said, "Where on earth can it be gone to?" "Gone to the devil, I think," replied Garrick, who had assisted in the search. "Well said, David," was Foote's reply. "Let you alone for making a guinea go further than anybody else." Churchill's quarrel with Hogarth began at the Shilling Rubber Club in the parlor of the Bedford, when Hogarth used some very insulting language towards Churchill, who resented it in the epistle. This quarrel showed more venom than wit. Never, says Walpole, did 2 angry men of their abilities throw mud with less dexterity. Woodward, the comedian, mostly lived at the Bedford, was intimate with Stacy, the landlord, and gave him his W.'s portrait, with a mask in his hand, one of the early pictures by Sir Joshua Reynolds. Stacy played an excellent game at whist. One morning about 2 o'clock one of the waiters awoke him to tell him that a nobleman had knocked him up and had desired him to call his master to play a rubber with him for 100 guineas. Stacy got up, dressed himself, won the money, and was in bed and asleep all within an hour. After Macklin had retired from the stage in 1754, he opened that portion of the Piazza houses in Covent Garden, afterwards known as the Tavistock Hotel. Here he fitted up a large coffee room, a theater for oratory, and other apartments. To a 3s. ordinary he added a shilling lecture or School of Oratory and Criticism. He presided at the dinner table and carved for the company, after which he played a sort of oracle of eloquence. Fielding has happily sketched him in his Voyage to Lisbon. Unfortunately for the fishmongers of London, the Dory only resides in the Devonshire seas; for could any of this company only convey one to the temple of luxury under the piazza, where Macklin, the high priest, daily serves up his rich offerings, great would be the reward of that fishmonger. In the lecture, Macklin undertook to make each of his audience an orator, by teaching him how to speak. He invited hints and discussions. The novelty of the scheme attracted the curiosity of numbers, and this curiosity he still further excited by a very uncommon controversy which now subsisted, either in imagination or reality, between him and Foote, who abused one another very openly, Squire Sammy having for his purpose engaged the little theatre in the Haymarket. Besides this personal attack, various subjects were debated here in the manner of the Robin Hood Society, which filled the orator's pocket and proved his rhetoric of some value. Here is one of his combats with Foote. The subject was duelling in Ireland, which Macklin had illustrated as far as the reign of Elizabeth. Foote cried, "Order!" He had a question to put. "Well, sir," said Macklin, "what have you to say on this subject?" "I think, sir," said Foote, "this matter might be settled in a few words. What o'clock is it, sir?" Macklin could not possibly see what the clock had to do with a dissertation upon dueling, but gruffly reported the hour to be 9:30. "Very well," said Foote. "About this time of the night every gentleman in Ireland that can possibly afford it is in his third bottle of claret, and therefore in a fair way of getting drunk; and from drunkenness proceeds quarrelling, and from quarrelling duelling, and so there's an end of the chapter." The company were much obliged to Foote for his interference, the hour being considered, though Macklin did not relish this abridgment. The success of Foote's fun upon Macklin's lectures led him to establish a summer entertainment of his own at the Haymarket. He took up Macklin's notion of applying Greek tragedy to modern subjects, and the squib was so successful that Foote cleared by it £500 in 5 nights, while the great Piazza coffee room in Covent Garden was shut up, and Macklin in the Gazette as a bankrupt. But when the great plan of Mr. Macklin proved abortive, when, as he said in a former prologue, upon a nearly similar occasion, "From scheming, fretting, famine, and despair, we saw to grace restored an exiled player," when the town was sated with the seemingly concocted quarrel between the two theatrical geniuses, Macklin locked his doors, all animosity was laid aside, and they came and shook hands at the Bedford. The group resumed their appearance, and with a new master a new set of customers was seen. Tom King's coffee house was one of the old night houses of Covent Garden Market. It was a rude shed immediately beneath the portico of St. Paul's Church, and was one well known to all gentlemen to whom beds are unknown. Fielding in one of his prologues says, "What rake is ignorant of King's coffee house?" It is in the background of Hogarth's print of Morning, where the prim maiden lady walking to church is soured with seeing 2 fuddled beaux from King's coffee house caressing 2 frail women. At the door there is a drunken row, in which swords and cudgels are the weapons. Harwood's Alumni Étonnants, page 239, in the account of the boys elected from Eton to King's College, contains this entry: A.D. 1713, Thomas King, born at West Ashton in Wiltshire, went away scholar in apprehension that his fellowship would be denied him, and afterwards kept that coffee house in Covent Garden which was called by his own name. Moll King was landlady after Tom's death. She was witty, and her house was much frequented, though it was little better than a shed. Noblemen and the first beau, said Stacy, after leaving court, would go to her house in full dress, with swords and bags, and in rich brocaded silk coats, and walked and conversed with persons of every description. She would serve chimney sweepers, gardeners, and the market people in common with her lords of the highest rank. Mr. Apries, a tall, thin man in rich dress, was her constant customer. He was called Cadwallader by the frequenters of Moll's. It is not surprising that Moll was often fined for keeping a disorderly house. At length she retired from business and the pillory to Hempstead, where she lived on her ill-earned gains, but paid for a pew in church, and was charitable at appointed seasons, and died in peace in 1747. The Piazza Coffee House at the northeastern angle of Covent Garden Piazza appears to have originated with Macklin's, for we read in an advertisement in the Public Advisor, March 5, 1756, "The Great Piazza Coffee Room in Covent Garden." The piazza was much frequented by Sheridan, and here is located the well-known anecdote told of his coolness during the burning of Drury Lane Theatre in 1809. It is said that as he sat at the piazza during the fire, taking some refreshment, a friend of his having remarked on the philosophical calmness with which he bore his misfortune, Sheridan replied, "A man may surely be allowed to take a glass of wine by his own fireside." Sheridan and John Kemble often dined together at the piazza, to be handy to the theatre. During Kemble's management, Sheridan had occasion to make a complaint, which brought a nervous letter from Kemble, to which Sheridan's reply is amusing enough. Thus he writes, that the management of a theatre is a situation capable of becoming troublesome, is information which I do not want, and a discovery which I thought you made long ago. Sheridan then treats Kemble's letter as a nervous flight, not to be noticed seriously, adding his anxiety for the interest of the theatre, and alluding to Kemble's touchiness and reserve, and thus concludes, "If there is anything amiss in your mind not arising from the troublesomeness of your situation, it is childish and unmanly not to disclose it. The frankness with which I have dealt towards you entitles me to expect that you should have done so. But I have no reason to believe this to be the case, and attributing your letter to a disorder which I know ought not to be indulged, I prescribe that thou shalt keep thine appointment at the Piazza Coffee House to-morrow at 5, and taking 4 bottles of claret instead of 3, to which in sound health you might stint yourself, forget that you ever wrote the letter, as I shall that I ever received it. R.B. Sheridan." The piazza façade and interior were of Gothic design. When the house was demolished, in its place was built the Floral Hall, after the Crystal Palace model. The Chapter Coffee House was a literary place of resort in Paternoster Row, especially in connection with the Wittenagemot of the last century. A very interesting account of the chapter at a later period, 1848, is given by Mrs. Gaskell. Goldsmith frequented the chapter and always occupied one place, which for many years after was the seat of literary honor there. There are leather tokens of the Chapter Coffee House in existence. Child's Coffee House in St. Paul's Churchyard was one of the spectators' houses. Sometimes, he says, I smoke a pipe at Child's, and whilst I seem attentive to nothing but the postman, overhear the conversation of every table in the room. It was much frequented by the clergy, for the Spectator No. 609 notices the mistake of a country gentleman in taking all persons in scarfs for doctors of divinity, since only a scarf of the first magnitude entitles him to the appellation of doctor from his landlady and the boy at Child's. Child's was the resort of Dr. Mead and other professional men of eminence. The Fellows of the Royal Society came here. Whiston relates that Sir Hans Sloane, Dr. Halley, and he were once at Child's, when Dr. H. asked him, W., why he was not a member of the Royal Society. Whiston answered, because they durst not choose a heretic. Upon which Dr. H. said, if Sir Hans Sloane would propose him, W., he, Dr. H., would second it, which was done accordingly. The propinquity of Child's to the Cathedral and Doctors' Commons made it the resort of the clergy and ecclesiastical loungers. In that respect Child's was superseded by the chapter in Paternoster Row. The London Coffee House was established previous to the year 1731, for we find of it the following advertisement: May 1731. Whereas it is customary for coffee houses and other public houses to take 8s. for a quart of arrack, and 6s. for a quart of brandy or rum made into punch, this is to give notice that James Ashley has opened on Ludgate Hill the London Coffee House, Punch House, Dorchester Beer, and Welsh Ale Warehouse, where the finest and best old arrack, rum, and French brandy is made into punch, with the other of the finest ingredients, viz., a quart of arrack made into punch for 6s., and so in proportion to the smallest quantity, which is half a quartern for 4d. halfpenny. A quart of rum or brandy made into punch for 4s., and so in proportion to the smallest quantity, which is half a quartern for 4d. halfpenny, and gentlemen may have it as soon made as a gill of wine can be drawn. The premises occupied a Roman site, for in 1800, in the rear of the house, in a bastion of the city wall, was found a sepulchral monument dedicated to Claudina Martina by her husband, a provincial Roman soldier. Here also were found a fragment of a statue of Hercules and a female head. In front of the coffee house, immediately west of St. Martin's Church, stood Ludgate. The London Coffee House was noted for its publishers' sales of stock and copyrights. It was within the rules of the Fleet Prison, and in the coffee house were locked up for the night such juries from the Old Bailey sessions as could not agree upon verdicts. The house was long kept by the grandfather and father of Mr. John Leech, the celebrated artist. A singular incident occurred at the London Coffee House many years since. Mr. Brayley, the topographer, was present at a party here, when Mr. Broadhurst, the famous tenor, by singing a high note, caused a wineglass on the table to break, the bowl being separated from the stem. From the Kingdom's Intelligencer, a weekly paper, published by authority in 1662, we learn that there had just been opened a new coffee house, with the sign of the Turk's Head, where was sold by retail the right coffee powder, from 4s. to 6s. 8d. per pound; that pounded in a mortar, 2s. East Indian berry, 1s. 6d., and the right Turkey berry, well garbled, at 3s.; the ungarbled for less. with directions how to use the same. Also chocolate at 2s. 6d. per pound, the perfumed from 4s. to 10s. Also sherbets made in Turkey of lemons, roses, and violets perfumed, and tea or cha according to its goodness. The house seal is Morat the Great. Gentlemen customers and acquaintances are, the next New Year's Day, invited to the Sign of the Great Turk at this new coffee house, where coffee will be on free cost. Morat figures as a tyrant in Dryden's Aurungzebe. There is a token of this house with the Sultan's head in the Beaufoy collection. Another token in the same collection is of unusual excellence, probably by John Roitier. It has on the obverse, "Morat ye great men did me call," Sultan's head reverse, "Where'er I came I conquered all. In the field, coffee, tobacco, sherbet, tea, chocolate, retail in Exchange Alley." The word tea, says Mr. Burn, occurs on no other tokens than those issued from the Great Turk Coffee House in Exchange Alley. In one of its advertisements, 1662, tea is from 6s. to 60s. a pound. Competition arose. One Constantine Jennings in Threadneedle Street, over against St. Christopher's Church, advertised that coffee, chocolate, sherbet, and tea, the right turkey berry, may be had as cheap and as good of him as is anywhere to be had for money, and that people may there be taught to prepare the said liquors gratis. Pepys in his diary tells, September 25, 1669, of his sending for "a cup of tea, a China drink he had not before tasted." Henry Bennet, Earl of Arlington, about 1666, introduced tea at court, and in his Sir Charles Sedley's Mulberry Garden we are told that "he who wished to be considered a man of fashion always drank wine and water at dinner, and a dish of tea afterwards." These details are condensed from Mr. Burns' excellent Beaufoy Catalogue, 2nd edition, 1855. In Gerrard Street, Soho, also, was another Turk's Head coffee house, where was held a Turk's Head Society. In 1777 we find Gibbon writing to Garrick, "At this time of year (August 14th) the Society of the Turk's Head can no longer be addressed as a corporate body, and most of the individual members are probably dispersed. Adam Smith in Scotland, Burke in the shades of Beaconsfield, Fox the Lord or the devil knows where." The place was a kind of headquarters for the Loyal Association during the rebellion of 1745. Here was founded the Literary Club, and a select body for the protection and encouragement of art. Another society of artists met in Peter's Court, St. Martin's Lane, from the year 1739 to 1769. After continued squabbles, which lasted for many years, the principal artists met together at the Turk's Head, where many others having joined them, they petitioned the King, George III., to become patron of a Royal Academy of Art. His Majesty consented, and the new society took a room in Pall Mall, opposite to Market Lane, where they remained until the King, in the year 1771, granted them apartments in Old Somerset House. The Turk's Head Coffee House, No. 142 in the Strand, was a favourite supping house with Dr. Johnson and Boswell, in whose Life of Johnson are several entries, commencing with 1763. At night Mr. Johnson and I supped in a private room at the Turk's Head Coffee House in the Strand. "I encourage this house," said he, "for the mistress of it is a good civil woman, and has not much business." Another entry is, We concluded the day at the Turk's Head Coffee House very socially, and August 3rd, 1673, we had our last social meeting at the Turk's Head Coffee House before my setting out for foreign parts. The name was afterwards changed to the Turk's Head, Canada and Bath Coffee House, and was a well-frequented tavern and hotel. At the Turk's Head, or Miles Coffee House, New Palace Yard, Westminster, the noted Rota Club met, founded by Harrington in 1659, where was a large oval table, with a passage in the middle for Miles to deliver his coffee. For many years previous to the streets of London being completely paved, Slaughter's Coffee House was called the Coffee House on the Pavement. Besides being the resort of artists, Old Slaughter's was the house of call for Frenchmen. St. Martin's Lane was long one of the headquarters of the artists of the last century. In the time of Benjamin West, says J.T. Smith, and before the formation of the Royal Academy, Greek Street, St. Martin's Lane, and Gerrard Street was their only colony. Old Slaughter's Coffee House in St. Martin's Lane was their grand resort in the evenings, and Hogarth was a constant visitor. He lived at the Golden Head, on the eastern side of Leicester Fields, in the northern half of the Sablonnière Hotel. The head he cut out himself from pieces of cork. Glued and bound together, it was placed over the street door. At this time young Benjamin West was living in chambers in Bedford Street, Covent Garden, and had there set up his easel. He was married in 1765 at St. Martin's Church. Roubilliac was often to be found at Slaughter's in early life, probably before he gained the patronage of Sir Edward Walpole, through finding and returning to the baronet the pocketbook of bank notes which the young maker of monuments had picked up in Vauxhall Gardens. Sir Edward, to remunerate his integrity and his skill, of which he showed specimens, promised to patronize Roubilliac through life, and he faithfully performed this promise. Young Gainsborough, who spent 3 years amid the works of the painters in St. Martin's Lane, Hayman and Cipriani, who were all eminently convivial, were, in all probability, frequenters of Slaughter's. Smith tells us that Quin and Hayman were inseparable friends, and so convivial that they seldom parted till daylight. Mr. Cunningham relates that here, in early life, Wilkie would enjoy a small dinner at a small cost. I have been told by an old frequenter of the house that Wilkie was always the last dropper in for dinner, and that he was never seen to dine in the house by daylight. The truth is, he slaved at his art at home till the last glimpse of daylight had disappeared. Haydon was accustomed, in the early days of his fitful career, to dine here with Wilkie. In his autobiography, in the year 1808, Haydon writes, "This period of our lives was one of great happiness, painting all day, then dining at the old Slaughter chop house, then going to the Academy until 8 to fill up the evening, then going home to tea, that blessing of a studious man, talking over respective exploits, what he, Wilkie, had been doing, and what I had been doing. And then, frequently, to relieve our minds fatigued by their 8 and 12 hours' work, giving vent to the most extraordinary absurdities. Often have we made rhymes on odd names, and shouted with laughter at each new line that was added. Sometimes, lazily inclined after a good dinner, we have lounged about near Drury Lane or Covent Garden, hesitating whether to go in, and often have I, knowing first that there was nothing I wished to see, assumed a virtue I did not possess, and pretending moral superiority, preached to Wilkie on the weakness of not resisting such temptations for the sake of our art and our duty, and marched him off to his studies when he was longing to see Mother Goose. J.T. Smith refers to Old Slaughter's as formerly the rendezvous of Pope, Dryden, and other wits, and much frequented by several eminently clever men of his day. Thither came Ware, the architect, who, when a little sickly boy, was apprenticed to a chimney sweeper, and was seen chalking the street front of Whitehall by a gentleman who purchased the remainder of the boy's time, gave him an excellent education, then sent him to Italy, and upon his return employed him, and introduced him to his friends as an architect. Ware was heard to tell this story while he was sitting to Roubiliac for his bust. Ware built Chesterfield House and several other noble mansions, and compiled a Palladio in folio. He retained the soot in his skin to the day of his death. He was very intimate with Roubiliac, who was an opposite eastern neighbor of Old Slaughter's. Another architect, Gwynn, who competed with Milne for designing and building Blackfriars Bridge, was also a frequent visitor at Old Slaughter's, as was Gravelot, who kept a drawing school in the Strand, nearly opposite to Southampton Street. Hudson, who painted the dilettante portraits, Maardot, the mezzo tinto scraper, and Luke Sullivan, the engraver of Hogarth's March to Finchley, also frequented Old Slaughter's. Likewise Theodore Gardel, the portrait painter, who was executed for the murder of his landlady, and old Moser, keeper of the Drawing Academy in Peter's Court. Parry, the Welsh harper, though totally blind, was one of the first draught players in England, and occasionally played with the frequenters of Old Slaughter's, and here in consequence of a bet. Roubiliac introduced Nathaniel Smith, father of John Thomas, to play at draughts with Parry. The game lasted about half an hour. Parry was much agitated, and Smith proposed to give in. But as there were bets depending, it was played out, and Smith won. This victory brought Smith numerous challenges, and the Dons of the Barn, a public house in St. Martin's Lane, nearly opposite the church, invited him to become a member, but Smith declined. The Barn for many years was frequented by all the noted players of chess and draughts, and it was there that they often decided games of the first importance, played between persons of the highest rank. The Grecian coffee house, Devereux Court, Strand, closed in 1843, was named from Constantine, of Threadneedle Street, the Grecian who kept it. In the Tatler announcement, all accounts of learning are to be under the title of the Grecian, and in the Tatler No. 6, while other parts of the town are amused with the present actions, Marlborough's, we generally spend the evening at this table, at the Grecian, in inquiries into antiquity, and think anything new, which gives us new knowledge. Thus we are making a very pleasant entertainment to ourselves in putting the actions of Homer's Iliad into an exact journal. The Spectator's face was very well known at the Grecian, a coffee house adjacent to the law. Occasionally it was the scene of learned discussion. Thus Dr. King relates that one evening 2 gentlemen who were constant companions were disputing here concerning the accent of a Greek word. This dispute was carried to such a length that the 2 friends thought proper to determine it with their swords. For this purpose they stepped into Devereux Court, where one of them, Dr. King thinks his name was Fitzgerald, was run through the body and died on the spot. The Grecian was Foot's morning lounge. It was handy, too, for the young Templar goldsmith, and often did it echo with Oliver's boisterous mirth, for it had become the favorite resort of the Irish and Lancashire Templars, whom he delighted in collecting around him, in entertaining with a cordial and unostentatious hospitality, and in occasionally amusing with his flute or with whist, neither of which he played very well. Here Goldsmith occasionally wound up his shoemaker's holiday with supper. It was at the Grecian that Fleetwood Shepard told this memorable story to Dr. Tancred Robinson, who gave Richardson permission to repeat it. The Earl of Dorset was in Little Britain, beating about for books to his taste. There was Paradise Lost. He was surprised with some passages he struck upon, dipping here and there, and bought it. The bookseller begged him to speak in his favor if he liked it, for they lay on his hands as waste paper. Shepard was present. My lord took it home, read it, and sent it to Dryden, who in a short time returned it. "This man," says Dryden, "cuts us all out, and the ancients too." George's Coffee House, No. 213, Strand, near Temple Bar, was a noted resort in the 18th and 19th centuries. When it was a coffee house, one day there came in Sir James Lowther, who, after changing a piece of silver with the coffee woman, and paying 2d. for his dish of coffee, was helped into his chariot, for he was very lame and infirm, and went home. Some little time afterwards he returned to the same coffee house, on purpose to acquaint the woman who kept it, that she had given him a bad halfpenny, and demanded another in exchange for it. Sir James had about £40,000 per annum. Shenstone, who found the warmest welcome at an inn, found George's to be economical. "What do you think," he writes, "must be my expense, who love to pry into everything of the kind? Why, truly 1s. My company goes to George's Coffee House, where, for that small subscription, I read all pamphlets under a 3s. Dimension, and, indeed, any larger would not be fit for coffee house perusal." Shenstone relates that Lord Oxford was at George's, when the mob, that were carrying his lordship in effigy, came into the box where he was, to beg money of him, amongst others. This story Horace Walpole contradicts, adding that he supposes Shenstone thought that after Lord Oxford quitted his place, he went to the coffee house to learn news. Arthur Murphy frequented George's, where the town wits met every evening. Lloyd, the law student, sings: "By law let others toil to gain renown. Florio's a gentleman, a man of the town. He nor courts clients, or the law regarding, hurries from Nando's down to Covent Garden. Yet he's a scholar, mark him in the pit, with critic catcall sounds the stops of wit. Supreme at George's he harangues the throng, censor of style from tragedy to song." The Percy Coffee House, Rathbone Place, Oxford Street, no longer exists, but it will be kept in recollection for its having given name to one of the most popular publications of its class, namely the Percy Anecdotes, by Sholto and Reuben Percy, brothers of the Benedictine monastery of Montbengere, in 44 parts, commencing in 1820. So said the title pages, but the names and the locality were supposé. Reuben Percy was Thomas Byerley, who died in 1824. He was the brother of Sir John Byerley, and the first editor of the Mirror, commenced by John Limbird in 1822. Sholto Percy was Joseph Clinton Robertson, who died in 1852. He was the projector of the Mechanics Magazine, which he edited from its commencement to his death. The name of the collection of anecdotes was not taken, as at the time supposed, from the popularity of the Percy Relique, but from the Percy Coffee House, where Byerley and Robertson were accustomed to meet to talk over their joint work. The idea was, however, claimed by Sir Richard Phillips, who stoutly maintained that it originated in a suggestion made by him to Dr. Tilloch and Mr. Maine, to cut the anecdotes from the many years' files of the Star newspaper, of which Dr. Tilloch was the editor, and Mr. Byerley assistant editor; and to the latter, overhearing the suggestion, Sir Richard contested might the Percy anecdotes be traced. They were very successful, and a large sum was realized by the work. Peel's Coffee House, numbers 177 and 178, Fleet Street, east corner of Fetter Lane, was one of the coffee houses of the Johnsonian period, and here was long preserved a portrait of Dr. Johnson, on the keystone of a chimney piece, stated to have been painted by Sir Joshua Reynolds. Peel's was noted for files of newspapers from these dates: Gazette 1759, Times 1780, Morning Chronicle 1773, Morning Post 1773, Morning Herald 1784, Morning Advertiser 1794, and the evening papers from their commencement. The house is now a tavern. Coffee Literature and Ideals. The bibliography at the end of this work will serve to indicate the nature and extent of the general literature of coffee. Not that it is complete or nearly so; it would require twice the space to include mention of all the fugitive bits of verse, essays, and miscellaneous writings in newspapers and periodicals, dealing with the poetry and romance, history, chemistry, and physiological effects of coffee. Only the early works and the more notable contributions of the last 3 centuries are included in the bibliography, but there is sufficient to enable the student to analyze the lines of general progress. A study of the literature of coffee shows that the French really internationalized the beverage. The English and Italians followed. With the advent of the newspaper press, coffee literature began to suffer from its competition. The complexities of modern life suggest that coffee drinking in perfection, the aesthetics, and a new literature of coffee may once more become the pleasure of a small caste. Are the real pleasures of life, the things truly worth while, only to the swift, the most efficient? Who shall say? Are not some of us, particularly in America, rather prone to glorify the gospel of work to such an extent that we are in danger of losing the ability to understand or to enjoy anything else? Granted that this is so, coffee, already recognized as the most grateful lubricant known to the human machine, is destined to play another part of increasing importance in our national life as a kind of national shock absorber as well. But its role is something more than this, surely. When life is drab, it takes away its grayness. When life is sad, it brings us solace. When life is dull, it brings us new inspiration. When we are aweary, it brings us comfort and good cheer. The lure of coffee lies in its appeal to our finer sensibilities, and signs are not wanting that this pursuit of the long, sweet happiness that everyone is seeking will lead some of us, even in big, bustling America, into footpaths that end in places where coffee will offer much of its pristine inspiration and charm. It probably will not be a coffee house anything like that of the long ago, but perhaps it will be a kind of modernized coffee club. Why not? End of section 58.
Section 59 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betty B. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Coffee in Relation to the Fine Arts. Part 1. How coffee and coffee drinking have been celebrated in painting, engraving, sculpture, caricature, lithography, and music. Epics, rhapsodies, and cantatas in praise of coffee. Beautiful specimens of the art of the potter and the silversmith, as shown in the coffee service of various periods in the world's history. Some historical relics. Coffee has inspired the imagination of many poets, musicians, and painters. In the 17th and 18th centuries, those whose genius was dedicated to the fine arts seem to have fallen under its spell and to have produced much of great beauty that has endured. To the painters, engravers, and caricaturists of that period, we are particularly indebted for pictures that have added greatly to our knowledge of early coffee customs and manners. Adrian van Ostade, 1610 to 1685, the Dutch genre painter and etcher, pupil of Frans Hals in his Dutch coffee house, 1650, shows the genesis of the coffee house of Western Europe, about the time it still partook of some of the tavern characteristics. Coffee is being served to a group in the foreground. It is believed to be the oldest existing picture of a coffee house. The illustration is after the etching by J. Beauvarlet in the Graphic Collection at Munich. William Hogarth, 1697 to 1764, the famous English painter and engraver of satirical subjects, chose the coffee houses of his time for the scenes of a number of his social caricatures. In his series, Four Times of the Day, which throws a vivid light on the street life of London of the period of 1738, we are shown Covent Garden at 7:55 a.m. by the clock on St. Paul's Church. A prim maiden lady, said to have been sketched from an elderly relation of the artist who cut him out of her will, on her way home from early service, accompanied by a shivering footboy, is scandalized by the spectacle presented by some roistering blades issuing from Tom King's notorious coffee house to the right. The beaux are forcing their attentions upon the more comely of the market women in the foreground. Tom King was a scholar at Eton before he began his ignoble career. At the date of this picture it is thought he had been succeeded by his widow, Moll King, also of scandalous repute. Scene 6 of The Rake's Progress by Hogarth is laid at the club in White's Chocolate Coffee House, which Dr. Swift described as the common rendezvous of infamous sharpers and noble cullies. The rake has lost all his recently acquired wealth, pulls off his wig, and flings himself upon the floor in a paroxysm of fury and execration. In allusion to the burning of White's in 1733, flames are seen bursting from the wainscot, but the preoccupied gamblers take no heed, even of the watchman crying "Fire!" To the left is seated a highwayman, with horse pistol and black mask in a skirt pocket of his coat. He is so engrossed in his thoughts that he does not notice the boy at his side offering a glass of liquor on a tray. The scene well depicts the low estate to which White's had fallen. It recalls a bit of dialogue from Farquhar's Beaux Stratagem, Act 3, Scene 2, where Amewell says to Gibet, who is a highwayman, "Pray, sir, han't I seen your face at Will's coffee house?" "Yes, sir, and at White's too," answers the highwayman. After the fire, the club and chocolate house were removed to Gaunt's Coffee House. The removal was thus announced in the Daily Post of May 3rd. This is to acquaint all noblemen and gentlemen that Mr. Arthur, having had the misfortune to be burnt out of White's Chocolate House, is removed to Gaunt's Coffee House, next the St. James Coffee House in St. James Street, where he humbly begs they will favor him with their company as usual. Alessandro Longhi, 1733 to 1813, the Italian painter and engraver called the Venetian Hogarth, in one of his pictures presenting life and manners in Venice during the years of her decadence, shows Goldoni, the dramatist, as a visitor in a café of the period, with a female mendicant soliciting alms. In the Louvre at Paris hangs the Petit Déjeuner by François Boucher, 1703 to 1770, famous court painter of Louis XV. It shows a French breakfast room of the period of 1744, and is interesting because it illustrates the introduction of coffee into the home. It shows also the coffee service of the time. In Van Loos' portrait of Madame de Pompadour, second mistress and political adviser of Louis XV of France, the coffee service of a later period of the 18th century appears. The Nubian servant is shown offering the marquise a demi-tasse, which has just been poured from the covered oriental pot which succeeded the original Arabian Turkish boiler, and was much in vogue at the time. Coffee and Madame du Barry, or would it be more polite to say Madame du Barry and coffee, inspired the celebrated painting of Madame de Pompadour's successor in the affections of Louis the Well-Beloved. This is entitled Madame du Barry at Versailles, and in the Versailles catalogue it is described as painted by Decreuse after Drouet. Decreuse was a pupil of Gros, and painted many of the historical portraits at Versailles. Malcolm C. Salomon, in his French color prints of the 18th century, referring to Dagoty's print of this picture done in 1771, says, "The original has been attributed to François Hubert Drouet, but there can be little doubt that the original portraiture was from the hand of the engraver, Dagoty, as the style is far inferior to Drouet." He thus describes it. Here we see the last of Louis XV's mistresses, sitting in her bedroom in that alluring retreat of hers at Louveciennes, near the woods of Marly, as she takes her cup of coffee from her pet attendant, the little Negro boy Zamore, as the Prince de Conti had named him, all brave in red and gold. Doubtless she is expecting the morning visit of the king. No longer the handsome young gallant, but old and leaden-eyed and puffy-cheeked, and perhaps it will be on this very morning that she will wheedle Louis, in a moment of extravagant badinage, into appointing the Negro boy to be governor of the chateau and pavilion of Louveciennes at a handsome salary, just as on another day she playfully teased the jaded old sensualist into decorating with the cordon bleu her cuisinière, when it was triumphantly revealed to him that the dinner he had been praising with enthusiastic gusto was, after all, the work of a woman cook, the very possibility of which he had contemptuously doubted. But as we look at these two, the royal mistress and her little black favorite, we forget the well-beloved and his voluptuous pleasures and indulgences, for in the shadows we see another picture, some 20 years on, when the proud, unconscionable beauty, no longer reine de la main gauche, stands before the dreaded tribunal of the terror, while Zamore, the treacherous, ungrateful Negro, dismissed from his service at Louveciennes, and now devoted to the Committee of Public Safety, and one of her implacable accusers, sends her shrieking to the guillotine. The introduction of the coffee house into Europe was memorialized by Franz Schams, the genre painter, pupil of the Vienna Academy, in a beautiful picture entitled The First Coffee House in Vienna, 1684, owned by the Austrian Art Society. A lithographic reproduction was executed by the artist and printed by Joseph Stoofs in Vienna. There are several specimens in the United States, and the illustration printed on page 48 has been made from one of these in the possession of the author. The picture shows the interior of the Blue Bottle, where Kolschitsky opened the first coffee house in Vienna. The hero proprietor stands in the foreground pouring a cup of the beverage from an oriental coffee pot, and another is suspended from the coffee house sign that hangs over the fireplace. In the fire alcove a woman is pounding coffee in a mortar. Men and women in the costumes of the period are being served coffee by a Vienna Mädchen. The painters Mariolat, Decamps, and de Tournemine have pictured café scenes. The first in his Café sur une route de Syrie, which was shown at the Salon of 1844. The second of his Café Turc, which figured at the Exposition of 1855, and the third in his Café en Asia Mineure, which received honors at the Salon of 1859 and attracted attention at the Universal Exposition of 1867. A decorative panel designed for the buffet at the Paris Opera House by S. Mazerolles was shown at the Exposition of 1878. A French artist, Jacquard, has painted two charming compositions, one representing the reading room and the other the interior of a café. Many German artists have shown coffee manners and customs in pictures that are now hanging in well-known European galleries. Among others, mention should be made of C. Schmidt's The Sweets Shop of Josti in Berlin, 1845, Mild's Pastor Rautenberg and his Family at the Coffee Table, 1833, and his Manager Classen and his Family at the Afternoon Coffee Table, 1840. Adolf Menzel's Parisian Boulevard Café, 1870, Hugo Meith's Saturday Afternoon at the Coffee Table, John Phillips' Old Woman with Coffee Cup, Friedrich Wall's Afternoon Coffee in the Court Gardens at Munich, Paul Meyerheim's Oriental Coffee House, and Peter Philippi's Dusseldorf Coffee Besuch. At the Exposition des Beaux-Arts Salon of 1881, there was shown P. A. Ruffio's picture, Le Café vient au secours de la Muse, Coffee Comes to the Aid of the Muse, in which the graceful form of an oriental ewer appears. The Coffee House at Cairo, a canvas by Jean-Léon Gérôme, 1824 to 1904, that hangs in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, has been much admired. It shows the interior of a typical Oriental coffee house with two men near a furnace at the left preparing the beverage, a man seated on a wicker basket about to smoke a hookah, a dervish dancing, and several persons seated against the wall in the background. The New York Historical Society acquired in 1907 from Miss Margaret A. Ingram an oil painting of the Tontine Coffee House. It was painted in Philadelphia by Francis Guy and was sold at a raffle after having been admired by President John Adams. It shows Lower Wall Street in 1796 to 1800 with the Tontine Coffee House on the northwest corner of Wall and Water Streets, where its more famous predecessor, the Merchant's Coffee House, was located before it moved to quarters diagonally opposite. Charles P. Group's, born 1860, painting showing General Washington's official welcome to New York by city and state officials at the Merchant's Coffee House, April 23, 1789, just 1 week before his inauguration as first President of the United States, is a colorful canvas that has been much praised for its atmosphere and historical associations. It is the property of the author. The art museums and libraries of every country contain many beautiful watercolors, engravings, prints, drawings, and lithographs, whose creators found inspiration in coffee. Space permits the mention of only a few. T. H. Shepard has preserved for us buttons, afterward the Caledonian Coffee House, Great Russell Street, Covent Garden, in a watercolor drawing of 1857. Tom's Coffee House, 17 Great Russell Street, Covent Garden, 1857. Slaughter's Coffee House in St. Martin's Lane, 1841. Also in 1857, the Lion's Head at Buttons, put up by Addison and now the property of the Duke of Bedford at Woburn. Hogarth figures in the Sam Ireland collection with several original drawings of frequenters of Buttons in 1730. Thomas Rowlandson, 1756 to 1827, the great English caricaturist and illustrator, has given us several fine pictures of English coffee house life. His Mad Dog in a Coffee House presents a lively scene, and his watercolor of The French Coffee House is one of the best pictures we have of the French coffee house in London as it looked during the latter half of the 18th century. During the campaign in France in 1814, Napoleon arrived one day unheralded in a country presbytery, where the good curé was quietly turning his hand coffee roaster. The emperor asked him, "What are you doing there, Abbé?" "Sire," replied the priest, "I am doing like you. I am burning the colonial fodder." Charlet, 1792 to 1845, made a lithograph of the incident. Several French poet-musicians resorted to music to celebrate coffee. Brittany has its own songs in praise of coffee, as have other French provinces. There are many epics, rhapsodies, and cantatas, and even a comic opera by Maillat, music by Def, bearing the title Le Café du Roi, produced at the Théâtre Lyrique, November 16, 1861. Fuselier wrote, in honor of coffee, a cantata, set to music by Bernier. This is the burden of the poet's song. Ah, coffee, what climes yet unknown! Ignore the clear fires that thy vapors inspire. Thou countest in thy vast empire those realms that Bacchus's reign disown. Favored liquid, which fills all my soul with delights, thy enchantments to life happy hours persuade. We vanquish even sleep by thy fortunate aid. Thou hast rescued the hours sleep would rob from our nights. Favored liquid which fills all my soul with delights, thy enchantments to life happy hours persuade. O liquid that I love, triumphant stream of sable, even for the gods above, drive nectar from the table. Make thou relentless war on treacherous juices sly. Let earth taste and adore the sweet calm of the sky. O liquid that I love, triumphant stream of sable, even for the gods above, drive nectar from the table. During the early vogue of the café in Paris, a chanson entitled Coffee, reproduced here, was set to music with accompaniment for the piano by M. H. Collet, a professor of harmony at the Conservatoire. Printed in the form of a placard and put up in cafés, it received the approbation of, and was signed by, Devoyer d'Argenson, at that time, 1711, lieutenant of police. This poetry is not irreproachable. It can hardly be attributed to any of the well-known poets of the time, but rather to one of those bohemian rhymesters that wrote all too abundantly on all sorts of subjects. It is the development of a theory concerning the properties of coffee and the best method of making it. It is interesting to note that the uses of advertising were known and appreciated in Paris in 1711, for in the chanson there appears the name and address of one Villain, a merchant, Rue des Lombards, who was evidently in fashion at that point. The translation of the stanza reproduced as follows: Coffee, a chanson. If you, with mind untroubled, would flourish day by day, let each day of the 7 find coffee on your tray. It will your frame preserve from every malady. Its virtues drive afar, la la, migraine and dread catarrh, ha ha, dull cold and lethargy. The most notable contribution to the music of coffee, if one may be permitted the expression, is the Coffee Cantata of Johann Sebastian Bach, 1685 to 1750, the German organist and the most modern composer of the first half of the 18th century. He hymned the religious sentiment of Protestant Germany, and in his Coffee Cantata he tells in music the protest of the fair sex against the libels of the enemies of the beverage, who at the time were actively urging in Germany that it should be forbidden women because its use made for sterility. Later on, the government surrounded the manufacture, sale, and use of coffee with many obnoxious restrictions, as told in Chapter 8. Bach's Coffee Cantata is number 211 of the secular cantatas and was published in Leipzig in 1732. In German it is known as Schweigt still plaudere nicht, Be silent, do not talk. It is written for soprano, tenor, and bass solos and orchestra. Bach used as his text a poem by Picander. The cantata is really a sort of one-act operetta, a jocose production representing the efforts of a stern parent to check his daughter's propensities in coffee drinking, the new-fashioned habit. One seldom thinks of Bach as a humorist, but the music here is written in a mock-heroic vein, recitatives and arias having a merry flavor, hinting at what the master might have done in light opera. The libretto shows the father Schlandrian, or slowpoke, trying by various threats to dissuade his daughter from further indulgence in the new vice, and in the end succeeding by threatening to deprive her of a husband. But his victory is only temporary. When the mother and the grandmother indulge in coffee, asks the final trio, who can blame the daughter? Bach uses the spelling coffee, not café. The cantata was sung as recently as December 18, 1921, at a concert in New York by the Society of the Friends of Music, directed by Arthur Badansky. Lieschen, or Betty the daughter, has a delightful aria beginning, "Ah, how sweet coffee tastes, lovelier than 1,000 kisses, sweeter far than muscatel wine," the opening bars of which are reproduced on page 598. As the text is not long, it is printed here in its entirety. Characters: messenger and narrator, tenor; slowpoke, bass; Betty, daughter to slowpoke, soprano. Tenor, recitative: Be silent, do not talk. But notice what will happen. Here comes old slowpoke with his daughter Betty. He's grumbling like a common bear. Just listen to what he says. Enter slowpoke, muttering. What vexatious things one's children are! 100,000 naughty ways. What I tell my daughter Betty might as well be told to the moon. Enter Betty. Slowpoke, recitative: You naughty child, you mischievous girl. Oh, what can I have my way? Give up your coffee. Betty: Dear father, do not be so strict. If I can't have my little demi-tasse of coffee 3 times a day, I'm just like a dried up piece of roast goat. Betty, aria: Ah, how sweet coffee tastes, lovelier than 1,000 kisses, sweeter far than muscatel wine. I must have my coffee, and if anyone wishes to please me, let him present me with coffee. Slowpoke, recitative: If you won't give up coffee, young lady, I won't let you go to any wedding feasts. I won't even let you go walking. Betty: Oh, yes, do let me have my coffee. Slowpoke: What a little monkey you are anyway. I will not let you have any whalebone skirts of the present fashionable size. Betty: Oh, I can easily fix that. Slowpoke: But I won't let you stand at the window and watch the new styles. Betty: That doesn't bother me either, but be good and let me have my coffee. Slowpoke: But from my hands you'll get no silver or gold ribbon for your hair. Betty: Oh, well, so long as I have what does satisfy me. Slowpoke: You wretched Betty, you won't give in to me? Slowpoke, air: Oh, these girls, what obstinate dispositions they do have. They certainly are not easy to manage, but if one hits the right spot, oh well, one may succeed. Slowpoke, with an air of being sure of success this time. Recitative: Now please do what father says. Betty: In everything except about coffee. Slowpoke: Well, then you must make up your mind to do without a husband. Betty: Oh, yes? Father, a husband? Slowpoke: I swear you can't have him. Betty: Till I give up coffee? Oh, well, Coffee, let it be forgotten, dear father. I will not drink. None. Slowpoke. Then you can have one. Betty, aria. Today, dear father, do it today. He goes out. Ah, a husband. Really, this suits me exactly. When they know I must have coffee, why, before I go to bed tonight, I can have a valiant lover. Goes out. Tenor. Recitative. Now go hunt up old Slowpoke and just watch him get a husband for his daughter. For Betty is secretly making it known that no wooer may come to the house unless he promises me himself, and has it put in the marriage contract that he will allow me to make coffee whenever I will. Enter Slowpoke and Betty singing as chorus with tenor. Trio. The cat will not give up the mouse. Old maids continue coffee sisters. The mother loves her drink of coffee. Grandma, too, is a coffee fiend. Who now will blame the daughter? Research has discovered only one piece of sculpture associated with coffee, the statue of the Austrian hero Kolschitsky, the patron saint of the Vienna coffee houses. It graces the second-floor corner of a house in the Favoritenstrasse, where it was erected in his honor by the Coffee Makers Guild of Vienna. The great brother heart is shown in the attitude of pouring coffee into cups on a tray from an oriental service pot. The celebrated Café Pedrocchi, the center of life in the city of Padua, Italy, in the early part of the 19th century, is one of the most beautiful buildings erected in Italy. Its use is apparent at first glance. It was begun in 1816, opened June 9, 1831, and completed in 1842. Antonio Pedrocchi, 1776 to 1852, an obscure Paduan coffee house keeper, tormented by a desire for glory, conceived the idea of building the most beautiful coffee house in the world, and carried it out. End of section 59. Section 60 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betty B. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Coffee in Relation to the Fine Arts, Part 2. Artisans and craftsmen of all ages, since the discovery of coffee, have brought their genius into play to fashion various forms of apparatus associated with the preparation of the coffee drink. Coffee roasters and grinders have been made of brass, silver, and gold, coffee mortars of bronze, and coffee making and serving pots of beautiful copper, pewter, pottery, porcelain, and silver designs. In the Peter collection in the United States National Museum, there is to be seen a fine specimen of the Baghdad coffee pot, made of beaten copper and used for making and serving. Also, a beautiful Turkish coffee set. In the Metropolitan Museum in New York, there are some beautiful specimens of Persian and Egyptian ewers in faience, probably used for coffee service. Also, in American and Continental museums are to be seen many examples of 17th century German, Dutch, and English bronze mortars and pestles used for braying coffee beans to make coffee powder. A very beautiful specimen of the Oriental coffee grinder, made of brass and teak wood, set with red and green glass jewels and inlaid in the teak wood with ivory and brass, is at the Metropolitan. This is of Indo-Persian design of the 19th century. The Metropolitan Museum shows also many specimens of pewter coffee pots used in India, Germany, Holland, Belgium, France, Russia, and England in the 17th and 18th centuries. One can guess at the luxuriousness of the coffee pots in use in France throughout the 18th century by noting that from March 20th, 1754 to April 16th, 1755, Louis XV bought no fewer than 3 gold coffee pots of Lazare du Vau. They had carved branches and were supplied with chafing dishes of burnished steel and lamps for spirits of wine. They cost respectively 1,950, 1,536, and 2,400 francs. In the inventory of Marie-Joseph de Saxe, Dauphine of France, we note too a 2-cup coffee pot of gold with its chafing dish for spirits of wine in a leather case. The Italian wrought iron coffee roaster of the 17th century was often a work of art. The specimen illustrated is rich in decorative motifs associated with the best in Florentine art. Madame de Pompadour's inventory disclosed a gold coffee mill carved in colored gold to represent the branches of a coffee tree. The art of gold, which sought to embellish everything, did not disdain these homely utensils, and one may see at the Cluny Museum in Paris, among many mills of graceful form, a coffee mill of engraved iron dating from the 18th century, upon which are represented the 4 seasons. We are told, however, that it graced the sale after the death of Madame de Pompadour, which of course makes it much more valuable. The teapot, coffee pot, and chocolate pot, first used in England, closely resembled each other in form, says Charles James Jackson in his Illustrated History of English Plate, each being circular in plan, tapering toward the top, and having its handle fixed at a right angle with the spout. He says further, the earliest examples were of Oriental ware, and the form of these was adopted by the English plate workers as the model for others of silver. It apparently was not until after both tea and coffee had been used for several years in this country, England, that the teapot was made proportionately less in height and greater in diameter than the coffee pot. This distinction, which was probably due to copying the forms of Chinese porcelain teapots, was afterwards maintained, and to the present day the difference between the teapot and the coffee pot continued to be mainly one of height. The Coffee Pot Illustrated, 1681, formerly belonged to the East India Company and is preserved in the Victoria and Albert Museum. It is almost identical with the teapot, 1670, in the same museum, except that its straight spout is fixed nearer to the base, as is its leather-covered handle, which, with the sockets into which it fits, forms a long recurving scroll fixed opposite to and in line with the spout. Its cover, which is hinged to the upper handle socket, is high like that of the 1670 teapot, but instead of the straight outline of that cover, this is slightly waved and surmounted by a somewhat flat, button-shaped knob. Engraved on the body is a shield of arms, a chevron between 3 crosses fleury, surrounded by tied feathers. The inscription is, "The gift of Richard Sterne, Esquire, to ye Honorable East India Company." This pot is 9 3/4 inches in height by 4 7/8 inches in diameter at the base. It bears the London hallmarks of 1681 to 82 and the maker's mark GG in a shaped shield, thought by Jackson to be George Garthorne's mark. The 1689 coffee pot illustrated is the property of King George V. It bears the London hallmarks of 1689 to 90 and the mark of Francis Garthorne. Its tall, round body tapers toward the top and has applied moldings on the base and rim. Its spout is straight and tapers upward to the level of the rim of the pot. Its handle is of ebony, crescent-shaped and riveted into 2 sockets fixed at a right angle with the spout. The lid is a high cone surmounted by a small vase-shaped finial and is hinged to the upper socket of the handle. On no part of the pot is there any ornamentation other than the royal cipher of King William III and Queen Mary, which is engraved on the reverse side of the body. This example, which measures 9 inches in height to the top of its cover, resembles very closely in form the East India Company's teapot just referred to, but as teapots with much lower bodies appear to have come into fashion before 1689, this pot was probably used as a coffee pot from the first. The 1692 coffee pot of lantern shape is the property of H.D. Ellis and has its spout curved upward at the top, being furnished with a small hinged flap and a scroll-shaped thumb piece attached to the rim of the cover. The body and cover were originally quite plain, the embossing and chasing with symmetrical rococo decoration being added later, probably about 1740. Jackson says, the wooden handle is not the original one, which was probably C-shaped. The pot bears the usual London hallmarks for the year 1692, and the maker's mark is GG upon a shaped shield, a mark recorded upon the copper plate belonging to the Goldsmiths' Company, which Mr. Cripps thinks was that of George Garthorne. The characteristics of this lantern-shaped coffee pot are: 1. The straight sides, so rapidly tapering from the base upward that in a height of only 6 inches, the base diameter of 4 3/8 inches tapers to a diameter of no more than 2 1/2 inches at the rim. 2. The nearly straight spout furnished with a flap or shutter. 3. The true cone of the lid. 4. The thumb piece, which is a familiar feature upon the tankards of the period. 5. The handle fixed at right angles to the spout. Mr. Ellis, in a paper before the Society of Antiquaries on the earliest form of coffee pot, says: "If coffee was first introduced into this country by the Turkey merchants, nothing is more probable than that those who first brought the berry brought also the vessel in which it was to be served. Such a vessel would be the Turkish ewer, whose shape is familiar to us, the same today as 200 years ago, for in the East things are slow to change. And throughout the reign of the second Charles, so long as the extended use of coffee in the houses of the people was retarded by the opposition of the women of England, and by the scarcely less powerful influence of the King's Court, the small requirements of a mere handful of coffee houses would be easily met by the importation of Turkish vessels. Reference to the coffee house keeper's tokens in the Beaufoy collection in the Guildhall Museum shows that many of the traders of 1660 to 1675 adopted as their trade sign a hand pouring coffee from a pot. This pot is invariably of the Turkish ewer pattern. It is true that there is nothing to show that the Turks themselves ever served coffee from the ewer, but it is scarcely conceivable that the English coffee house keepers should have adopted as their trade sign, their pictorial advertisement, so to speak, a vessel which had no connection with the commodity in which they dealt, and which would convey no meaning associated with coffee to the public. But as soon as the extended use of the beverage created a demand which stimulated a home manufacture of coffee pots, a new departure is apparent. The undulating outlines beloved by the Orientals, bowed as their scimitars, curvilinear as their graceful flowing script, do not commend themselves to the more severe Western taste of the period, which had then declared its preference for sweet simplicity in silversmiths' work, such as we see in the basins, cups, and especially the flat-topped tankards of that day. The beauty of the straight line had asserted its power, and fashion felt its sway. Such was the feeling that produced the coffee pot of 1692, the straight lines of which continued in vogue until the middle of the following century, when a reaction in favor of bulbous bodies and serpentine spouts set in. Some of the more notable of the coffee house keepers' tokens in the Guildhall Museum were photographed for this work. They are described and illustrated in Chapter 10. There are illustrated other silver coffee pots in the Victoria and Albert Museum by Folkingham, 1715-16, and Wastel, 1720-21, the latter pot being octagonal. There is illustrated also a design in tiles that were let into the wall of an ancient coffee house in Brick Lane, Spitalfields, known as the Dish of Coffee Boy, in the catalogue of the collection of London antiquities in the Guildhall Museum. Mr. Ellis thinks this belongs to a period a little earlier, but certainly not later than 1692, the coffee pot represented being exactly of the lantern shape. It is an oblong sign of glazed Delft tiles decorated in blue, brown, and yellow, representing a youth pouring coffee. Upon a table by his side are a gazette, 2 pipes, a bowl, a bottle, and a mug. Above on a scroll is "Dish of Coffee Boy." Modifications of the lantern began to appear with great rapidity in England. In the Coffee Pot of Chinese Porcelain, illustrated, probably made in China from an English model a few years later than the 1692 pot, Mr. Ellis observes that "the spout has already lost its straightness, the extreme taper of the body is diminished, and the lid betrays the first tendency to depart from the straightness of the cone to the curved outline of the dome." He adds, "These variations rapidly intensified, and at the commencement of the 18th century we find the body still less tapering and the lid has become a perfect dome. As we approach the end of Queen Anne's reign, the thumb piece disappears and the handle is no longer set on at right angles to the spout. Through the reign of George I, but little modification took place, save that the taper of the body became less and less. In the second George's time, we find the taper has almost entirely disappeared, so that the sides are nearly parallel, while the dome of the lid has been flattened down to a very low elevation above the rim. In the second quarter of the 18th century, the pear-shaped coffee pot was the vogue. In the earlier years of George III, when many new and beautiful designs in silversmiths' work were created, a complete revolution in coffee pots takes place, and the flowing outlines of the new pattern recall the form of the Turkish ewer, which had been discarded nearly 100 years previously. The evolution is shown by illustrations of Lord Swathling's pot of 1731, the coffee jug of 1736, the Vincent pot of 1738, the Viscountess Wolsey's coffee pot of copper plated with silver, the Irish coffee pot of 1760, and the silver coffee pots of 1773 to 76, and of 1779 to 80. There are illustrated in this connection specimens of coffee pots in stoneware by Ehlers, 1700, and in salt glaze by Astbury and another of the period about 1725. These are in the Department of British and Medieval Antiquities of the British Museum, where are to be seen also some beautiful specimens of coffee service pots in Wealden ware and in Wedgwood's Jasper ware. Illustrated too are some beautiful examples of the art of the potter applied to coffee service as found in the Metropolitan Museum, where they have been brought from many countries. Included are Leeds and Staffordshire examples of the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries, a Sino Lowestoft pot of the 18th, 19th centuries, an Italian Capodimonte pot of the 18th century, German pots of the 18th and 19th centuries, a Vienna coffee pot of the 18th century, a French La Seine coffee pot of 1774 to 1793, a Sèvres pot of 1792 to 1804, and a Spanish 18th century coffee pot decorated in copper luster. At the Metropolitan may be seen also Hatfield and Sheffield plate pots of the 18th and 19th centuries, and many examples of silver tea and coffee service and coffee pots by American silversmiths. Silver teapots and coffee pots were few in America before the middle of the 18th century. Early coffee pot examples were tapering and cylindrical in form, and later matched the teapots with swelling drums, molded bases, decorated spouts, and molded lids with finials. From notes by R.T. Haynes Halsey and John H. Buck, collected by Florence N. Levy, and woven into an introduction to the Metropolitan Museum's Art Exhibition Catalog for the Hudson Fulton celebration of 1909, we learn that the first silver made in New England was probably fashioned by English or Scottish immigrants who had served their time abroad. They were followed by craftsmen who were either born here or, like John Hull, arriving at an early age, learned their trade on this side. In England, it was required that every master goldsmith should have his mark and set it upon his work after it was assayed, and marked with the king's mark, hallmark, testifying to the fineness of the metal. The colonial silversmiths marked their wares with their initials, with or without emblems, placed in shields, circles, etc., without any guide as to place of manufacture or date. After about 1725, it was the custom to use the surname with or without an initial, and sometimes the full name. Since the establishment of the United States, the name of the town was often added, and also the letters D or C in a circle, probably meaning dollar or coin, showing the standard or coin from which the wares were made. In the New York colony, there were evolved silver teapots of a unique design that was not used elsewhere in the colonies. Mr. Halsey says they were used indiscriminately for both tea and coffee. In style, they followed, to a certain extent, the squat, pear-shaped teapots of the period of 1717 to 18 in England, but had greater height and capacity. The colonial silversmiths wrought many beautiful designs in coffee, tea, and chocolate pots. Fine specimens are to be seen in the Halsey and Clearwater Loan collections in the Metropolitan Museum. Included in the Clearwater collection is a coffee pot by Pygin Adams, 1712 to 1776, and recently there was added a coffee pot by Ephraim Brasher, whose name appears in the New York City Directory from 1786 to 1805. He was a member of the Gold and Silversmiths Society, and he made the die for the famous gold doubloon, known by his name, a specimen of which recently sold in Philadelphia for $4,000. His brother, Abraham Brasher, who was an officer in the Continental Army, wrote many popular ballads of the Revolutionary period and was a constant contributor to the newspapers. Judge Clearwater's collection of colonial silver in the Metropolitan Museum, to which he is constantly adding, is a magnificent one, and the coffee pot is worthy of it. It is 13 1/2 inches high, weighs 44 ounces, exclusive of the ebony handle, has a curved body and splayed base, with a gadrooned band to the base and a similar edge to the cover. The spout is elaborate and curved, the cover has an urn-shaped finial, and there is a decoration of an engraved medallion surrounded by a wreath with a ribbon forming a true lover's knot. In the Halsey collection is shown a silver coffee pot by Samuel Minot and several beautiful specimens of the handiwork of Paul Revere, whose name is more often connected with the famous Midnight Ride than with the art of the silversmith. Of all the American silversmiths, Paul Revere was the most interesting. Not only was he a silversmith of renown, but a patriot, soldier, Grand Master Mason, confidential agent of the state of Massachusetts Bay, engraver, picture frame designer, and die sinker. He was born in Boston in 1735 and died in 1818. He was the most famous of all the Boston silversmiths, although he is more widely known as a patriot. He was the third of a family of 12 children and early entered his father's shop. When only 19, his father died, but he was able to carry on the business. The engraving on his silver bears witness to his ability. He engraved also on copper and made many political cartoons. He joined the expedition against the French at Crown Point, and in the War of the Revolution was a lieutenant colonel of artillery. After the close of the war, he resumed his business of a goldsmith and silversmith in 1783. Decidedly a man of action, he well played many parts, and in all his manifold undertakings achieved brilliant success. There clings therefore to the articles of silver made by him an element of romantic and patriotic association which endears them to those who possess them. Revere had a real talent that enabled him to impart an unwonted elegance to his work, and he was famous as an engraver of the beautiful crests, armorial designs, and floral wreaths that adorn much of his work. His teapots and coffee pots are unusually beautiful. Revere coffee pots are to be seen in the Boston Museum of Fine Arts as well as in the Metropolitan Museum in New York. The Boston Museum of Fine Arts has also a coffee pot made by William Shaw and William Priest in 1751 to 52 for Peter Faneuil, the wealthiest Bostonian of his time, who gave to Boston Faneuil Hall New England's cradle of American liberty. Among other American silversmiths who produced striking designs in coffee pots, mention should be made of G. Aiken, 1815, Garrett Eoff, New York, 1785 to 1850, Charles Ferris, who worked in Boston about 1790, Jacob Hurd, 1702 to 1758, known in Boston as Captain Hurd, John McMullen, mentioned in the Philadelphia Directory for 1796, James Musgrave, mentioned in Philadelphia Directories of 1797, 1808, and 1811, Myers, admitted as Freeman, New York, 1746, active until 1790, president of the New York Silversmiths Society, 1786, and Anthony Roche, who is known to have worked in Philadelphia, 1815. In the museums of the many historical societies throughout the United States are to be seen interesting specimens of coffee pots in pewter, Britannia metal, and tinware, as well as in pottery, porcelain, and silver. Some of these are illustrated. As in other branches of art during the 17th and 18th centuries, the United States were indebted to England, Holland, and France for much of the early pottery and porcelain. Ehlers, Astbury, Wealden, Wedgwood, their imitators, and later the Staffordshire potters flooded the American market with their wares. Porcelain was not made in this country previous to the 19th century. Decorative pottery was made here, however, from an early period. Britannia ware began to take the place of pewter in 1825, and the introduction of japanned tinware and pottery gradually caused the manufacture of pewter to be abandoned. An interesting relic is in the collection of the Bostonian Society. It is a coffee urn of Sheffield ware, formerly in the Green Dragon Tavern, which stood on Union Street from 1697 to 1832, and was a famous meeting place of the patriots of the Revolution. It is globular in form and rests on a base, and inside is still to be seen the cylindrical piece of iron, which, when heated, kept the delectable liquid contents of the urn hot until imbibed by the frequenters of the tavern. The iron bar was set in a zinc or tin jacket to keep such fireplace ashes as still clung to it from coming in contact with the coffee, which was probably brewed in a stew kettle before being poured into the urn for serving. The Green Dragon Tavern site, now occupied by a business structure, is owned by the St. Andrew's Lodge of Freemasons of Boston, and at a recent gathering of the lodge on St. Andrew's Day, the urn was exhibited to the assembled brethren. When the contents of the tavern were sold, the urn was bought by Mrs. Elizabeth Harrington, who then kept a famous boarding house on Pearl Street, in a building owned by the Quincy family. The house was razed in 1847 and was replaced by the Quincy Block, and Mrs. Harrington moved to High Street, and from there to Chauncey Place. Some of the prominent men of Boston boarded with her for many years. At her death, the urn was given to her daughter, Mrs. John R. Bradford. It was presented to the Society by Miss Phoebe C. Bradford of Boston, granddaughter of Mrs. Elizabeth Harrington. A somewhat similar urn, made of pewter, is in the Museum of the Maine Historical Society of Portland, Maine. Another in the Museum of the Essex Institute at Salem, Massachusetts. Among the many treasured relics of Abraham Lincoln is an old Britannia coffee pot from which he was regularly served while a boarder with the Rutledge family at the Rutledge Inn in New Salem, now Menard, Illinois. It was a valued utensil, and Lincoln is said to have been very fond of it. It is illustrated on page 690. The pot is now the property of the Old Salem Lincoln League of Petersburg, Illinois, and was donated to it with other relics by Mrs. Saunders of Sisquoc, California, the only surviving child of James and Mary Ann Rutledge. Mrs. Rutledge carefully preserved this and other relics of New Salem days, and shortly before her death in 1878 she gave them into the keeping of her daughter, Mrs. Saunders, advising her to preserve them until such time as a permanent home for them would be provided by a grateful people back at New Salem, where they were associated with the immortal Lincoln and his tragic romance with her daughter Anne. End of section 60.
Section 61 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shireen Hickey. All About Coffee by William Ukers. The Evolution of Coffee Apparatus, Part 1. Chapter 34. The Evolution of Coffee Apparatus. Showing the development of coffee roasting, coffee grinding, coffee making, and coffee serving devices from the earliest time to the present day. The original coffee grinder, the first coffee roaster, and the first coffee pot, the original French drip pot, the de Boulogne percolator, Count Rumford's improvement, how the commercial coffee roaster was developed, the evolution of filtration devices, the old Carter pull-out roaster, trade customs in New York and St. Louis in the 60s and 70s, the story of the evolution of the Burns roaster, how the gas roaster was developed in France, Great Britain, and the United States. A book could be written on the subject of this chapter. We shall have to be content to touch briefly upon the important developments in the devices employed. The changes that have taken place in the preparation of the drink itself will be discussed in Chapter 36. In the beginning, that is, in Ethiopia, about 800 AD, coffee was looked upon as a food. The whole ripe berries, beans, and hulls were crushed and molded into food balls held in shape with fat. Later, the dried berries were so treated. So the primitive stone mortar and pestle were the original coffee grinder. The dried hulls and the green beans were first roasted sometime between 1200 and 1300 in crude burnt clay dishes or in stone vessels over open fires. These were the original roasting utensils. Next, the coffee beans were ground between little millstones, one turning above the other. Then came the mill used by the Greeks and Romans for grain. This mill consisted of two conical millstones, one hollow and fitted over the other, specimens of which have been found in Pompeii. The idea is the same as that employed in the most modern metal grinder. Between 1400 and 1500, individual earthenware and metal coffee roasting plates appeared. These were circular, from 4 to 6 inches in diameter, about 3/16 inch thick, slightly concave and pierced with small holes, something like the modern kitchen skimmer. They were used in Turkey and Persia for roasting a few beans at a time over braziers, open pans or basins for holding live coals. The braziers were usually mounted on feet and richly ornamented. About the same time, we noticed the first appearance of the familiar Turkish pocket cylinder coffee mill and the original Turkish ibrik, or coffee boiler, made of metal. Little drinking cups of Chinese porcelain completed the service. The original coffee boiler was not unlike the English ale mug with no cover, smaller at the top than at the bottom, fitted with a grooved lip for pouring, and a long straight handle. They were made of brass, and in sizes to hold from 1 to 6 tiny cupfuls. A later improvement was of the Ewer design, with bulbous body, collar top, and cover. The Turkish coffee grinder seems to have suggested the individual cylinder roaster, which later, 1650, became common, and from which developed the huge modern cylinder commercial roasting machines. The individual coffee service of early civilization first employed crude clay bowls, or dishes, for drinking. But as early as 1350, Persian, Egyptian, and Turkish ewers made of pottery were used for serving. In the 17th century, ewers of similar pattern, but made of metal, were the favorite coffee-serving devices in Oriental countries and in Western Europe. Between 1428 and 1448, A spice grinder standing on 4 legs was invented, and this was later used for grinding coffee. The drawer to receive the ground coffee was added in the 18th century. Between 1500 and 1600, shallow iron dippers with long handles and footrests designed to stand in open fires were used in Baghdad and by the Arabs in Mesopotamia for roasting coffee. These roasters had handles about 34 inches long, and the bowls were 8 inches in diameter. They were accompanied by a metal stirrer, spatula, for turning the beans. Another type of roaster was developed about 1600. It was in the shape of an iron spider on legs and was designed, like that just described, to sit in open fires. At this period, pewter serving pots were first used. Between 1600 and 1632, mortars and pestles of wood, iron, brass, and bronze came into common use in Europe for braying the roasted beans. For several centuries, coffee connoisseurs held that pounding the beans in a mortar was superior to grinding in the most efficient mill. Peregrine White's parents brought to America on the Mayflower in 1620 a wooden mortar and pestle that were used for braying coffee to make coffee powder. When Larocque speaks of his father bringing back to Marseille from Constantinople in 1644 the instruments for making coffee, he undoubtedly refers to the individual devices which at that time in the Orient included the roaster plate, the cylinder grinder, the small long-handled boiler, and fenjans, the little porcelain drinking cups. When Bernier visited Grand Cairo about the middle of the 17th century in all the city's 1,000-odd coffee houses, he found but 2 persons who understood the art of roasting the bean. About 1650, there was developed the individual cylinder coffee roaster made of metal, usually tin plate or tinned copper, suggested by the original Turkish pocket grinder. This was designed for use over open fires in braziers. There appeared about this time also a combined making and serving metal pot, which was undoubtedly the original of the common type of pot that we know today. There appeared in England about 1660 Elford's white iron machine, sheet iron coated with tin, which was turned on a spit by a jack. Footnote: a mechanical contrivance that took the place of a boy. End of footnote. This was simply a larger size of the individual cylinder roaster and was designed for family or commercial use. Modifications were developed by the French and Dutch. In the 17th century, the Italians produced some beautiful designs in wrought iron coffee roasters. Before the advent of the Elford machine, and indeed for 2 centuries thereafter, it was the common practice in the home to roast coffee in uncovered earthenware tart dishes, old pudding pans, and fry pans. Before the time of the modern kitchen stove, it was usually done over charcoal fires without flame. The improved Turkish combination coffee grinder with folding handle and cup receptacle for the beans, used for grinding, boiling, and drinking, was first made in Damascus in 1665. About this period, the Turkish coffee set, including the long-handled boiler and the porcelain drinking cups and brass holders, also came into vogue. In 1665, Nicholas Book, living at the sign of the Frying Pan in St. Tullies Street, London, advertised that he was the only known man for making mills for grinding of coffee powder, which mills are sold by him from 40 to 45 shillings the mill. By combining the long handle idea contained in the Baghdad roaster with that of the original cylinder roaster, the Dutch perfected a small, closed, sheet iron cylinder roaster with a long handle that permitted its being held and turned in open fireplaces. From 1670 and well into the middle of the 19th century, this type of family roaster enjoyed great favor in Holland, France, England, and the United States, more especially in the country districts. The museums of Europe and the United States contain many specimens. The iron cylinder measured about 5 inches in diameter and was from 6 to 8 inches long, being attached to a 3 or 4 foot iron rod provided with a wooden handle. The green coffee was put into the cylinder through a sliding door. balancing the roaster over the blaze by resting the end of the iron rod projecting from the far end of the roasting cylinder and a hook of the usual fireplace crane, the housekeeper was wont slowly to revolve the cylinder until the beans had turned the proper color. Portable coffee-making outfits to fit the pocket were much in vogue in France in 1691. These included a roaster, a grinder, a lamp, the oil, cups, saucers, spoons, coffee, and sugar. The roaster was first made of tin plate or tinned copper, but for the aristocracy, silver and gold were used. In 1754, a white silver coffee roaster 8 inches long and 4 inches in diameter was mentioned among the deliveries made to the army of the king at Versailles. Humphrey Broadbent, the London coffee man, wrote in 1722, "I hold it best to roast coffee berries in an iron vessel full of little holes, made to turn on a spit over a charcoal fire, keeping them continually turning, and sometimes shaking them that they do not burn. And when they are taken out of the vessel, spread 'em on some tin or iron plate till the vehemency of the heat is vanished. I would recommend to every family to roast their own coffee, for then they will be almost secure from having any damaged berries, or any art to increase the weight, which is very injurious to the drinkers of coffee. Most persons of distinction in Holland roast their own berries." Between 1700 and 1800, there was developed a type of small portable household stove to burn coke or charcoal, made of iron and fitted with horizontal revolving cylinders for coffee roasting. These were provided with iron handles for turning. A modification of this type of roaster under a 3-sided hood and standing on 3 legs was designed to sit on the hearth of open fireplaces, close to the fire or in the smoldering ashes. Because of its greater capacity, it was probably used in the inns and coffee houses for roasting large batches. Still another type, which made its appearance late in the 18th century, was the sheet iron roaster suspended at the top of a tall, iron box-like compartment or stove in which the fire was built. This too was designed to roast coffee in comparatively large quantities. In some examples, it was provided with legs. Great silver coffee pots, with all the utensils belonging to them of the same metal, were first used by Pascal at Saint-Germain's fair in Paris in 1672. It remained for the English and American silversmiths to produce the most beautiful forms of silver coffee pots, and there are some notable collections of these in England and the United States. The Oriental serving pot was nearly always of metal, tall and, in old models, of graceful curve, with a slightly twisted ornamental beak in the form of an S, attached below the middle of the vessel. A handle ornamented in the same way formed a decorative balance. In 1692, the lantern straight-line coffee-serving pot with true cone lid, thumb piece, and handle fixed at right angle to the spout was introduced into England, succeeding the curved Oriental serving pot. In 1700, coffee pots made of cheaper metals like tin and Britannia ware began to appear on the home tables of the people. In 1701, silver coffee pots appeared in England, having perfect domes and bodies less tapering. Between 1700 and 1800, silver, gold, and delicate porcelain serving pots were the vogue among European royalty. In 1704, Bull's machine for roasting coffee was patented in England. This probably marks the first use of coal for commercial roasting. In 1710, the popular coffee roaster in French homes was a dish of varnished earthenware. This same year, a novelty was introduced in France in the shape of a fustian linen bag for infusing ground coffee. By 1714, the thumb piece on English serving pots had disappeared, and the handle was no longer set at a right angle to the spout. English coffee pot bodies showed a further modification in 1725, the taper becoming less and less. Coffee grinders were so common in France in 1720 that they were to be had for $1.20 each. Their development by the French had been rapid from the original spice grinder. At first they were known as coffee mills, but in the 18th century, roasters came to be known by that name. They were made of iron, retaining the same principle of the horizontal millstones, one of which is fixed while the other moves, that the ancients employed for grinding wheat. They were squat, box-shaped affairs, having in the center a shank of iron that revolved upon a fixed, corrugated iron plate. There was also the style that fastened to the wall. At first, the drawer to receive ground coffee was missing, but this was supplied in later types. Before its invention, the ground coffee was received in a sack of greased leather or in one treated on the outside with beeswax, probably the original of the duplex paper bag for conserving the flavor. The French brought their innate artistic talents to bear upon coffee grinders, just as they did upon roasters and serving pots. In many instances, they made the outer parts of silver and of gold. By 1750, the straight-line serving pot in England had begun to yield to the reactionary movement in art, favoring bulbous bodies and serpentine spouts. About 1760, French inventors began to devote themselves to improvements in coffee-making devices. Don Martin, a Paris tinsmith, in 1763 invented an urn pot that employed a flannel sack for infusing. Another infusion device produced the same year by Leni, also a tinsmith of Paris, was known as a diligence. A complete revolution in the style of English serving pots took place in 1770 with a return to the flowing lines of the Turkish ewer, and between 1800 and 1900 there was a gradual return to the style of serving pot having the handle at a right angle to the spout. In 1779, Richard Dearman was granted an English patent on a new method of making mills for grinding coffee. In 1798, the first American patent on an improved coffee grinding mill was granted to Thomas Brough Sr. It was a wall mill fitted with iron plates in which the coffee was ground between two circular nuts, 3 inches broad, and having coarse teeth around their centers and fine, shallow teeth at the edges. De Belois, or Du Belois, coffee pot appeared in Paris about 1800. It was first made of tin, but later of porcelain and silver, the original French drip pot. This device was never patented, but it appears to have furnished the inspiration for many inventors in France, England, and the United States. The first French patent on a coffee maker was granted to Denoble, Henrion, and Ruche in 1802. It was for a pharmacological chemical coffee-making device by infusion. Charles Wyatt obtained a patent the same year in London on an apparatus for distilling coffee. The de Belois pot is illustrated on page 622. In 1806, Audreau was granted a French patent on a device for filtering coffee without boiling and bathed in air. This use of the word filtering was misleading, as it was many times after in French, English, and American patent nomenclature, where it often meant percolation or something quite different from filtration. True percolation means to drip through fine interstices of china or metal. Filtration means to drip through a porous substance, usually cloth or paper. De Belois' pot was a percolator. So was Audreau's. The improvement on which Audreau got his patent was to replace the white iron filter, used in ordinary filtering pots by a filter composed of hard tin and bismuth, and to use a rammer of the same metal, pierced with holes. The rammer was designed to press down and to smooth out the powdered coffee in an even and uniform fashion. It also, says Audreau in his specification, stops the derangement which boiling water poured from a height can produce. It is held by its stem a half-inch from the surface of the powder, so that it receives only the action of the water which it divides, and facilitates thus the extraction which it must produce in each of the particles. A coffee percolator was invented in Paris about 1806 by Benjamin Thompson, FRS, an American-British scientist, philanthropist, and administrator. He was known as Count Rumford, a title bestowed on him by the Pope. Rumford's invention was first given to the public in London in 1812. He has gained great credit for his device because of an elaborate essay that he wrote on it in Paris under the title of the excellent qualities of coffee and the art of making it in the highest perfection, and that he caused to be published in London in 1812. It was a simple percolator pot provided with a hot water jacket and was a real improvement on the French drip or percolator coffee pot invented by de Beloy, but not at all unlike Adro's patented device. Count Rumford, however, was a picturesque character and a good advertiser. He is generally credited with the invention of the coffee percolator, but examination of his device shows that, strictly speaking, the de Beloy pot was just as much a percolator and apparently antedated it by about 6 years. De Beloy employed the principle of having the boiling water drip through the ground coffee when held in suspension by a perforated metal or porcelain grid. This is true percolation. Adro did the same thing with the improvements noted above. Count Rumford, in his essay, admits that this method of making coffee was not new, but claims his improvement was. This was to provide a rammer for compressing the ground coffee in the upper or percolating device into a definite thickness, this being accomplished by providing the perforated circular tin disc water spreader that rested on the ground coffee with 4 projections, or feet, that kept the spreader within half an inch of the grid, holding the powder in suspension and free from agitation. His argument was that 2/3 of an inch of ground coffee should be leveled and compressed into a half-inch thickness before the boiling water was introduced. Practically, the same result was achieved in the de Beloy and Adro pots, also provided with water spreaders and pluggers, but the same mathematical exactitude in the matter of the depth of the ground coffee before the percolation started was not assured. De Beloy's spreader did not have the projections on the underside upon which Count Rumford laid such stress. Then there was the hot water jacket, which was an improvement on Adro's hot air bath. Inventors that followed Rumford have made light of the importance that he attached to scientific accuracy in coffee making. But it is interesting to note how many of the features of the de Beloy, Adro, and Rumford pots have been retained in the modern complex coffee machines and in most of the filtration devices. French inventors continued to apply themselves to coffee roasting and coffee making problems, and many new ideas were evolved. Some of these were improved upon by the Dutch, the Germans, and the Italians, but the best work in the line of improvements that have survived the test of time was done in England and the United States. In 1815, Senet was granted a French patent on a device to make coffee without boiling. In 1819, Lawrence produced the original of the percolation device in which the boiling water is raised by a tube and sprayed over the ground coffee. The same year, Maurice, a Paris tinsmith and lamp maker, followed with a reversible double-drip pot, which was the pioneer of all the reversible filtration pots of Europe and America. Godet, another tinsmith, in 1820, patented an improvement on the percolator idea that employed a cloth filter. By 1825, the pumping percolator, working by steam pressure and by partial vacuum, was much used in France, Holland, Germany, and Austria. Meanwhile, it was common practice to roast coffee in England in an iron pan or in hollow cylinders made of sheet iron, while in Italy the practice was to roast it in glass flasks, which were fitted with loose corks. The flasks were held over clear fires of burning coals and continually agitated. Anthony Schick was granted an English patent in 1812 on a method or process for roasting coffee, but as he never filed his specifications, we shall probably never know what the process was. The custom of the day in England was to pound the roasted beans in a mortar or to grind them in a French mill. In 1822, Louis Bernard Rabot was granted an English patent in which the French drip process was reversed by using steam pressure to force the boiling water upward through the coffee mass. Cazeneuve, a Paris tinsmith, seems to have patented practically the same idea in France in 1824. Cazeneuve employed a paper filter in his machine. In America, a United States patent was granted in 1813 to Alexander Duncan Moore of New Haven on a mill for grinding and pounding coffee. This was followed by a patent granted to Increase Wilson of New London in 1818 on a steel mill for grinding coffee. In 1815, Archibald Kenrich was granted a patent in England on mills for grinding coffee. The coffee biggin, said to have been invented by a Mr. Biggin, came into common use in England for making coffee about 1817. It was usually an earthenware pot. At first it had in the upper part a metal strainer like the French drip pots. Suspended from the rim in later models, there was a flannel or muslin bag to hold the ground coffee, through which the boiling water was poured, the bag serving as a filter. The idea was an adaptation of the French fustian infusion bag of 1711 and of the other early French drip and filtration devices, and it attained great popularity. Any coffee pot with such a bag fitted into its mouth came to be spoken of as a coffee biggin. Later, there was evolved the metal pot with a wire strainer substituted for the cloth bag. The coffee biggin still retains its popularity in England. While French inventors were busy with coffee makers, English and American inventors were studying means to improve the roasting of the beans. Peregrine Williamson of Baltimore was granted the first patent in the United States for an improvement on a coffee roaster in 1820. In 1824, Richard Evans was granted a patent in England for a commercial method of roasting coffee comprising a cylindrical sheet iron roaster fitted with improved flanges for mixing, a hollow tube and trier for sampling coffee while roasting, and a means for turning the roaster completely over to empty it. The next year, 1825, the first coffee pot patent in the United States was granted to Louis Martelli of New York. It marked the first American attempt to perfect an arrangement to condense the steam and the essential oils and to return them to the infusion. In 1838, Antony Bensini of Milton, North Carolina, was granted a similar patent in the United States. Rowland, in 1844, and Waite and Senner, in their Old Dominion pot of 1856, tried for the same result, namely the condensation of the steam in upper chambers. The French, meantime, focused on coffee makers, and in 1827 Jacques-Augustin Gandet, a manufacturer of plated jewelry in Paris, produced a really practicable pumping percolator. This machine had the ascending steam tube on the exterior. The same year, 1827, Nicolas Felix Durant, a manufacturer in Chalon-sur-Marne, was granted a French patent on a percolator employing for the first time an inner tube for spraying the boiling water over the ground coffee. In 1828, Charles Parker of Meriden, Connecticut, began work on the original Parker coffee mill, which later was to bring him fame and fortune. The next year, 1829, the first French patent on a coffee mill was issued to Collot and Compagnie of Molsheim. That same year, 1829, the Établissement Lausanne, Paris, began to make hand-turned iron cylinder coffee roasting machines. In 1831, David Selden was granted a patent in England for a coffee grinding mill having cones of cast iron. The first Parker coffee grinder patent for a household coffee and spice mill was issued in the United States in 1832 to Edmund Parker and Herman M. White of Meriden, Connecticut. The Charles Parker Company's business was founded the same year. In 1832 and 1833, United States patents were issued to Ammi Clark of Berlin, Connecticut, also on improved coffee and spice mills for home use. Amos Ransom, Hartford, Connecticut, was granted a United States patent on a coffee roaster in 1833. The English began exporting coffee roasting and coffee grinding machinery to the United States in 1833 to 34. It was not until 1836 that the first French patent was issued on a combined coffee roaster and grinder to François-René Lacou of Paris. The roaster was made of porcelain because the inventor believed that metal imparted a bad taste to the beans while roasting. In 1839, James Vardy and Moritz Platow were granted an English patent on a kind of urn percolator employing the vacuum process of coffee making, the upper vessel being made of glass. The first French patent on a glass coffee-making device using the same principle was granted to Madame Vassieux of Lyon in 1842. These were the forerunners of the double-glass balloons for making coffee, which later on, in the early part of the 20th century, attained much vogue in the United States. They were very popular in Europe until the latter part of the 19th century. In 1839, John Rittenhouse of Philadelphia was granted a United States patent on a cast iron mill designed to handle the problem of nails and stones in grinding coffee. His improvement was intended to prevent injury to the grinding teeth by stopping the machine. In 1840, Abel Stillman, Poland, New York, was granted a United States patent on a family coffee roaster having a mica window to enable the operator to observe the coffee while roasting. In 1841, William Ward Andrews was granted an English patent on an improved coffee pot employing a pump to force the boiling water upward through the coffee, which was contained in a perforated cylinder screwed to the bottom of the pot. This was Rabot's idea of 19 years before. We find it again repeated in the United States in a machine which appeared on the New York market in 1906. In 1841, Claude-Marie Victor Bernard of Paris was granted a French patent on a coffee roaster, which was an improvement designed to bring the roasting cylinder and the fire in closer contact. This was accomplished, to quote the quaint language of the inventor, by applying movable legs and by superimposing a sheet iron circlet around the edge of the furnace to get double the quantity of heat, and it presents so much advantage that it has seemed to me worthy of being patented. But the French were only toying with the roaster, because roasting in France was not yet a separate branch of business as it had become in England and the United States, where keen minds were already at work on the purely commercial coffee roasting machine. The application of intensive thought in this direction was destined to bear fruit in America in 1846 and in England in 1847. French inventive genius continued to occupy itself with coffee making, and in the invention of Edward Loisel de Santé of Paris in 1843, produced the first of the ideas that were later incorporated in the hydrostatic percolator for making 2,000 cups of coffee an hour at the Exposition of 1855, and that has since been improved upon by the Italians in their rapid filter machines. It should be noted that Loisel's 2,000 cups were probably demi-tasses. The modern Italian rapid filter machine produces about 1,000 large coffee cups per hour. James W. Carter of Boston was granted a United States patent in 1846 on his pull-out roaster, and this was the machine most generally employed for trade roasting in America for the next 20 years. Carter did not claim to have invented the combination of cylindrical roaster and furnace, but he did claim priority for the combination, with the furnace and roasting vessel of the airspace or chamber surrounding it, the same being for the purpose of preventing the too rapid escape of heat from the furnace when the air chamber's induction and eduction air openings or passages are closed. The Carter pull-out was so called because the roasting cylinder of sheet iron was pulled out from the furnace on a shaft supported by standards, to be emptied or to be refilled from sliding doors in its sides. It was in use for many years in such old-time plants as that of Dwinell Wright Company, 25 Haverhill Street, Boston, by James H. Forbes and William Shotton in St. Louis, and by D.Y. Harrison in Cincinnati. The picture of a roasting room with Carter machines in operation, reproduced here, recalled to George S. Wright, the present head of the Dwinell Wright Company's business, the scene as he saw it so many times when, as a boy of 10 or 12, he occasionally spent a day in his father's factory. The only difference I notice, he wrote, the author, is that according to my recollection, there was no cooler box to receive the roasted coffee, which was dumped on the floor where it was spread out 3 or 4 inches deep with iron rakes and sprinkled with a watering pot. The contact of water and hot coffee caused so much steam that the roasting room was in a dense fog for several minutes after each batch of coffee was drawn from the fire. A.E. Forbes also thus recalled the Carter machine in his father's factory in St. Louis in 1853 when he used to help after school, and sometimes ran the roasters after 1857. It was barrel-shaped, having a slide the full length of one side to fill and empty. A heavy shaft ran through the center, resting on the wall of the furnace at the rear end and on an upright about 8 feet from the front wall. The fire was about 16 to 18 inches below the cylinder and of soft coal. The cylinder was not perforated, the theory being to keep the vapors from escaping. Footnote. In his patent specification, Mr. Carter said on this point, small holes should be made through the roaster in sufficient number to allow of the escape of the vapors and volatile matters which escape from the coffee while undergoing the process of being roasted. End of footnote. This, of course, was erroneous. The color of the smoke bursting from the edge of the slide was our medium of telling when the roasting process was nearing completion, and often the cylinder was pulled out and opened for inspection several times before that point was reached. When just right, the belt was shifted to a loose pulley, stopping the cylinder, which was pulled off the fire. A handle was attached to the shaft, the slide drawn, and the coffee was dumped into a wooden tray which had to be shoved under the cylinder. The coffee was stirred around in the tray until cool enough to sack. The roaster man had to be a husky in those days to pick up a sack of Rio weighing about 160 to 175 pounds, not 132 pounds as now, and to empty it in the cylinder. We had no overhead hoppers. Later, we built in the rear and put in 2 cylinders of the Chris Abiel type, having stationary fronts and filling and emptying from the front end. We still used soft coal, with the fire 16 to 18 inches under the cylinder. We had other machines made locally from the Carter pattern. The idea of the tight cylinder was to keep out smoke, as well as to keep in the aroma. I think we were the first to use perforations, because I remember old Jabez Burns coming along after we put in one of his machines and remarking on it. We had a kind of mechanical genius for engineer at that time. He also did the roasting, and he conceived the idea that we ought to get rid of the moisture in the roasting coffee because it would cook quicker. When the holes clogged up, he put in loose pieces of wire bent at the ends, which shook as the cylinder revolved and kept the holes open. Another thing, he put a hole in the cylinder head and a stopper with a string on it so he could get out a few grains at a time to note the progress of the roasting, but he judged mostly by the smoke. The cooling box was as I have described it, but later we put in a perforated false bottom which let out some chaff and small stones. On our first watering, we pulled out the slide and dashed in a bucket of water, then closed the slide and let it revolve outside the furnace. This was hard on the cylinder, so later we used the sprinkling can and put on water sparingly. Once we had a party that wanted to put in a soapstone-lined roaster, and another near us named Salzgerber patented a superheated steam roaster, which was shaped like our modern milk bottle. This was covered with asbestos and worked on a central bearing so it could be depressed for emptying and elevated for filling. It did good work. Mr. Forbes' recollections of the early days of roasting and selling coffee at retail in St. Louis are so illuminating and paint so interesting a picture of the period that they are printed here to illustrate the conditions that prevailed generally at the time when the commercial roasting machine of the United States was being developed into the modern type. He says further, selling roasted coffee was uphill work, as everyone roasted coffee in the kitchen oven. People were buying, say, at 20 cents. Our asking 25 cents roasted called for a lot of explanation about shrinkage, tight cylinders so the strength and flavor would not get away, etc. While when they roasted a pound in the oven, the flavor scented the whole house, thus losing so much strength, to say nothing of the unevenness of their roasts, part raw, part roasted, producing an unpleasant taste. An occasional burned roast at home helped some. They tell of a man who, going out in the backyard and kicking over a clod by accident, uncovered some burned coffee. He called to his wife and wanted an explanation. She acknowledged she had burnt it and hid it so he would not scold. He said, "We had better buy it roasted in the future and avoid such accidents." We roasted in the cellar. We had an elaborately polished Reed and Man engine in one window, 2 brass hoppered mills in the other, and our boiler was under the sidewalk. We had a mahogany top counter, oil paintings on the wall, and bin fronts of Chinamen, etc., done by the celebrated artist Matt Hastings, now dead. So you see, we started right. The fight we had to introduce roasted coffee was fierce. Our argument was on the saving of fuel, labor, temper, scorched faces, and anything we could think of. We talked only 3 coffees, Rio, Java, and Mocha. When Santos began to come, it was hard to change them over from the rank Rio flavor to the more mild Santos. The latter, they claimed, did not have the rough taste. They missed it and longed for the wild tang of the Rio. We did not import, but bought in New Orleans and from several local wholesale grocers. No one delivered. Shipments were FOB St. Louis. Draying and packages were extra. Coffee was not cleaned or stoned, but was sold as it came from the sack. However, we did not use any very low grades then. If anyone complained of the stones hurting their mills, we advised them to buy ground coffee, showing how it kept better ground as it was packed tight, whereas the roasted was looser and the air could get through it. It was fully a year or more before we began to sell in quantities to make it profitable. In roasting for others, we got a cent per pound. And after a while, that became so much a business it paid all our expenses. We were the first to roast coffee by steam power west of the Mississippi and east of the Rocky Mountains. The tea department helped us to hold out until coffee got its hold on the public. For in those days, everyone used tea and insisted on having it good. Price was no object. How different now. 5 years later, 1862, J. Nevison, an Englishman, drifted into town and opened at 85 North 4th Street. He got out a very bombastic circular which caused us to put out the one I enclose. Illustration, page 436. Then came a party named Childs, and after him, Hugh Menone, granduncle of the present Menone of Menone and Gregory, and Matt Hunt, all passed over to the great majority. After the Civil War, they multiplied pretty fast, coming and going until now we have 19 roasting establishments in the city. The late Julius J. Schotten also wrote the author as follows concerning the days of the Carter roaster and of the wholesale coffee roasting business founded by William Schotten in 1862. In the early days, every wholesale grocer was selling coffee. The wholesale grocer controlled 90% of the trade in the country. It did not pay the coffee roaster to have men on the road selling coffee in those days. Such being the case, 75% of the roasting done by the coffee roasters was job roasting, at 1 cent a pound. In the beginning, there were only 2 kinds of roasted coffee known to the trade in this section of the country, St. Louis, and of course, one of these brands was Rio, the other Java. The former was a genuine Rio, but the Java was mostly Jamaica coffee. Roasted coffee then was packed, for city trade, in 5 and 10 pound packages, and this size package seemed to supply the wants of the ordinary grocer for a week. Occasionally, a 25 pound package, and in a few instances as much as 50 pounds of one grade, was sold at a time. The class of customers the coffee roasters sold in those days were the smaller merchants. The larger stores, having their ideas as to quality, bought their coffees green. As they had very little sale for the roasted, they would send a half sack, and sometimes a whole sack, to have it roasted. It took a number of years to induce the larger grocers, and even the average grocers, to purchase their coffee already roasted. Coffees were roasted in the old-style pull-out roaster cylinder. That is to say, it was necessary to stop the roaster and to pull out the cylinder to sample the coffee in order to know when to take the coffee off the fire. When the coffee was ready to take off, the cylinder was pulled out its entire length. It was then turned over, and a slide 9 inches wide, running the full length of the cylinder, was opened and the contents were dumped in the cooling box. When the coffee reached the cooling box, it took 2 men with hose or wooden shovels to stir and turn it until it was properly cooled, there being no cooling arrangements then as we have nowadays. At that time, there were no stoning or separating machines, and as a bag of the ordinary green Jamaica coffee contained from 3 to 5 pounds of stones and sticks, it was necessary to hand-pick the coffee after it was roasted. End of section 61. Section 62 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shireen Hickey. All About Coffee by William Ukers. The Evolution of Coffee Apparatus, Part 2. Chapter 34. The Evolution of Coffee Apparatus. How the commercial coffee roaster was developed, the evolution of filtration devices, the old Carter pull-out roaster, trade customs in New York and St. Louis in the 60s and 70s, the story of the evolution of the Burns roaster, how the gas roaster was developed in France, Great Britain, and the United States. After Carter, the next United States coffee roaster patent was granted to J.R. Remington of Baltimore on a roaster employing a wheel of buckets to move the green coffee beans singly through a charcoal-heated trough. It never became a commercial success. See 4, page 630. In 1847-48, William and Elizabeth Dakin were granted patents in England on an apparatus for cleaning and roasting coffee and for making decoctions. The roaster specification covered a gold, silver, platinum, or alloy-lined roasting cylinder and traversing carriage on an overhead railway to move the roaster in and out of the roasting oven. And the decoction specification covered an arrangement for twisting a cloth bag ground coffee container in a coffee biggin, or applied a screw motion to a disc within a perforated cylinder containing the ground coffee, so as to squeeze the liquid out of the grounds after infusion had taken place. The roaster has survived, but the coffee maker was not so fortunate. The Dakin idea was that coffee was injuriously affected by coming in contact with iron during the roasting process. The roasting cylinder was enclosed in an oven instead of being directly exposed to the furnace heat. The apparatus was provided also with a taster, or sampler, the first of its kind, to enable the operator to examine the roasting berries without stopping the machine. As will be seen by referring to the picture of the model shown, the apparatus was ingenious and not without considerable merit. Dakin and Company are still in existence in London, operating a machine very like the original model. In 1848, Thomas John Knowles was granted a patent in England on a perforated roasting cylinder coated with enamel. It is to be noted in passing that this idea of handling the green bean with extreme delicacy, evidently obtained from the French, was never taken seriously in the United States, whose inventors chose to handle it with rough courage. The first English patent on a coffee grinder was granted to Luke Herbert in 1848. In 1849, Apollyon Pierre Pruter of Havre was granted an English patent on a coffee roaster mounted on a weighing apparatus to indicate loss of weight in roasting and automatically stop the roasting process. At the same time, he secured an English patent on a vacuum percolator, not unlike Durant's of 1827. In 1849 also, Thomas R. Wood of Cincinnati was granted a United States patent on a spherical coffee roaster for use on kitchen stoves. It attained considerable popularity among housewives who preferred to do their own roasting. C6, page 630. In 1852, Edward G. secured a patent in England on a coffee roaster fitted with inclined flanges for turning the beans while roasting. C.W. Van Vliet, of Fishkill Landing, New York, was granted a United States patent in 1855 on a household coffee mill employing upper breaking and lower grinding cones. He assigned it to Charles Parker of Meriden, Connecticut. In 1860-61, several United States patents were granted John and Edmund Parker on coffee grinders for home use. In 1862, E.J. Hyde of Philadelphia was granted a United States patent on a combined coffee roaster and stove fitted with a crane on which the roasting cylinder was revolved and swung out horizontally for emptying and refilling. This machine proved to be a commercial success. Benedict Fisher used one in his first roasting plant in New York. It is still being manufactured by the Bramhall Dean Company of New York. In 1864, Jabez Burns of New York was granted a United States patent on the original Burns coffee roaster, the first machine which did not have to be moved away from the fire for discharging the roasted coffee, and one that marked a distinct advance in the manufacture of coffee roasting apparatus. It was a closed iron cylinder set in brickwork. See illustration, page 635. Jabez Burns had been a student of coffee roasting in New York for 20 years before he produced the machine that was to revolutionize the coffee business of the United States. He had brought with him from England a knowledge of the trade in that country, where he first began his business training by selling Java coffee at 14 cents and Sumatra at 11 cents to hotels, boarding houses, and private families. Up to the time of the Civil War, the contrivances employed for roasting coffee in every case necessitated the removal of the roasting apparatus, whether pan, globe, or cylinder, from the fire. The process of causing coffee to discharge from the end of the roasting cylinder at the pleasure of the operator while the cylinder was still in motion was new, and the double set of flanges to produce this effect, and at the same time during the process of roasting, to keep the coffee equally distributed from end to end of the cylinder, was new. Someone suggested this last improvement was simply an Archimedean screw placed in a cylinder, but Mr. Burns replied, "It is a double screw, a thing never suggested by the Archimedean screw. It is, in fact, a double right and left auger, one within the other, firmly secured together and also to the shell or cylinder, and when the cylinder revolves, the desired result is obtained, the idea being entirely original." Mr. Burns had watched the development of the coffee business from the time when the preparation of coffee was largely confined to the home, where the approved roasting implements were hot stones or tiles, iron plates, skillets, and frying pans. Some of these were still in use 20 years after he produced his first machine, and he often said that coffee evenly roasted by such methods was just as good as if done by the best mechanical device ever invented. He also said, "Coffee can be roasted in very simple machinery. Some of the best we ever saw was done in a corn popper. Patent portable roasters are almost as numerous as rat traps or churns." He early saw the practice of domestic roasting falling into disuse, as it was becoming possible to supply the consumer with roasted coffee for only a trifle more than in the green state, with all the labor and annoyance of roasting done away with, a talking point that John Arbuckle was quick to seize upon in his first Ariosa advertising. In almost every town of any size, there were concerns engaged in the roasting business. Within a few years, Burns machines were placed in all the principal roasting centers. Pupke and Reed in New York, Flint, Evans and Company, and James H. Forbes in St. Louis, Arbuckles and Company in Pittsburgh, the Weichel and Smith Spice Company in Philadelphia, Theodore F. Johnson and Company in Newark, Evans and Walker in Detroit, W. and J. G. Flint in Milwaukee, and Parker and Harrison in Cincinnati were among his first customers. It is said that in 1845 there were facilities in and around New York to roast as much coffee as was then consumed in Great Britain. Steam power was being extensively used, and the roasting was done here for a large part of the country. The habit was to buy roasted coffee from the coffee and spice mills by the bag or larger quantity for country consumption, and the grocers and small tea stores for local consumption, bought from 25 pounds upward at a time. This method cheapened the roasting of coffee to half a cent a pound, and then good profits could be made, for everything was cheap in those days. Even at that, it would have been impossible for each tea dealer to have roasted his own coffee for several times the amount, so the practice was generally adhered to all over the country. Jabez Burns wrote in 1874, "It is preposterous to suppose that household roasting will be continued long in any part of this country, if coffee properly prepared can be had. This is demonstrated by the remarkable advances made in Pittsburgh and other places, where only a few years ago the sales were chiefly in green coffee. Now the amount roasted in Pittsburgh alone by those who make a business of it exceeds the entire consumption of coffee of any kind in the United States 50 years ago. It will never pay for small stores to roast, if the large manufactories will do the work well, and if they will not, small dealers will add proper machinery and will eventually become strong, competing dealers. By doing the work with proper care, they will not only secure a reputation with large sales for themselves, but will command the roasting for other parties." Until the Burns roaster appeared, coffee roasters were usually cylinders that revolved upon an axis. The other devices that were tried were not successful. Jabez Burns thus describes the first roaster he ever saw at Hull, England. It consisted of a furnace open at the top and a perforated cylinder with a slide door. The axis or shaft of the cylinder had bearings on a frame which passed outside the furnace, while the cylinder went down into the fire pit, the top of which could be covered over. In this position, it could be turned by means of a crank on the end of a shaft. The only means of testing was by the escape of the steam or aroma, whichever predominated, passing out through the perforations at the top. But so expert was the operator and so quick to detect the aroma that he seldom had to return the cylinder to the fire to produce a satisfactory roast. This man roasted 50 pounds or less in a batch for a number of retail stores. Globes, consisting of 2 hemispheres made of cast iron and so arranged that they opened to fill and discharge, but operated substantially as above, only with the method of lowering into the fire changed somewhat, I have seen in use in Scotland in 1840. They were called French roasters. In this country, a few years ago, the use of the long sheet iron cylinder was almost universal, varying only in the method of placing the cylinder over the fire, some sideways on a track, others endwise, sliding on a long shaft or by turning on a crane, in either case causing considerable labor and loss of time, which often resulted in the hands of the inexperienced and more or less spoiling the batch of coffee. From his expert knowledge of coffee and coffee roasting problems, Jabez Burns quickly rose to a commanding position in the industry. He was a trade teacher and a trade builder. He had very definite ideas on roasting. He said, "The object of roasting is not attained until all the moisture, water of vegetation, is driven off. Roast properly, uniformly and sufficiently, and you will get all the aroma there is in the bean. Coffees of various kinds cannot be roasted to a uniform color. Some will be of a light shade when sufficiently roasted, while others will have to be roasted dark to develop the aroma. Therefore, appearance alone is not a proper test. Aroma-saving devices have had their day. Coffee is of no use unless the aroma is fully developed, and the more it is developed by roasting, the better it is. What passes off in the roasting process cannot be saved, and is so small that if all of it in the country could be collected and freed of all foreign matter, it would not weigh an ounce. Roast coffee over a slow fire, so that it will be an hour before it has the color of roasted coffee, and, in contrast, produce in another batch of like quantity the same color in 30 minutes, and it will be found for all intended purposes, either to grind, sell, or drink, that the latter will be, beyond all comparison, the best. Coffee should be roasted uniform and as quickly as possible. Only it must not be scorched or spotted, otherwise it will have a bitter burned taste. If roasted properly, it will very considerably increase its bulk and will be plump, swelled out and crisp. easily crushed in the hand or between the fingers. In his Spice Mill Companion, published in 1879, Jabez Burns said further in regard to roasting, "All coffees do not roast alike. Some will be a bright light color when done, and others will be dark before done. There are two infallible rules which, if properly appreciated and tried, will prove to be practically useful. One is, when the aroma is sufficiently developed to produce a sharp, cutting, but aromatic sensation in the nose. Those who practice that way do not need to see the roast. The other rule is that when a berry is broken, it is crisp and uniform in color inside and out. Those who are accustomed to this method may be good coffee roasters, albeit they may not have any nose at all. But we must state in this connection that a man who has no smell and is colorblind is not a fit candidate for the coffee roasting profession, and moreover, we affirm that any person who cannot roast coffee, so far as judgment is concerned, after a few trials will never make a good operator." In 1867, Jabez Burns was granted a United States patent on an improved coffee, cooler, mixer, and grinding mill, or granulator. Another granulator patent was issued to him in 1872. Mr. Burns had also given the subject of cooling coffees considerable study, and his cooler was the result. He argued that it was necessary to cool quickly. Before his day, various methods had been employed, such as placing the coffee in revolving drums covered with wire cloth. Sometimes a draft of cold air was applied to the cooling drums, and the dirt and chaff blown through the wire cloth. It was also customary in wholesale establishments to blow cold air up through a perforated bottom, and this had been found effective when properly applied. The Burns idea was to cool by means of suction, causing a downward draft through the coffee and wire cloth-bottomed box, which was found to be more uniform and efficient for cooling purposes, as well as in controlling smoke, heat, and dust, which, by this means, could be blown out of the roasting room by any convenient outlet. On the subject of grinding, likewise, Mr. Burns had reached some definite conclusions. The French and English lap and wall mills, the English steel mills, and the Swift mills were all used in the United States. Tremner's, the Enterprise, and others, to be mentioned later in chronological order, were extending their use in a retail way, but Jabez Burns confined his attention to a practicable mill for wholesale grinding establishments. For manufacturing purposes, burstone mills were for many years exclusively employed, especially one first known as the Prentice and Page, and later as the Page Mill. There was a time when all the coffee establishments in New York sent their coffee to Prentice and Page to be ground. Some of the places roasted by hand, others by horsepower, and if by steam, it was limited, and they did not have enough to spare for grinding. With the march of improvement, burstone mills went into the discard. The difficulty lay in finding men experienced in stone dressing to run them, and the demand grew for a better style of grinding than could be done in a mill out of face and balance. This demand was met in an altogether different style of machine, which for 25 years was well known as the Barber Mill. It was for improvements on this mill that Jabez Burns, in 1867, 1872, and 1874, obtained his granulator patents. The mill comprised cutters in the form of an iron roller running in near contact with a concave, also of iron, and a revolving cylinder provided with sieves or screens that received the ground material, rolled it over the wire surface, sifting out the fine, and discharging the coarse automatically into the cutter to be again manipulated until it was fine enough to pass through the meshes of the screen. Jabez Burns patented an improved form of his roaster in 1881 and a sample coffee roaster in 1883 before he died in 1888. And since that time, his sons, who continue the business, have perfected a number of improvements and brought out new machines which will be referred to in chronological order. James H. Nason of Franklin, Mass., was granted a United States patent in 1865 on a percolator with fluid joints. P.H. Vanderwade of Philadelphia was granted United States patents in 1866 on a percolator and a continuous coffee filtering machine. Reparlier was granted a French patent on a pocket coffee-making device in 1867. In later years, his invention became very popular among French coffee drinkers. It was one of the early practicable forms of double-glass globe filtration devices. E.B. Manning of Middletown, Connecticut, was granted his first patent on a tea and coffee pot in 1868. Others followed in 1870 and 1876. In the latter year, John Baumann brought out the valve-type percolator, which subsequently attained great favor in American households. Thomas Smith and Son, Elkington and Company Limited, successors, began to manufacture at Glasgow, Scotland, about 1870, the Naperian vacuum coffee machine, which had been invented in 1840, but never patented, by Robert Napier of the celebrated firm of Clyde Shipbuilders. This machine makes coffee by distillation and filtration. It employs a metal globe and a brewer from which the coffee is siphoned over into the globe through a tube, around the strainer end of which, as it rests in the coffee liquid in the brewer, there is tied a filter cloth. It is still being manufactured by Elkington and Company. Napier's vacuum machine, 1840. Thomas Page, a New York millwright, began the manufacture of a pull-out coffee roaster similar to the old Carter machine in 1868. Later, Chris Abiel, who was foreman in the Page shop, succeeded to the business, and in 1882 he was granted a United States patent on an improvement on a coffee roaster similar to the original Burns machine. The patent had then expired, which he marketed under the name of Knickerbocker. German coffee machinery. The Germans first began to show an active interest in coffee machinery in 1860. In that year, Alexius von Gulpen of Emmerich produced a green coffee grater, and later, 1868, in partnership with J.H. Lensing and Theodor von Gimborn, began the manufacture of coffee roasting machines. From this start, there developed in Emmerich quite an industry in coffee machinery building. In 1870, Alexius von Gulpen introduced to the German trade a globular coffee roaster employing wood and coke as fuel and having perforations and an exhauster. Van Gulpen and von Gimborn are the two names most often met with in the development of German coffee roasting machinery. The first recorded German patent on a coffee roaster was issued to G. Tubermann's son in 1877 for a coffee burner with vertically adjusted stirring works. German patents were issued in 1878 to R. Mulberg of Tausche for coffee roasters with movable partitions and screw-shaped declining walls. 6 roaster patents were issued to other inventors in 1878 to 79. Peter Pearson of Manchester took out a German patent on a coffee roasting apparatus in 1880. Fleury and Barker of London were granted a coffee roaster patent in Germany in 1881. After 1870, Van Gulpen devoted himself to the cylinder type of roaster, on which he obtained several patents. The partnership between Messrs. Van Gulpen, Lensing, and von Gimborn was dissolved in 1906. They were succeeded by the Emmericher Maschinenfabrik und Eisengießerei and Van Gulpen and Company. Van Gulpen died in 1920. Among his inventions were a circular air fan to supply fresh air to the beans while roasting, a fire-dampening device, roasting and cooling exhausters, and a withdrawable mixer remaining inside the cylinder during the roasting process, but designed to be withdrawn at the end, discharging the contents with a jerk into a circular cooler. These improvements are featured in Von Gulpen and Company's latest Meteor machine. They make also the Typhoon and Comet machines and a line of globular roasters. A dozen coffee roaster patents were issued in Germany in 1880 to 82. Among them was one to the Emmerich Machine Factory and Iron Foundry. Von Gulpen, Lensing, and von Gimborn, Emmerich, in 1882. Numerous coffee cooling, coffee grinding, and coffee-making devices were patented in Germany from 1877 to 1885. Among them, Neustadt's coffee extract machine in 1882, safety attachments, rapid filters, Vienna coffee makers, etc. The first Vienna coffee maker seems to have been patented in Germany in 1879. The Emmerich Machine Factory and Iron Foundry acquired certain Danish and Austrian coffee roaster patents in 1881, and in 1892 it was granted a German patent on a ball roaster. In the 80s, this concern began the manufacture of a closed ball, or globular, roaster with gas heater attachment. It acquired, in 1889, the rights for Germany to manufacture gas roasters under the Dutch Henneman patents of 1888. In 1892, Theodor von Gimborn was granted French and English patents on a coffee roaster employing a naked gas flame in a rotary cylinder. In 1897, the Emmericher concern was granted a German patent on an automatic circular tipping cooler with power drive. Today, this factory features the Probat and Perfect roasters, but manufactures a general line of cylinder and ball machines for coal, coke, and gas. Among others engaged in the manufacture of coffee machines in Germany are G. W. Barth, Ludwigsburg, and Ferd Gotthard Mulheim on Ruhr. The latter manufactures a coke or gas-heated quick roaster known as the Ideal Rapid, and a smaller hand power machine of the same type called Favor. In 1869, Elie Monneuse and L. Duparquet of New York were granted 3 United States patents on a coffee pot or urn made of sheet copper and lined with pure sheet block tin. These patents were the foundation of the successful coffee urn business afterward built up under the name of the Duparquet, Huot, and Monneuse Company. Thomas Smith & Son, Elkington & Company Limited, successors, began in 1870 the manufacture of the Napierian coffee-making machine at Glasgow, Scotland. This was a device for making coffee by distillation, employing a metal globe siphon and brewer with filter cloth. The principle was subsequently used in the Napier List steam coffee machine for ships and institutions, patented in England in 1891. John Gulick Baker of Philadelphia, one of the founders of the Enterprise Manufacturing Company of Pennsylvania, was granted a United States patent in 1870 on a coffee grinder introduced to the trade as the Enterprise Champion No. 1 store mill. Another Baker patent was granted in 1873, and this became known as the Enterprise Champion Globe No. 0. These mills were the pioneer machines for store use. In 1870, Delphine, sister of Marourmet, France, was granted a French patent on a tubular coffee roaster which turned over a flame. In the 60s and 70s, French inventors became quite active on coffee roaster improvements. Many patents were granted, and quite a few were for practical, small-capacity machines that have survived and are in use today in France and on the continent. Some supplied inspiration for inventors in neighboring countries. Among the more notable names, mention should be made of Martin of Saint-Quentin, who produced a sheet iron cylinder roaster with interior gatherer in 1860, Marchand of Paris, fan roaster with movable firebox, 1866 and 1869, Lausanne, Paris, rocking system of roasting coffee in a round stove, 1873, Idles glass sphere, Lyon, 1874, and Marchand and Ignette, Paris, 1877, a ball coffee roaster. Evolution of the gas roaster. According to the patent records, Ruhr of Marseille appears to have produced the original gas coffee roaster in 1877. The evolution of the gas roasting machine was as follows. In 1879, H. Falder of Stockport, England, obtained an English patent on an external air blast burner applied to a cylinder gas machine, which is still being manufactured by the Grocers, Engineering and Whitney Limited of London. Fleury and Barker of London followed with another English gas machine in 1880, the heat being supplied from gas jets over the roasting cylinder. In 1881, Peter Pearson of Manchester produced a gas roaster which consisted of a wire gauze cylinder revolving under a metal plate heated by gas. Beeston Tupholme of London was granted an English patent in 1887 on a direct flame gas roaster, which he assigned to Joseph Baker and Sons. Karel F. Henneman, The Hague, Netherlands, took out his first patent on the Henneman direct flame gas roaster in Spain in 1888, and the following year he obtained patents in Belgium, France, and England. His United States patents were granted in 1893 to 95. Postulart secured a patent in France for a gas coffee roaster in 1888. The Germans also began, in the 80s, to take the quick gas coffee roaster seriously. In 1889, Carl Alexander Otto of Dresden secured a German patent on a spiral, tubular machine to roast coffee in 3.5 minutes. It was first manufactured and sold by Max Thurmer of Dresden in 1891 to 93. The subject of quick roasting has greatly agitated German and French coffee men. Otto found that coffee roasted in small quantities, say 50 grams, on a sample roaster produced a finer flavor and aroma than that roasted in the big machines. He set out to produce a machine that would roast continuous, small quantities in the shortest time. He built the first commercial machine under his patent in 1893. It was shown at the International Food Exhibition in Dresden in 1894. The latest type manufactured by Max Thurmer, Dresden, in which firm Otto is a partner, has a spiral 5 meters long and an hourly production of about 450 pounds. The Thurmer machine, as it is called, has been sold to the trade since 1914. Quick roasting is gone in for quite extensively in Germany, even in the big trade roasting plants, where machines to roast in 10 to 17 minutes are common. Natural, slow cooling is most necessary with quick roasting, according to Thurmer. On the other hand, A. Mouton of Paris, who also manufactures a line of quick gas roasting machines, called Magic, argues that quick cooling is essential after quick roasting. 3 of the Mouton machines are illustrated on pages 642 and 644. Other quick roasting machines of German make are the Combinator, Tornado, and Record. In a lecture before the Society of Medical Officers of Health, London, October 24, 1912, William Lawton demonstrated to the satisfaction of his audience that coffee could be roasted in 3 minutes, using a perforated gas roaster of his own invention. The first direct flame gas coffee roaster in America was installed in the plant of the Potter Parlin Company, New York, by F.T. Holmes in 1893. This was Tupholme's machine, patented in England in 1887 and in the United States in 1896 to 97. The Potter Parlin Company subsequently placed the Tupholme machines throughout the United States on a daily rental basis, limiting its leases to one firm in a city, having obtained the exclusive American rights from the Waygood Tupholme Company, now the Grocers Engineering and Whitney Limited. Natural gas was first used in the United States as fuel for roasting coffee in 1896, when it was introduced under coal roasting cylinders in Pennsylvania and Indiana by improvised gas burners. Edwin Crawley and W.T. Johnston, Newport, Kentucky, assigners to the Potter Parlin Company, New York, were granted 4 United States patents on gas coffee roasting machines. In 1897, a special gas burner, not to be confused with a direct flame machine, was first attached to a regular Burns roaster in the United States and was made the basis of application for a patent. In 1897 to 99, David B. Fraser of New York began to market in the United States a central heated gas fuel machine with an inner wire cloth cylinder to keep the coffee from dropping into the flame. Developed under United States patents granted to Carl H. During of Hoboken in 1897 and to D.B. Fraser in 1899. M.F. Hamsley of Brooklyn was granted a United States patent on an improved direct flame gas roaster in 1898. Ellis M. Potter, New York, was granted in 1899 a United States patent on an improved direct flame gas roaster in which the flame was spread over a large area to avoid scorching and to ensure a more thorough and uniform roast. In the Tupholme machine, the gas flame entered at one end, and the smoke and flame went out through a stack on top. In the Potter machine, the stack was put on the end opposite the gas intake, with a fan to pull the flame all the way through. The Burns Direct Flame gas roaster with patented swing gate head for feeding and discharging was introduced to the trade in 1900. The Burns gas sample roaster followed. In 1901, Joseph Lambert of Marshall, Michigan, introduced to the trade one of the earliest indirect gas roasting machines. In 1901, also, T.C. Morwood of Brentford, England, was granted an English patent on a gas roaster fitted with a sliding burner and a removable sampling tube. This machine is now being made by the Grocers Engineering and Whitney Limited. In the same year, 1901, F.T. Holmes, formerly with the Potter Parlin Company, joined the Huntley Manufacturing Company, Silver Creek, New York, which then began to build the Monitor Direct Flame gas coffee roaster. Mr. Holmes still further improved the Tupholme idea by putting gas burners in both ends of the roasting cylinder, with the pipes bent down so as to cause the gas flame to go first to the bottom and then up to the stack on top. This improvement was never patented. The Henneman Direct Flame gas roaster was introduced to the United States trade in 1905 by C. A. Cross & Company, wholesale grocers of Fitchburg, Mass. It was marketed here 7 years, but was never a great success. In 1906, F.T. Holmes was granted a United States patent on a coffee roaster which he assigned to the Huntley Manufacturing Company. J.C. Prims of Battle Creek, Michigan, was granted a United States patent in 1908 on a corrugated cylinder improvement for a gas and coal roaster designed for retail stores. The A.J. Deere Company, Hornell, New York, acquired this machine in 1909 and began to market it as the Royal Coffee Roaster. An improvement patented in 1915 by J.C. Prims was assigned to the A.J. Deere Company. In 1915 and again in 1919, Jabez Burns & Sons, New York, patented their Jubilee Roaster, an inner heated machine in which the gas is burned inside a revolving cylinder in a combustion chamber protected from direct coffee contact. The heat is deflected downward and then passes upward through the coffee. In 1919, William Fullard, died 1921, of Philadelphia, was granted a United States patent on a heated fresh air system roaster in which the fresh air is forced by an electric fan through a pipe to a set of coils over gas, coal, or oil flame. At the top of the coils is a manifold, the hot air being forced through small holes to circulate in and around a regulation perforated roasting cylinder. The vapors and spent air are then drawn into an overhead exhaust pipe that connects with a pipe provided with a fresh air intake, the idea being to return them to the roasting cylinder after being mixed with fresh air and heated in the coils as before. This patent has not been successfully marketed at the time of writing. The purpose is to roast by heated air not mixed with any furnace gases. Whether this can be done with sufficient fuel economy and whether coffee thus roasted would have any greater value are questions that are raised by the coffee experts. End of section 62.
Section 63 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. The Evolution of Coffee Apparatus, Part 3. Coffee Grinding and Coffee Making Chronology. To return to our coffee grinding and coffee making chronology, it is to be noted that in 1875 to 76 to 78, Turner Strobridge of New Brighton, PA, was granted 3 United States patents on a box coffee mill, first made by Logan and Strobridge, later the Logan and Strobridge Iron Company, the latter being succeeded by the Wrightsville Hardware Co. in 1906. In 1878, a United States patent was issued to Rudolphus L. Webb, assigner to Landers, Frary & Clark, New Britain Con, on an improved box coffee grinder for home use. In 1878 and in 1880, United States patents were issued to John C. Dell of Philadelphia on a store coffee mill. In 1879 and in 1880, United States patents were issued to Orson W. Stowe of the Peck, Stowe & Wilcox Co., Southington Con, on a household coffee mill. In 1879, Charles Halstead of New York was granted the first United States patent on a metal coffee pot having a china interior. It was an infuser for home use. In 1880, coffee pots with tops having muslin bottoms for clarifying and straining were first made in the United States by the Duparquet, Huot, and Monod Co. of New York. The name Hungerford first appears in the United States patent records in 1880 to 81 in connection with patents granted to G.W. and G.S. Hungerford on machines for cleaning, scouring, and polishing coffee. In 1882, the Hungerfords, father and son, bought out a roaster. This machine and the one patented by Chris Abele of New York, already referred to, were constructions resulting from the expiration of the original Burns patent of 1864. In 1881, Jabez Burns patented the improved Burns roaster, comprising a turn-over front head serving for both feeding and discharging. Additional United States coffee roaster patents were issued to G.W. Hungerford in 1887 to 89. In the latter year, David Fraser, who came to the United States from Glasgow in 1886, established the Hungerford Co., succeeding the business of the Hungerfords and later being granted certain United States patents already mentioned. In 1910, the Hungerford Co. business was discontinued in New York, and David B. Fraser moved to Jersey City, where he continued to operate as Fraser Manufacturing Co. This business was discontinued in 1918. Chris Abele was an active competitor of the Hungerfords and of the Fraser Manufacturing Co., and his Knickerbocker roaster was sold over a wide territory. He died in 1910, and his son-in-law, Gottfried Bay, succeeded to the business. In 1881, the Morgan brothers, Edgar H. and Charles, began the manufacture of household coffee mills, the business being acquired in 1885 by the Arcade Manufacturing Co. of Freeport, Illinois. The latter concern brought out the first pound coffee mill in 1889. Its mills became very popular in the United States. In 1900, Charles Morgan was granted a United States patent on a glass jar coffee mill with removable glass measuring cup. In 1881, Harvey Ricker of Brooklyn, later of Minneapolis, introduced to the trade in the United States a minute coffee pot, and urn known as the Boss, the name being subsequently changed to Minute. He improved and patented the device in 1901 as a half-minute coffee pot. It is a filtration device employing a cotton sack with a thickened bottom. In 1882, Chris Abele of New York patented an improvement on the old-style Burns roaster with openings cut in the front plate. It was known as the Knickerbocker. As already noted, the machine was a competitor of the Hungerford machine, patented the same year. In 1882, a German patent was granted to Emil Neustadt of Berlin on one of the earliest coffee extract machines. In 1883, Jabez Burns was granted a United States patent on his improved sample coffee roaster. In 1884, the Star coffee pot, later known as the Marion Harland, was introduced to the trade. It employed a wire gauze drip device called a filter, which was fitted to a metal pot. It was extensively advertised and attained considerable popularity. The same year, Finley Acker, of Philadelphia, brought out an improved coffee pot for family trade. Later, he produced his Mo Kofi pot and an individual porcelain drip pot for testing table use. In 1885, F.A. Cauchois, New York, brought out an improved porcelain-lined urn. In 1887 to 88, the Etruscan coffee pot was invented and put on the market by the Etruscan Coffee Pot Co. of Philadelphia. It employed a muslin cylinder with metal ends and a mechanism for combining agitation, distillation, and infusion. It was not unlike the Dakin device of 1848, previously mentioned. In 1890, Abe Matant Bar-le-Duc France, began to manufacture a line of coffee roasting machinery which included vertical ball and cylinder machines using wood, coal, coke, or gas for fuel. His best-known makes are Magic and Sirocco. Before 1895, the commercial roaster was little used in France. Since then, the industry has developed, but without displacing the smaller roaster for family use. Ball roasters are popular with shopkeepers, especially the variety manufactured by the Établissement Lauzun à Paris and known as aromatic, being equipped with electric motors. This firm builds also a larger machine known as Moderne. Other makes of roasters that have attained prominence in France are the Lambert, equipped with a steam condenser, Van den Broek's, having the roasting cylinder lined with wire gauze, and Resin's machine for wholesale plants. The French led off with glass cylinder roasters for home use in the early 70s. They are still popular. One of the developments of the last decade was known as the Bijou, and was operated by clockwork. A similar automatic machine, made of glass, was manufactured and sold in New York in 1908 under the name of the home roaster. As late as 1914, an American inventor produced a home roaster for use in a stove hole. This device had a stirrer in the cover to be rotated by hand. A similar device was sold in 1917 under the name Savo. Home roasting, however, has become a lost art in America. In 1897, Joseph Lambert, of Vermont, began the manufacture and sale in Battle Creek, Michigan, of the Lambert self-contained coffee roaster without the brick setting then required for coffee roasting machines. In 1900, he was joined by A.P. Growens. In 1901, the Lambert Food and Machinery Co. was organized. In 1904, the company was reorganized. Since then, many improvements have been made under Mr. Growens' direction. The Lambert gas roaster, one of the first machines employing gas as fuel for indirect roasting, dates back to 1901, as previously mentioned. The economic roaster is Mr. Growens' latest development for coal or coke fuel. It is a compact, self-contained equipment operating in connection with a new type rotary cooler. He has also recently bought out a gas-fired, electrically operated 600-pound Victory roaster and a 50-pound miniature coffee roasting plant designed for retail stores. In 1897, the Enterprise Manufacturing Co. of Pennsylvania was the first to regularly employ electric motors for driving commercial coffee mills by means of belt and pulley attachments. In 1898, the Hobart Manufacturing Co. of Troy, Ohio, introduced to the trade another early coffee grinder connected with an electric motor and driven by belt and pulley attachment. In 1900, the first gear-driven electric coffee grinder was put on the market by the Enterprise Manufacturing Co. of Pennsylvania. In 1902, the Coles Manufacturing Co. and Henry Tromner of Pennsylvania began the manufacture and sale of gear-driven electric coffee grinders. In 1905, the A.J. Deere Co., Buffalo, New York, began to sell its Royal Electric coffee mills direct to dealers on the installment plan, revolutionizing the former practice of selling coffee mills through hardware jobbers. In 1905, H.L. Johnston was granted a United States patent on a coffee mill. He assigned the patent to the Hobart Manufacturing Co. In 1900, Charles Lewis was granted a United States patent on an improved reversible filtration coffee pot known as the Kin He. This pot has since been further improved, and the patent rights sold in several foreign countries. It employs a filter cloth in place of the metal or china strainer used in the French drip pot. In 1901, Landers, Frary, and Clark's improved universal percolator was patented in the United States. This pot has proved to be one of the most popular percolators on the American market. This firm brought out the Universal Cafanora, a double glass filtration device, in 1916. It is covered by design and structural patents issued in 1916 and 1917. In 1900, the Burns Swingate sample roasting outfit was patented in the United States. In 1901, Robert Burns of New York was granted 2 United States patents on a coffee roaster and cooler. In 1901, Friedrich Kuchelmeister, Brooks, Austria-Hungary, was granted a United States patent on a coffee roaster having a double-walled drum, the inner being of wire gauze, and the outer of solid iron, designed to prevent scorching of the beans. In 1902, W. M. Still & Sons, London, were granted an English patent on a steam coffee-making machine employing 12 ounces of coffee to the gallon. In 1902, T.K. Baker of Minneapolis was granted 2 United States patents on a cloth filter coffee-making device. In 1903, A.E. Bronson Jr., a signer to the Bronson-Walton Company, Cleveland, Ohio, was granted a United States patent on a coffee mill. In 1903, John Arbuckle was granted a United States patent on a coffee roasting apparatus employing a fan to force the hot fire gases into the roasting cylinder. From this was developed the jumbo roaster, now used in the Arbuckle plant, which roasts 10,000 pounds an hour. Electric coffee roasting. In 1903, George C. Lester of New York was granted a United States patent on an electric coffee roaster, that is, a machine to roast by electric heat. There were 2 cylinders, the inner being of wire gauze, and the outer of copper and asbestos. Between the 2, 4 electric heaters were placed. There was demonstrated in Germany, in 1906, an electric coffee roaster employing a number of resistance coils consisting of strips of Krupp metal 2 1/2 mm thick, 5 mm broad, and 13 1/2 mm long, wound on porcelain tubes which transmitted the heat to the air within the roasting cylinder. Analysis showed that coffee electrically roasted contained more substances soluble in water than that roasted by coke, as well as considerably more material soluble in ether. This machine was invented by Captain Carl Mogling about 1900. Another electric fuel machine patent was granted in the United States to Robert H. Talbot of Baltimore in 1911. This machine had the electric heater in the center of the roasting cylinder. An electrically heated machine called Ben Franklin was demonstrated in New York in 1918. In 1919, Everett T. Short, Dallas, Texas, was granted a United States patent on an electric roaster. Up to the present writing, no great progress has been made in the United States with the roasting of coffee by electric heat. The Phoenix Electrical Heating Co. manufactured, and the Uno Company Ltd. of London marketed, an electrically heated roaster as far back as 1909. The machine was not altogether satisfactory, even to the makers, and the Uno Company is now experimenting with a new type of electric roaster which it expects will remedy the defects of the early machine. The 1909 roaster was made of 2 concentric cylinders revolving around a set of fixed heating elements, consisting of a series of spiral wires held in position on fireproof clay insulators, these wires being assembled, insulated, and brought out through the fixed sensor to a terminal, or a set of terminals, at one end. In this way, no contact brushes or rings were needed. The machine had a sampling device at one end which threw out a few berries each time it was operated. It was not possible to return these sample berries. Such an arrangement appeared necessary, however, unless one was prepared to have the heating element on the outside of the machine and to pick up the current by means of rings or brushes. When the operator became accustomed to the coffee he was roasting, this was not a matter of great moment, because in England, at least, the average coffee roaster does not require a testing sample unless he is about ready to turn out and to cool the roast. The Uno machine had a capacity of 7 pounds, and the time occupied in roasting was from 8 to 10 minutes, depending on whether the roaster had been freshly switched on or had been running for a few minutes. The wattage was 5,520. The consumption per hundredweight was under 13 units. The makers gave, as the most economical pressure on which to work, 220 to 240 volts. The machine was operated for 18 months in the show window of a London retail grocer. In 1921, a United States patent was granted to Mark T. Seymour Stowe, New York, on an electric coffee and peanut roaster, which has the heating element embedded in a cement-lined cylinder that contains a roasting cage. In 1921, Fred J. Coolmere and Ralph J. Quell of Burlington, Iowa, were granted a United States patent on a small household coffee roaster electrically equipped and roasting by electric heat. Other machinery patents. In 1903, Luigi Giacomini of Florence, Italy, was granted a United States patent on a process for roasting coffee. In 1905, A. Warner, a signer to Landers, Frary & Clark, New Britain Con, was granted 2 United States patents on a coffee mill. In 1906, Ludwig Schmidt, a signer to the Esmueller Mill Furnishing Co., St. Louis, was granted a United States patent on a coffee roaster. This company and the Reuter Jones Manufacturing Co. also of St. Louis, were making machines similar to the original Burns model. The Reuter Jones Manufacturing Co. in 1910 brought out a self-contained gas roaster called the St. Louis Jr. In 1913, at a receiver's sale, A.P. Growens of the Lambert Machine Co. acquired all the machinery and patent rights of the Reuter Jones Manufacturing Company. In 1904, J.W. Chapman and G.W. Kuhlman, assigners to Manning, Bowman & Co., Meriden Kahn, were granted a United States patent on a coffee or teapot. The same year, George E. Savage and G.W. Hope were granted 2 United States patents on coffee or teapots, also assigned to Manning, Bowman & Co. In 1904, Sigmund Sternau, J.P. Stepp, and L. Strasburger, assigners to S. Sternau & Co., New York, were granted a United States patent on a percolator. 6 others were granted to Charles Nelson and assigned to S. Sternau & Co. in 1912 and 1913 for a percolator, the manufacture and sale of which were discontinued in 1915. In 1905, a celebrated case was decided in Kansas City involving litigation between William E. Baker of Baker & Co., Minneapolis, and the F.A. Dunco Manufacturing Co. of St. Joseph, Missouri, over Mr. Baker's patent rights and a machine to produce steel-cut coffee. The suit was brought in 1903, and Mr. Baker contended that his patent gave him the exclusive right to the uniformity of granules by means of the sharply dressed mechanism, and by the use of a fan for blowing away the silver skins produced by his machine, while the defendant said he obtained the same result by grating the granules through screens or sieves. The defense was that Mr. Baker's process was not a discovery, because grinding coffee was as old as the world's knowledge, and winnowing the chaff was equally ancient. The lower court dismissed the bill because the patents sued upon are devoid of patentable invention, and the United States Court of Appeals confirmed the decision. In 1905, Frederick A. Cauchois of New York brought out his private estate coffee maker, a clever combination of the French drip and filter processes, employing a thin layer of Japanese paper as a filtering agent. The same year, Finley Acker of Philadelphia was granted a United States patent on a percolator employing 2 cylinders perforated on the sides with a sheet of percolator paper placed between them to act as a filtering medium. In 1906, George Savage and J.W. Chapman, assigners to Manning, Bowman & Co. of Meriden Kahn, were granted a United States patent on a coffee percolator. In 1906, Alonzo A. Warner, assigner to Landers, Frary & Clark, New Britain Kahn, was granted a United States patent on a coffee percolator. In 1906, H.D. Kelly, Kansas City, was granted a United States patent on the Kellum automatic coffee urn, employing a coffee extractor in which ground coffee is continually agitated before percolation by a vacuum process. 16 patents followed. In 1906, Desiderio Pavoni of Milan, Italy, was granted a patent in Italy for an improvement on the Bezzera system for preparing and serving coffee as a rapid infusion of a single cup, first introduced in 1903 to 1904. It is known as the ideal urn, and makes 150 cups per hour. Among other Italian rapid coffee-making machines which, with this one, have attained considerable prominence in Europe and South America, mention should be made of La Victoria Arduino, made by Pier Tesio Arduino of Turin, Italy, introduced in 1909, that makes 1,000 cups per hour. It was patented in the United States in 1920. There are, also, La Italiana Sovereign Filter Machine made by Bossi Vernetti and Bartolini Turin, and Jose Barros Express, Buenos Aires, making 600 cups an hour. In 1908, A.E. White, Chicago, was granted a United States patent on a coffee urn. He assigned it to the James Heakin Co. of Cincinnati. In 1908, I.D. Reichemer, Chicago, introduced his trickolator to the trade and the consumer. This is an aluminum device to fit any coffee pot, combining French drip and filtration ideas with Japanese paper as the filtration medium. In 1908, an improved type of Burns roaster was patented in the United States. The improvement consisted of an open perforated cylinder with flexible back head and balanced front bearings. The following year, the Burns tilting sample roaster for gas or electric heating units was patented. In 1909, Frederick A. Cauchois of New York was granted a United States patent on a coffee urn fitted with a centrifugal pump for repouring. In 1909, C.F. Blanc of St. Louis was granted 2 United States patents on a china coffee pot with a cloth filter, the sides tightly and the bottom loosely woven. In 1911, Edward Aborn of New York was granted a United States patent on his Make-Right coffee filter device. This was later incorporated with improvements in a True Brew coffee pot, on which he was granted another patent in 1920. In 1912, John E. King of Detroit was granted a United States patent on an improved coffee percolator for restaurants, employing a sheet of filter paper on a ring in a metal basket, the ring to be removed once the filter paper was in position on the perforated bottom plate of the percolator basket. In 1913, F.F. Ware, Los Angeles, perfected a coffee-making device in which a metal perforated clamp was employed to apply a filter paper to the underside of an English earthenware adaptation of the French drip pot. In 1912, William Lawton demonstrated in London a gas coffee roaster of his own invention, by means of which he roasted coffee in suspension to a light brown color in 3 minutes. Herbert L. Johnston, assigner to the Hobart Electric Manufacturing Co., Troy, Ohio, was granted a United States patent on a machine for refining coffee in 1913. In 1914, the Phylax coffee maker, embodying an improvement on the French drip principle, was introduced to the trade. The process was demonstrated by Benjamin H. Calkin of Detroit in 1921 as an art of brewing coffee. In 1914, Robert Burns, assigner to Jabez Burns & Sons, New York, was granted a United States patent on a coffee granulating mill. In 1914-15, Herbert Galt of Chicago was granted 3 United States patents on the Gate coffee pot, made of aluminum and having 2 parts, a removable cylinder employing the French drip principle and the containing pot. In 1915, the Burns Jubilee gas coffee roaster was patented in the United States and put on the market. In 1915, the National Coffee Roasters Association home coffee mill, employing an improved set screw operating on a cog and ratchet principle, was introduced to the trade. In 1916, a United States patent was granted to I.D. Richheimer, Chicago, for an infused improvement on his trickolator. In 1916, Saul Blickman, assigner to S. Blickman, New York, was granted a United States patent on an apparatus for making and dispensing coffee. In 1916, Orville W. Chamberlain, New Orleans, was granted a United States patent on an automatic drip coffee pot. In 1916, Jules Lepage, Darlington, Indiana, obtained 2 United States patents on cutting rolls to cut, and not to grind or crush, corn, wheat, or coffee. These were subsequently incorporated in the Ideal Steel Cut coffee mill and marketed to the trade by the B.F. Grump Co., Chicago. In 1917, Richard A. Green and William G. Burns, assigners to Jabez Burns & Sons, New York, were granted patents in the United States on the Burns Flexible Arm Cooler, providing full fan suction to a cooler box at all points in its track travel. In 1919, Joseph F. Smart, assigner to Landers, Frary, and Clark, New Britain Con, was granted a United States patent on a percolator. In 1919, Charles Morgan, assigner to the Arcade Manufacturing Co., Freeport, Illinois, was granted a United States patent on an improved grinding mill. In 1919, Edward F. Schnuck, assigner to Jabez Burns & Sons, New York, was granted a United States patent on an improvement for a gas coffee roaster. In 1920, he was granted a United States patent on an improved process of twice cutting coffee and removing the chaff after each cutting. In 1920, Natale de Matti of Turin, Italy, was granted a United States patent on a rapid coffee filtering machine. In 1920, Frederick H. Muller of Chicago was granted a United States patent on an art of making coffee and on an improved apparatus for hotels and restaurants, which comprised a series of superposed metal containers, or cartridges, of ground coffee placed in a perforated bucket designed to rest in a coffee urn, the cartridges being lifted out as the boiling water poured on them sinks with the drawing off of the decoction at the faucet. In 1920, Alfredo M. Salazar of New York was granted a United States patent on a coffee urn in which the coffee is made at the time of serving by using steam pressure to force the boiling water through ground coffee held in a cloth sack attached to the faucet. In 1920, William H. Bruning, Evansville, Indiana, was granted a United States patent on an improved French drip pot made of aluminum and provided with a vacuum jacket in the dripper section and a hot water jacket in the serving portion to keep the beverage hot. In 1921, the Manthe Zorn Laboratories Co. of Cleveland brought out a rapid coffee infuser and dispenser employing in the infuser a centrifugal to make an extract in 38 seconds, and designed to deliver a gallon of concentrated liquid, or coffee base, every 3 minutes. The dispenser automatically combines the coffee base with boiling water in a differential faucet, in the proportion desired, usually 1 of base to 4 of water. The dispenser serves 600 cups per hour. An additional faucet may be added which will double the capacity. Among foreign coffee makers applying the French drip principle, the Vienna coffee-making machine, known in the United States as the Bohemian coffee pot, has met with much favor in this country. Elsewhere, it is known as the Carlsbad. It is made of china, and the European manufacturer has a patent on the porcelain strainer, or grid, which is provided with slits that are very fine on the inner side but that widen on the outer side to permit careful straining and to facilitate cleaning. Some of the latest developments in coffee apparatus were shown at the Industrial Exposition at the National Coffee Roasters Association, held in New York, November 1-3, 1921. Among items of distinction not heretofore included in this work, mention should be made of an American-French coffee biggin, being a French drip pot made of American porcelain and fitted with a muslin stainer, a glass urn liner intended to supplant the porcelain liner, and an electric repouring pump designed to be attached to any type of coffee urn. Careful research of the records of the United States Patent Office discloses that the number of patents relating to coffee apparatus and coffee preparations issued from 1789 to 1921 is as follows. United States Coffee Patents. Coffee mills, 185 patents. Coffee roasting devices and improvements thereon, 312 patents. Coffee making devices, 835 patents. Coffee cleaning, hulling, drying, polishing, and plantation machinery in general, 175 patents. Miscellaneous patents for coating, glazing, treated coffees, substitutes, etc., 300 patents. Total, 1,807 patents. It must be borne in mind that there was a number of patents granted on machines that were intended for, and used for, coffee, but that did not mention coffee in the specifications. Many coffee dryers were listed as grain dryers, for instance. Also, many excellent devices have been made that were never patented. End of section 63.
Section 64 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Blue Bowser, Dessau, March 2022. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 35. World's Coffee Manners and Customs. Part 1. How coffee is roasted, prepared and served in all the leading civilized countries. The Arabian coffee ceremony. The present-day coffee houses of Turkey. 20th century improvements in Europe and the United States. Coffee manners and customs have shown little change in the Orient in the 600-odd years since the coffee drink was discovered by Sheikh Omar in Arabia. As a beverage for Western peoples, however, and more particularly in America, there have been many improvements in making and serving it. A brief survey of the coffee conventions and coffee service in the principal countries where coffee has become a fixed item in the dietary is presented here, with a view to show how different peoples have adapted the universal drink to their national needs and preferences. To proceed in alphabetical order, and beginning with Africa, coffee drinking is indulged in largely in Abyssinia, Algeria, Egypt, Portuguese East Africa, and the Union of South Africa. Coffee manners and customs in Africa. In Abyssinia and Somaliland, among the native population, the most primitive methods of coffee making still obtain. Here, the wandering Gala still mix their pulverized coffee beans with fats as a food ration, and others of the native tribes favor the kisher, or beverage made from the toasted coffee hulls. An hour's boiling produces a straw-colored decoction of a slightly sweetish taste. Where the Arabian customs have taken root, the drink is prepared from the roasted beans after the Arabian and Turkish method. The white inhabitants usually prepare and serve the beverage as in the homeland, so that it is possible to obtain it after the English, French, German, Greek or Italian styles. Adaptations of the French sidewalk cafes and of the Turkish coffee house may be seen in larger towns. In the equatorial provinces of Egypt and in Uganda, the natives eat the raw berries, or first cook them in boiling water, dry them in the sun, and then eat them. It is a custom to exchange coffee beans in friendly greeting. Individual earthen vessels for making coffee, painted red and yellow, are made by some of the native tribes in Abyssinia, and usually accompany disciples of Islam when they journey to Mecca, where the vessels find a ready sale among the pilgrims, most of whom are coffee devotees. Turkish and Arabian coffee customs prevail in Algeria and Egypt, modified to some extent by European contact. The Moorish cafes of Cairo, Tunis and Algiers have furnished inspiration and copy for writers, artists and travellers for several centuries. They change little with the years. The mazagran, sweetened cold coffee to which water or ice has been added, originated in Algeria. Probably took its name from the fortress of the same name, reserved to France by the Treaty of Letavna in 1837. It is said that the French colonial troops were first served with a drink made from coffee syrup and cold water, or marches near Mazagran, formerly spelled Massagran. Upon their return to the French capital, they introduced the idea, with the added fillip of service in tall glasses, in their favorite cafes, where it became known as Café Mazagran. Variants are coffee syrup with seltzer and with hot water. This fashion of serving coffee in glasses, says Chardin, has no raison d'être, and nothing can justify abandoning the cup of coffee. In the principal streets and public squares of any town in Algeria, it is a common sight to find a group of Arabs squatting about a portable stove, and a table on which cups are in readiness to receive the boiling coffee. The thirsty Arab approaches the dealer, and for a modest sum he gets his drink and goes his way, unless he prefers to go inside the café, where he may get several drinks and linger over them, sitting on a mat with his legs crossed and smoking his cheap book. Indeed, this is a typical scene throughout the Near East, where sheds or coffee tents, sketches of the more pretentious coffee houses, coffee shops and itinerant coffee vendors are to be met at almost every turn. In an unpublished work, Baron Antoine Rousseau and T.H. Roland Debussy have the following description of a typical Moorish café at Algiers. We entered without ceremony into a narrow deep cave decorated with the name of the café. On the right and on the left, along its length, were two benches covered with mats, notched cups, tongs, a box of brown sugar, all placed near a small stove, completed the furniture of the place. In the evening, the dim light from a lamp hanging from the ceiling shows the indistinct figures of a double row of natives listening to the nasal cadences of a band who play in a pizzicato accompaniment on small three-stringed violins. Here, as in Europe, the cafes are the providential rendezvous for idlers and gossips, exchanges for real estate brokers and players at cards. Europeans recently arrived frequent them particularly. Some go only to satisfy their curiosity, others out of an inborn scorn for the customs of civilization. They go to sleep as Frenchmen, they awake Mohammedans. Their love for Turkish art only leads them to haunt the native shops and to affect Oriental poses. If we quit for a moment the interior of the city to follow between two hedgerows of mastics or aloes, one of those capricious paths which lead one now up to the summit of a hill, now to the depth of some ravine, very soon the tones of a rustic flute, the modulations of a doo-wop, will betray some cool and peaceful retreat, some rustic café, easily recognized by its facade, pierced with large openings. To my eyes, nothing equals the charm of these little buildings scattered here and there along the edges of a stream, sheltered under the thick foliage and constantly enlivened by the coming and going of the husbandman of the neighborhood. Certain old Moors from the neighboring districts, fleeing the noises of the city, are the faithful habitués of these agreeable retreats. Here they install themselves at dawn and know how to enjoy every moment of the day with tales of their travels and youthful adventures, and many a legend for which their imagination takes all the responsibility. Gérôme's painting of the coffee house at Cairo, which hangs in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, gives one a good idea of the atmosphere of the Egyptian coffee. The preparation and service is modified Turkish Arabian. The coffee is ground to a powder, boiled in an ibrik with the addition of sugar, and served frothing in small cups. Storytellers, singers, and dancers furnish amusement as of yore. The Oriental customs have not changed much in this respect. Trolley cars, victorias, and taxis may have replaced the donkeys in the new sections of the larger Egyptian cities, but in old Alexandria and Cairo, the approach to the native coffee house is as dirty and as odorous as ever. Coffee is always served in all business transactions. Nowadays, the Egyptian woman chews gum and the man smokes cigarettes. French department stores offer bargain sales and the hotels advertise tea dances. But the Egyptian coffee drink is still the tiny cup of coffee grounds and sugar that it was 300 years ago, when sugar was first used to sweeten coffee in Cairo. In Portuguese East Africa, the natives prepare and drink coffee after the approved African native fashion, but the white population follows European customs. In the Union of South Africa, Dutch and English customs prevail in making and serving the beverage. Manners and customs in Asia. Arabia the Happy deserves to be called the Blessed, if only for its gift of coffee to the world. Here it was that the virtues of the drink were first made known. Here the plant first received intensive cultivation. After centuries of habitual use of the beverage, we find the Arabs, now as then one of the strongest and noblest races of the world, mentally superior to most of them, generally healthy and growing old so gracefully that the faculty of the mind seldom gives way sooner than those of the body. They are an ever-living earnest of the healthfulness of coffee. The Arabs are proverbially hospitable, and the symbol of their hospitality for 1,000 years has been the great drink of democracy, coffee. Their very houses are built around the cup of human brotherhood. William Ukers, writing on Arabian philosophy, manners and customs, says, "The principal feature of an Arab house is the kahwa, or coffee room. It is a large apartment spread with mats and sometimes furnished with carpets and a few cushions. At one end is a small furnace or fireplace for preparing coffee. In this room the men congregate. Here guests are received and even lodged. Women rarely enter it, except at times when strangers are unlikely to be present. Some of these apartments are very spacious and supported by pillars. One wall is usually built transversely to the compass direction of the Kaaba, sacred shrine of Mecca. It serves to facilitate the performance of prayer by those who may happen to be in the Kaaba at the appointed times. Several rounds of coffee without milk or sugar, but sometimes flavored with cardamom seeds, are served to the guest at first welcome, and coffee may be had at all hours between meals or whenever the occasion demands it. Always the beans are freshly roasted, pounded and boiled. The Arabs average 25 to 30 cups, finjans, a day. everywhere in Arabia there are to be found cafes where the beverage may be bought. Those of the lower classes are thronged throughout the day. In front there is generally a porch or bench where one may sit. The rooms, benches and little chairs lack the cleanliness and elegance of the one-time luxurious cafenettes of cities like Damascus and Constantinople, but the drink is the same. There is not in all Yemen at a single market town or hamlet where one does not find upon some simple hut the legend shed for drinking coffee. The Arab drinks water before taking coffee, but never after it. Once in Syria, says a traveller, I was recognized as a foreigner because I asked for water just after I had taken my coffee. If you belonged here, said the waiter, you would not spoil the taste of coffee in your mouth by washing it away with water. It is an adventure to partake of coffee prepared in the open, at a roadside inn or khan in Arabia by an Araba or diligence driver. He takes from his saddlebag the ever-present coffee kit containing his supply of green beans, of which he roasts just sufficient on a little perforated iron plate over an open fire, deftly taking off the beans, one at a time, as they turn the right colour. Then he pounds them in a mortar, boils his water in the long, straight-handled open boiler, or ibrik, a sort of brass mug or shefte, tosses in the coffee powder, moving the vessel back and forth from the fire as it boils up to the rim, and, after repeating this manoeuvre 3 times, pours the contents foaming merrily into the little egg-like serving cups. Café Sultan or Kisha, the original decoction made from dried and toasted coffee hulls, is still being drunk in parts of Arabia and Turkey. Coffee in Arabia is part of the ritual of business as in other Oriental countries. Shopkeepers serve it to the customers before the argument starts. Recently, a New Yorker barber got some valuable publicity because he regaled his customers with tea and music. It was old stuff. The Arabian and Turkish barber shops have been serving coffee, tobacco and sweetmeats to their customers for centuries. For a faithful description of the ancient coffee ceremony of the Arabs, which, with a slight modification, is still observed in Arabian homes, we turn to Palgrave. First, he describes the dwelling and then the ceremony. The Kaaba was a large oblong hall about 20 feet in height, 15 in length and 16 or thereabouts in breadth. The walls were coloured in a ruddily decorative manner with brown and white wash, and sunk here and there into small triangular recesses destined to the reception of books. So of this Garfield at least had no overabundance, lamps and other such-like objects. The roof of timber and flat, the floor was strewed with fine clean sand and garnished all around alongside of the walls with long strips of carpet, upon which cushions, covered with faded silk, were disposed at suitable intervals. In poorer houses, felt rugs usually take the place of carpets. In one corner, namely the furthest removed from the door, stood a small fireplace, or to speak more exactly furnace, formed of a large square block of granite or some other hard stone, about 20 inches each way. This is hollowed inwardly into a deep funnel, open above and communicating below with a small horizontal tube or pipe hole through which the air passes, bellows driven, to the lighted charcoal piled up on a grating about halfway inside the cone. In this manner, the fuel is soon brought to a white heat, and the water in the coffee pot placed upon the funnel's mouth is readily brought to boil. The system of coffee furnaces is universal in Diouf and Jebel Shomer, but in Najd itself, and indeed in whatever other yet more distant regions of Arabia I visited to the south and east, the furnace is replaced by an open fireplace, hollowed in the ground floor, with a raised stone border and dog irons for the fuel and so forth, like what may be yet seen in Spain. This diversity of arrangement, so far as Arabia is concerned, is due to the greater abundance of firewood in the south, whereby the inhabitants are enabled to light up on a larger scale, whereas throughout the Diouf and Jebel Shomer wood is very scarce, and the only fuel at hand is bad charcoal, often brought from a considerable distance and carefully husbanded. This corner of the Kaaba is also the place of distinction, whence honour and coffee radiate by progressive degrees round the apartment, and hereabouts accordingly sits the master of the house himself, or the guests whom he more especially delighteth to honour. On the broad edge of the furnace or fireplace, as the case may be, stands an ostentatious range of copper coffee pots, varying in size and form. Here in the dwarf their make resembles that in vogue at Damascus, but in Najd and the eastern districts they are of a different and much more ornamental fashioning, very tall and slender, with several ornamental circles and mouldings in elegant relief, besides boasting long, beak-shaped spouts and high steeples for covers. The number of these utensils is often extravagantly great. I have seen a dozen at a time in a row by one fireside, though coffee-making requires in fact only 3 at most. Here in the dwarf 5 or 6 are considered to be the thing. For the south this number must be doubled. All this to indicate the riches and munificence of the owner, by implying the frequency of his guests and the large amount of coffee that he is in consequence obliged to have made for them. Behind the stove sits, at least in wealthy houses, a black slave, whose name is generally a diminutive in token of familiarity or affection. In the present case, it was Soilim, the diminutive of Selim. His occupation is to make and pour out the coffee. Where there is no slave in the family, the master of the premises himself, or perhaps one of his sons, performs that hospitable duty, rather a tedious one, as we shall soon see. We enter. On passing the threshold, it is proper to say Bismillah, for example, in the name of God. Not to do so would be looked on as a bad augury alike for him who enters and for those within. The visitor next advances in silence, till on coming about halfway across the room, he gives to all present, but looking specially at the master of the house, the customary Assalamu alaikum, or Peace be with you, literally on you. All this while everyone else in the room has kept his place, motionless and without saying a word. But on receiving the salam of etiquette, the master of the house rises, and if a strict Wahhabi, or at any rate desirous of seeming such, replies with a full-length traditionary formula, Alaykumu salamu wa rahmat Ullahi wa barakatuh, which is, as everyone knows, and with or on you be peace and the mercy of God and his blessings. But should he happen to be of anti-Wahhabi tendencies, the odds are that he will say marhaba or ala wa salam, welcome or worthy and pleasurable, or the like, for of such phrases there is an infinite but elegant variety. All present follow the example thus given, by rising and saluting. The guest then goes up to the master of the house, who has also made a step or two forwards, and places his open hand in the palm of his host's, but without grasping or shaking, which would hardly pass for decorous, and at the same time each repeats once more his greeting, followed by the set phrases of polite inquiry, how are you, how goes the world with you, and so forth, all in a tone of great interest, and to be gone over 3 or 4 times, till one or other has the discretion to say, Elhamdu Ilah, praise be to God, or in equivalent value, all right, and this is a signal for a seasonable diversion to the ceremonious interrogatory. The guest then, after a little contest of courtesy, takes his seat in the honoured post by the fireplace, after an apologetical salutation to the black slave on the one side and to the nearest neighbour on the other. The best cushions and newest-looking carpets have been, of course, prepared for his honoured weight. Shoes or sandals, for in truth the latter alone are used in Arabia, are slipped off on the sand just before reaching the carpet, and there they remain on the floor close by. But the riding stick or wand, the inseparable companion of every true Arab, whether Bedouin or townsman, rich or poor, gentle or simple, is to be retained in the hand, and will serve for playing with during the pauses of conversation, like the van of our grandmothers in the days of conquest. Without delay, Soilim begins his preparations for coffee. These open by about 5 minutes of blowing with a bellows and arranging the charcoal till a sufficient heat has been produced. Next he places the largest of the coffee pots, a huge machine, and about 2/3 full of clear water, close by the edge of the glowing coal pit, that its contents may become gradually warm while other operations are in progress. He then takes a dirty knotted rag out of a niche in the wall close by, and having untied it, empties out of it 3 or 4 handfuls of unroasted coffee, the which he places on a little trencher of plaited grass, and picks carefully out any blackened grains or other non-homologous substances, commonly to be found intermixed with the berries when purchased in groves. Then, after much cleansing and shaking, he pours the grain so cleansed into a large open iron ladle and places it all over the mouth of the funnel, at the same time blowing the bellows and steering the grains gently round and round till they crackle, redden, and smoke a little, but carefully withdrawing them from the heat long before they turn black or charred, after the erroneous fashion of Turkey or Europe, after which he puts them to cool a moment on the grass platter. He then sets the warm water in the large coffee pot over the fire aperture, that is maybe ready boiling at the right moment, and draws in close between his own trouserless legs a large stone mortar with a narrow pit in the middle, just enough to admit the large stone pestle 4 foot long and 1.5 inches thick, which he now takes in hand. Next, pouring the half-roasted berries into the mortar, he proceeds to pound them, striking right into the narrow hollow with wonderful dexterity, nor ever missing his blow, till the beans are smashed but not reduced into powder. He then scoops them out, now reduced to a sort of coarse reddish grit, very unlike the fine charcoal dust which passes in some countries for coffee, and out of which every particle of real aroma has long since been burned or ground. After all these operations, each performed with as intense a seriousness and deliberate nicety as if the welfare of the entire drove depended on it, he takes a smaller coffee pot in hand, fills it more than half with hot water from the larger vessel, and then shaking the pounded coffee into it, sets it on the fire to boil, occasionally steering it with a small stick as the water rises to check the ebullition and prevent overflowing. Nor is the boiling stage to be long or vehement. On the contrary, it is and should be as light as possible. In the interim, he takes out of another rag knot a few aromatic seeds called hale, an Indian product, but of whose scientific name I regret to be wholly ignorant, or a little saffron, and after slightly pounding these ingredients, throws them into the simmering coffee to improve its flavor, for such an additional spicing is held indispensable in Arabia, though often omitted elsewhere in the East. Sugar would be a totally unheard of profanation. Last of all, he strains off the liquor through some fibers of the inner palm bark placed for that purpose in the jug spout, and gets ready the tray for delicate party-colored grass, and the small coffee cups ready for pouring out. All these preliminaries have taken up a good half-hour. Meantime, we have become engaged in active conversation with our host and his friends, but our Shararat guide, Suleiman, like a true Bedouin, feels too awkward when among townsfolk to venture on the upper places, so repeatedly invited and accordingly has squatted down on the sand near the entrance. Many of Gafil's relations are present. Their silver-decorated swords proclaim the importance of the family. Others, too, have come to receive us, for our arrival, announced beforehand by those we had met at the entrance pass, is a sort of event in the town. The dress of some betokens poverty, others are better clad, but all have a very polite and decorous manner. Many a question is asked about our native land and town, that is to say, Syria and Damascus, conformably to the disguise already adopted, and which it was highly important to keep well up. Then follow inquiries regarding our journey, our business, what we have brought with us, about our medicines, our goods and wares, etc., etc. From the very first, it is easy for us to perceive that patients and purchasers are likely to abound. Very few travelling merchants, if any, visit the Joves at this time of year, for one must be mad or next door to it to rush into the vast desert around during the heats of June and July. I, for one, have certainly no intention of doing it again. Hence we had small danger of competitors and found the market almost at our absolute disposal. But before a quarter of an hour has passed, and while Blackie is still roasting and pounding his coffee, a tall, thin lad, Gafiel's eldest son, appears, charged with a large circular dish, grass-platted like the rest, and throws it with a graceful jerk on the sandy floor close before us. He then produces a large wooden bowl full of dates, bearing in the midst of the heap a cup full of melted butter. All this he places on the circular mat and says, "Simor," literally pronounce the name of God. Understood, this means set to work it did. Hereon the master of the house quits his place by the fireside and seats himself on the sand opposite to us. We draw nearer to the dish, and 4 or 5 others, after some respectful coyness, join the circle. Everyone then picks out a date or 2 from the juicy half-amalgamated mass, dips them into the butter, and thus goes on eating till he has had enough, when he rises and washes his hands. By this time the coffee is ready, and Zoe Lim begins his round, the coffee pot in one hand, the tray and cups on the other. The first pouring out he must in etiquette drink himself, by way of a practical assurance that there is no death in the pot. The guests are next served, beginning with those next the honourable fireside. The master of the house receives his cup last of all. To refuse would be a positive and unpardonable insult, but one has not much to swallow at a time, for the coffee cups, or finjans, are about the size of a large eggshell at most, and are never more than half filled. This is considered essential to good breeding, and a brimmer would here imply exactly the reverse of what it does in Europe. Why it should be so I hardly know, unless perhaps the rareness of cup stands or shafts, sea lanes, modern Egyptians, in Arabia, though these implements are universal in Egypt and Syria, might render an over-full cup inconveniently hot for the fingers that must grasp it without medium. Be that as it may, fill the cup for your enemy is an adage common to all Bedouins or townsmen throughout the peninsula. The beverage itself is singularly aromatic and refreshing, a real tonic, and very different from the black mud sucked by the Levantine or the watery roast bean preparations of France. When the slave or freeman, according to the circumstances, presents you with a cup, he never fails to accompany it with a "Sim," say the name of God, nor must you take it without answering Bismillah. When all have been thus served, a second round is poured out, but in inverse order, for the host this time drinks first and the guests last. On special occasions, at first reception for instance, the ruddy liqueur is a third time handed round, nay, a fourth cup is sometimes added, but all these put together do not come up to 1/4 of what a European imbibes in a single draught at breakfast. For a more recent pen picture of coffee manners and customs in Arabia, we turn to Charles M. Doughty's Travels in Arabia Deserta. Irfa ever demanded of her husband towards which part should the house be built. "Dress the face," Said would answer, "to this part," showing her with his hands the south. For if his booth face be all day turned to the hot sun, there will come in fewer young, loitering, and parasitical fellows that would be his coffee drinkers. Since the sheikh, or heads, alone receive their tribes, surah, it is not much that they should be to the arms of his coffee hosts. I have seen Said avoid them, as he saw them approach, or even rise ungraciously upon such men's presenting themselves. The half of every booth, namely the man's side, is at all times open, and any enter there that will, in the free desert. And then murmuring he tells them, Wallah, his affairs to call him forth. Adieu. He must away to the Majils. Go they and seek the coffee elsewhere. But were there any sheikh with them, a coffee lord, Said could not honestly choose but abide and serve them with coffee. And if he be absent himself, yet any sheikhly man coming to the sheikh's tent, coffee must be made for him, except he gently protest, Billah, he would not drink. Hirfa, a sheikh's daughter, and his nigh kinswoman, was a faithful mate to Said in all his sparing policy. Our man still now standing, the man stepped over to Said's coffee fire, if the sheikh be not gone forth to the majlis to drink his midday cup there. A few gathered sticks are flung down beside the hearth. With flint and steel one stoops and strikes fire in tinder. He blows and cherishes those seeds for the cheerful flame, and some dry camel dung, sets the burning shred on the dry straws, and powders over more dry camel dung. As the fire kindles, the sheikh reaches for his dalal coffee pots, which are carried in the fatya coffee gear basket. These people of a nomad life bestow each thing of theirs in a proper bait. It would otherwise be lost in their daily removings. One rises to go to fill up the pots at the water skins, or a bowl of water is handed over the curtain from the woman's side. The pot at the fire, Hirfa reaches over her little palmful of green coffee berries. These are roasted and brayed. As all is boiling, he sets out his little cups, fenjil or fenjin. When, with a pleasant gravity, he has unbuckled his kutiya or cup box, we see the nomad has not above 3 or 4 fenjins wrapped in a rusty cloth, with which he scours them busily as if this should make his cups clean. The roasted beans are pounded amongst Arabs with a magnanimous rattle and, as all the labour, rhythmical, in press of the town, or an old wooden mortar, gaily studded with nails, the work of some nomad smith. The water bubbling in the small dalal, he casts in his fine coffee powder, el-bun, and withdraws the pot to simmer a moment. From a knot in his handkerchief he takes then a head of cloves, a piece of cinnamon, or other spice, bahar, and braying these, he casts the dust in after. Soon he pours out some hot drops to assay his coffee, if the taste be to his liking, making dexterously a nest of all the cups in his hand. With pleasant clattering, he is ready to pour out for all the company, and begins upon his right hand, the first, if such be present, to any considerable sheikh and principal persons. The fenjin kava is but 4 sips. To fill it up to a guest, as in the northern towns, where among Bedouins an injury, and of such bitter meaning, these drink though and depart. Then is often seen a contention and courtesy amongst them, especially in any greater assemblies, who shall drink first. Some man that receives the fenjin in his turn will not drink yet. He proffers it to one sitting in order under him, as to the more honourable, but the other putting off with his hand will answer, "A bit then, nay, I shall never be by Allah, but do thou drink." Thus licensed, the humble man is dispatched in 3 sips, and hands up his empty fenjin. But if he have much insisted, by this he opens his willingness to be reconciled with one not his friend. That neighbour, seeing the company of coffee drinkers watching him, may with an honest grace receive the cup, and let it seem not willingly. But any hard man will sometimes rebut the other's gentle proffer. Some may have taken lower seats than becoming their sheikh blood, of which the nomads are jealous. Entering untimely, they sit down out of order, sooner than trouble all the company. A sheikh, coming late, and any business going forward, will often sit far out in the assembly, and show himself a popular person in this kind of honourable humility. The more inward in the booth is, the higher place, where also is, with the sheikhs, the seat of a stranger. To sit in the loose circuit without and before the tent is for the common sort. A tribesman arriving presents himself at that part or a little lower, where in the eyes of all men his pretension will be well allowed, and in such observances of good nurture is a nomad's man honour among his tribesmen, and this is the nigh all that serves the nomad for a conscience, namely, that which man will hold of him. A poor person, approaching from behind, stands obscurely, wrapped in his tattered mantle, with grave ceremonial, until those sitting indolently before him in the sand shall vouchsafe to take notice of him. Then they rise unwillingly, and giving back enlarge the coffee circle to receive him. But if there arrive a sheikh, a coffee host, a Richard amongst them of a few cattle, all the coxcomb companions within will hail him with a pleasant adulation, Tad Henity, step thou up hither. The astute Fucara Sheikh surpasses all men in their coffee-drinking courtesy, and Said himself was more than any large of this gentlemanlike imposture. He was full of swaggering complaisance and compliments to an humbler person. With what suavity could he encourage and gently to compel a man, and rising himself yield him parcel of another man's room. In such fashions Said showed himself a bountiful great man, who indeed was the greatest niggard. The cups are drunk twice about, each one sipping after other's lips, without misliking. To the great coffee shakes, the cup may be filled more times, but this is an adulation of the coffee server. There are some of the Fucara shake so delicate separates that of these 3 bitter sips to draw out all their joyance, twisting, turning, and tossing again the cup, they could make 10. The coffee service ended, the grounds are poured out from the small into the great store pot that is reserved full of warm water. With a bitter lay, the nomads will make their next bever and think they spare coffee. Here is an Arabian recipe for making coffee as given by Qadi Qadad, the best informed man of this time. Taj Eddin Aid al-Makna ben Yaqub Maki Molki, chief of all the contents of Hejaz, may God have mercy on him. I learned it when once in his company at the time of the holy feasts. He informed me that nothing is more beneficial than to drink cold water before coffee, because it lengthens the dryness of the coffee, and thus, taken, it does not cause insomnia to the same degree. Poet did not forget to explain this manner of taking coffee. As with art is prepared, one should drink it with art. The mere commonplace drinks one observes with free heart, but this once with care, from the bright flame removed, and the lime set aside that its value has proved. Take it first in deep draughts, meditative and slow. Quit it now resume, thus imbibe with gusto. While charming the palate, it burns yet enchants. In the hour of its triumph, the virtue it grants penetrates every tissue, its powers condense, circulate cheering warmth, bring new life to each sense. From the cauldron profound, spiced aromas unseen, mount to tease and delight your olfactories keen, the while you inhale with felicity fraught the enchanting perfume that a zephyr has brought. End of section 64.
Section 65 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Bender. All About Coffee by William Ukers. World's Coffee Manners and Customs, Part 2. Gone are the, quote, luxurious and magnificent, end quote, coffee houses of Constantinople, if they ever existed, at least as we understand luxury and magnificence, which first brought the beverage worldwide fame. Such cafenettes, as the one pictured by Thomas Allen and described by the Reverend Robert Walsh in Constantinople Illustrated, quote, the cafenet or coffee house is something more splendid, and the Turk expends all his notions of finery and elegance on this, his favorite place of indulgence. The edifice is generally decorated in a very gorgeous manner, supported on pillars and open in front. It is surrounded on the inside by a raised platform, covered with mats or cushions, on which the Turks sit cross-legged. On one side are musicians, generally Greeks, with mandolins and tambourines accompanying singers whose melody consists in vociferation, and the loud and obstreperous concert forms a strong contrast to the stillness and taciturnity of Turkish meetings. On the opposite side are men, generally of a respectable class, some of whom are found here every day and all day long, dozing under the double influence of coffee and tobacco. The coffee is served in very small cups, not larger than egg cups, grounds and all, without cream or sugar, and so black, thick, and bitter that it has been aptly compared to, quote, stewed soot, end quote. Besides the ordinary shabook for tobacco, there is another implement called nargileh, used for smoking in a caffeinette, of a more elaborate construction. It consists of a glass vase filled with water, and often scented with distilled rose or other flowers. This is surmounted with a silver or brazen head from which issues a long flexible tube. A pipe bowl is placed on the top, and so constructed that the smoke is drawn and comes bubbling up through the water, cool and fragrant to the mouth. A peculiar kind of tobacco, grown at Shiraz in Persia and resembling small pieces of cut leather, is used with this instrument." End quote. Certainly there never was any such thing as a coffee house architecture. It may be that up to the time of Abdul Hamid, when money was more plentiful than it has been for the past 50 years, there were coffee houses more comfortably appointed than now exist. The coffee house in a modernized form is, however, quite as numerous in Turkey as in the days of Amurath III and the notorious Kuprilli. H.G. Dwight, writing on the present-day Turkish coffee house, says, quote, "There are thoroughfares in any Turkish city that carry on almost no other form of traffic. There is no quarter so miserable or so remote as to be without one or two. They are the clubs of the poorer classes. Men of a street, a trade, a province, or nationality, for a Turkish coffee house may also be Albanian, Armenian, Greek, Hebrew, Kurd, almost anything you please, meet regularly when their work is done, at coffee houses kept by their own people. So much are the humbler coffee houses frequented by a fixed clientele that a student of types or dialects may realize for himself how truly they used to be called schools of knowledge." The arrangement of a Turkish coffee house is of the simplest. The essential is that the place should provide the beverage for which it exists and room for enjoying the same. A sketch of a coffee shop may often be seen on the street, in a scrap of shade or sunshine according to the season, where a stool or two invite the passerby to a moment of contemplation. Larger establishments, though they are rarely very large, are most often installed in a room longer than it is wide, having as many windows as possible at the street end, and what we would call the bar at the other. It is a bar that always makes me regret I do not etch, with its pleasing curves, its highlights of brass and porcelain striking out of deep shadow, and its usually picturesque cave. You do not stand at it. You sit on one of the benches running down the sides of the room. They are more or less comfortably cushioned, though sometimes higher and broader than a foreigner finds to his taste. In that case, you slip off your shoes, if you would do as the Romans do, and tuck your feet up under you. A table stands in front of you to hold your coffee, and often in the summer an aromatic pot of basil to keep the flies away. Chairs or stools are scattered about. Decorative Arabic texts, sometimes wonderful prints, adorn the walls. There may even be hanging rugs and china to entertain your eyes. And there you are. The habit of the coffee house is one that requires a certain leisure. You must not bolt coffee as you bolt the fire waters of the West, without ceremony, in retreats withdrawn from the public eye. Being a less violent and a less shameful passion, I suppose, it is indulged in with more of the humanities. The etiquette of the coffee house, of those coffee houses which have not been too much infected by Europe, is one of their most characteristic features. Something like it prevails in Italy, where you tip your hat on entering and leaving a cafe. In Turkey, however, I have seen a newcomer salute one after another each person in a crowded coffee room, once on entering the door and again after taking his seat, and be so saluted in return, either by putting the right hand to the heart and uttering the greeting, Merhaba, or by making the temena, the triple sweep of the hand, which is the most graceful of salutes. I have also seen an entire company rise upon the entrance of an old man and yield him the corner of honor. Such courtesies take time. Then you must wait for your coffee to be made. To this end, coffee, roasted fresh as required by turning in an iron cylinder over a fire of sticks and ground to the fineness of powder in a brass mill, is put into a small uncovered brass pot with a long handle. There, it is boiled to a froth 3 times on a charcoal brazier, with or without sugar as you prefer. But to desecrate it by the admixture of milk is an unheard of sacrilege. Some cafés replace the pot in the embers with a smart wrap in order to settle the grounds. You, in the meanwhile, smoke. That also takes time, particularly if you, quote, drink, end quote, an nargila, as the Turks say. This is familiar enough in the West to require no great description. It is a big carafe with a metal top for holding tobacco and a long coil of leather tube for inhaling the water-cooled fumes thereof. The effect is wonderfully soothing and innocent at first, though wonderfully deadly in the end to the novice. The tobacco used is not the ordinary weed, but a much coarser and stronger one called tumbeki, which comes from Persia. The same sort of tobacco used to be smoked a great deal in shallow red earthenware pipes with long mouthpieces. They are now chiefly seen in antiquity shops. When your coffee is ready, it is poured into an after-dinner coffee cup or into a miniature bowl and brought to you on a tray with a glass of water. A foreigner can almost always be spotted by the manner in which he finally partakes of these refreshments. A Turk sips his water first, partly to prepare the way for the coffee, but also because he is a connoisseur of the former liquid, as other men are of stronger ones. And he lifts his coffee cup by the saucer, whether it possess a handle or no, managing the two together in a dexterous way of his own. The current price for all of this, not including the water pipe, is 10 paras, a trifle over a cent, for which the café will cry you, quote, blessing, end quote. More pretentious establishments charge 20 paras, while a giddy few rise to a piastre, not quite 5 cents, or a piastre and a half. That, however, begins to look like extortion. And mark that you do not tip the waiter. I have often been surprised to be charged no more than the tariff, although I gave a larger piece to be changed, and it was perfectly evident that I was a foreigner. That is an experience which rarely befalls a traveler among his own co-religionaries. It has even happened to me, which is rarer still, to be charged nothing at all, nay, to be steadfastly refused when I persisted in attempting to pay, simply because I was a foreigner and therefore a guest. There is no reason, however, why you should go away when you have had your coffee or your glass of tea and your smoke. On the contrary, there are reasons why you should stay, particularly if you happen into the coffee house not too long after sunset. Then coffee houses of the most local color are at their best. Earlier in the day, their clients are likely to be at work. Later, they will have disappeared altogether. For Constantinople has not quite forgotten the habits of the tent. Stamboul, except during the holy month of Ramazan, is a deserted city at night. But just after dark, it is full of a life which an outsider is often content simply to watch through the lighted windows of coffee rooms. These are also barber shops, where men have shaved not only their chins, but different parts of their heads according to their, quote, countries, end quote. In them, likewise, checkers, the Persian backgammon, and various games of long, narrow cards are played. They say that bridge came from Constantinople. Indeed, I believe a club of Para claims the honor of having communicated that passion to the Western world. But I must confess that I have yet to see an open hand in a coffee house of the people. One of the pleasantest forms of amusement to be obtained in coffee houses is, unfortunately, getting to be one of the rarest. It is that afforded by itinerant storytellers who still carry on in the East the tradition of the troubadours. The stories they tell are more or less on the order of the Arabian Nights, though perhaps even less suitable for mixed companies, which, for the rest, are never found in coffee shops. These men are sometimes wonderfully clever at character monologue or dialogue. They collect their pay at a crucial moment of the action, refusing to continue until the audience has testified to the sincerity of its interest by some token more substantial. Music is much more common. There are those, to be sure, who find no music in the sounds poured forth oftenest by a gramophone, often by a pair of gypsies with a flaring pipe and two small gourd drums, and sometimes by an orchestra so called of the fine lute, a company of musicians on a railed dais who sing long songs while they play on stringed instruments of strange curves. For myself, I know too little of music to tell what relation the recurrent cadences of those songs and their broken rhythms may bear to the antique modes. But I can listen, as long as musicians will perform, to those infinite repetitions, that insistent sounding of the minor key. It pleases me to fancy their music come from far away, from unknown river gorges, from campfires glimmering on great plains. Does not such darkness breathe through it, such melancholy, such haunting of elusive airs? There are flashes, too, of light, of song, the playing of the shepherd's pipes, the swoop of horsemen, and sudden outcries of savagery. But the note to which it all comes back is the monotone of a primitive life, like the day-long beat of camel bells. And more than all, it is the mood of Asia, so rarely penetrated, which is neither lightness or despair. There are seasons in the year when these various forms of entertainment abound more than at others, as Ramazan and the two Bayrams. Throughout the month of Ramazan, the purely Turkish coffee houses are closed in the daytime, since the pleasures which they minister may not then be indulged in, but they are open all night. It is during that 1 month of the year that Kara Güz, the Turkish shadow show, may be seen in a few of the larger coffee shops. The Bayrams are 2 festivals of 3 and 4 days respectively, the former of which celebrates the close of Ramazan, while the latter corresponds in certain respects to the Jewish Passover. Dancing is a particular feature of the coffee houses in Bayram. The Kurds, who carry the burdens of Constantinople on their backs, are above all other men given to this form of exercise. Through the Lazes, the boatmen vie with them. One of these dark tribesmen plays a little violin like a pashel, or 2 of them perform on a pipe and a big drum, while the others dance round them in a circle, sometimes till they drop from fatigue. The weird music and the picturesque costumes and movements of the dancers make the spectacle one to be remembered. Christian coffee houses also have their own festal seasons. These coincide in general with the festivals of the church, but every quarter has its patron saint, the saint of the local church or of the local holy well, whose feast is celebrated by a 3-day panegyri. The street is dressed with flags and strings of colored paper, tables and chairs line the sidewalk, and libations are poured forth in honor of the holy person commemorated. For this reason, and because of the more volatile character of the Greek, the general note of his merrymaking is louder than that of the Turk. One may even see the scandalous spectacle of men and women dancing together at a Greek panegyri. The instrument which sets the key of these orgies is the lanterna, a species of hand organ peculiar to Constantinople. It is a hand piano, rather, of a loud and cheerful voice, whose Eurasian harmonies are enlivened by a frequent clash of bells. What first made coffee houses suspicious to those in authority, however, is their true resource, the advantages they offer for meeting one's kind, for social converse and the contemplation of life. Hence, it must be that they have so happy a tact for locality. They seek shade, pleasant corners, open squares, the prospect of water or wide landscapes. In Constantinople, they enjoy an infinite choice of site. So huge is the extent of that city, so broken by hill and sea, so varied in its spectacle of life. The commonest type of city coffee room looks out upon the passing world from under a grapevine or a climbing wisteria." End quote. Coffee houses of distinction are to be found also in the place of the Pines overlooking the Marble Sea, on Giant's Mountain, in the landing place of the Manslayer, and along the rivers that flow into the Golden Horn. Originally, the Turkish method of preparing coffee was the Arabian method, and it is so described by Mr. Fellows in his Excursions through Asia Minor. Quote, "Each cup is made separately, the little saucepan or ladle in which it is prepared being about an inch wide and 2 deep. This is more than half filled with coffee, finely pounded with a pestle and mortar, and then filled up with water. After being placed for a few seconds on the fire, the contents are poured, or rather shaken, out, being much thicker than chocolate, without the addition of cream or sugar, into a china cup of the size and shape of half an eggshell, which is enclosed in one of ornamental metal for convenience of holding in the hand." End quote. Later, the Turks sought to improve the method by adding sugar, a concession to the European sweet tooth, during the boiling process. The improved Turkish recipe is as follows, quote, "First, boil the water. For 2 cups of the beverage, add 3 lumps of sugar and return the boiler to the fire. Add 2 teaspoonfuls of powdered coffee, stirring well, and let the pot boil up 4 times. Between each boiling, the pot is to be removed from the fire and the bottom tapped gently until the froth on the top subsides. After the last boiling, pour the coffee first into 1 cup and then the other, so as to evenly divide the froth." End quote. In Syria and Palestine, the Turkish-Arabian methods are followed. The brazen dippers, or ibriks, are used for boiling. In the Near East, coffee manners and customs are much the same today as they were 50 or even 100 years ago. Witness Damascus. The following pen picture of the cafes in this ancient city was written in 1836 to accompany the drawing by Bartlett and Purser, which is reproduced here, but it may have been written in 1922, so slight have been the changes in the setting or the spirit of the original coffee house that Shemsi first brought to Constantinople from Damascus in 1554. Quote, "The cafes of the kind represented in the plate are, perhaps, the greatest luxury that a stranger finds in Damascus. Gardens, kiosks, fountains, and groves are abundant around every eastern capital. But cafes on the very bosom of a rapid river, and bathed by its waves, are peculiar to this ancient city. They are formed so as to exclude the rays of the sun, while they admit the breeze. The light roof is supported by slender rows of pillars, and the building is quite open on every side. A few of these houses are situated in the skirts of the town, on one of the streams, where the eye rests on the luxuriant vegetation of garden and wood. Others are in the heart of the city. A flight of steps conducts to them from the sultry street, and it is delightful to pass in a few moments from the noisy, shadeless thoroughfare, where you see only mean gateways and the gable ends of edifices, to a cool, grateful, calm place of rest and refreshment, where you can muse and meditate in ease and luxury, and feel at every moment the rich breeze from the river. In 2 or 3 instances, a light wooden bridge leads to the platform, close to which, and almost out of it, 1 or 2 large and noble trees lift the canopy of their spreading branches and leaves, more welcome at noonday than the roofs of fretted gold in the, quote, Arabian Nights, end quote. The high pavilion roof and the pillars are all constructed of wood, the floors of wood, and sometimes of earth, and is regularly watered, and raised only a few inches above the level of the stream, which rushes by at the feet of the customer, which it almost bathes as he sips his coffee or sherbet. Innumerable small seats cover the floor, and you take one of these and place it in the position you like best. Perhaps you wish to sit apart from the crowd, just under the shadow of the tree, or in some favorite corner where you can smoke and contemplate the motley guests, formed into calm and solemn groups, who wish to hold no communion with the jower. There is ample food here for the observer of character, costume, and pretension. The tradesman, the mechanic, the soldier, the gentleman, the dandy, the grave old man looking wise in the past and dimly on the future, the Hajj in his green turban, vain of his journey to Mecca, and drawing a long bow in his tales and adventures. The long straight pipe, the hookah with its soft curling tube and glass vase are in request, but the poorer argile is most commonly used. From sunrise to set, these houses are never empty. We were accustomed to visit one of them early every morning before breakfast, and very many persons were already there. Yet this, quote, balmy hour of prime, end quote, was the most silent and solitary of the whole day. It was the coolest also. The rising sun was glancing redly on the waters. There was as yet no heat in the air, and the little cup of mocha coffee and the pipe were handed by an attendant as soon as the stranger was seated. His favorite cafe was the one represented in the plate. The river is the Barada, the ancient Farpar. Never was the sound of water so pleasant to the ear as in Damascus. The air is filled with a sound with which no clash of tongues, rolling of wheels, march of footmen or horsemen mingle. The numerous groups who love to resort here are silent half the time, and when they do converse, their voice is often, quote, low like that of a familiar spirit, end quote, or in short, grave sentences that pass quickly from the ear. Yet much, very much, of the excitement of the life of the Turk in this city is absorbed in these coffee houses. They are his opera, his theater, his conversazione. Soon after his eyes are unclosed from sleep, he thinks of his cafe, and forthwith bends his way there. During the day he looks forward to pass the evening on the loved floor, to look on the waters, on the stars above, and on the faces of his friends, and at the moonlight falling on all. Mahomet committed a grievous error in the admission of coffee houses in a future state. Had he ever seen those of Damascus, he would surely have given them a place on his rivers of paradise, persuaded that true believers must feel a melancholy void without them. There is no ornament or richness about these houses, no sofas, mirrors, or drapery, save that afforded by a few evergreens and creepers. The famous silks and damask of Damascus have no place here. All is plain and homely. Yet no Parisian cafe, with its beautiful mirrors, gilding, and luxuriousness, is so welcome to the imagination and senses of the traveler. After wandering many days over dry and stony and desert places, where the lip thirsted for the stream, it is not delicious to sit at the brink of a wild, impetuous torrent, to gaze on its white foam and breaking waves, till you can almost feel their gush in every nerve and fiber, and can bathe your very soul in them. And while you slowly smoke your pipe of purest tobacco, the sands of the desert and their burning sun rise again before you, when you prayed for even the shadow of a cloud on your way. The banks are in some parts covered with wood, whose soft green verdure contrasts beautifully with the clear torrent, and almost droops into its bosom. Near the coffee houses are one or two cataracts several feet high, and the perpetual sound of their fall and the coolness they spread around are exquisite luxuries in the heat of day or in the dimness of evening. There are 2 or 3 cafes constructed somewhat differently from those just described. A low gallery divides the platform from the tide. Fountains play on the floor, which is furnished with very plain sofas and cushions, and music and dancing always abound, of the most unrefined description. The only intellectual gratification in these places is afforded by the Arab storytellers, among whom are a few eminent and clever men. Soon after his entrance, a group begins to form around the gifted man, who, after a suitable pause, to collect hearers or whet their expectations, begins his story. It is a picturesque sight, of the Arab with his wild and graceful gestures and his auditory hushed into deep and childlike attention, seated at the edge of the rushing tide, while the narrator moves from side to side, and each accent of his distinct and musical voice is heard throughout the cafe. The building directly opposite is another house, of a similar kind in every respect. There are few small cafes, more select as to company, where the Turkish gentlemen often go, form dinner parties, and spend the day. Night is the propitious season to visit these places. The glare of the sun glancing on the waters is passed away. The company is then most numerous, for it is their favorite hour. The lamps, suspended from the slender pillars, are lighted. The Turks, in the various and brilliant colors of their costume, crowd the platform, some standing moveless as the pillars beside them, their long pipe in their hand. Noble specimens of humanity, if intellect breathed within, some reclining against the rails, others seated in groups or solitary, as if buried in, quote, lonely thoughts sublime, end quote. While the rush of the falling waters is sweeter music than that of the pipe and the guitar that faintly strive to be heard. The cataract in the plate is a very fine one. On its foam, the moonlight was lovely. We passed many an hour here on such a night. The clear waters of the Pharpar, as they rolled on, reflecting each pillar, each Damascene slowly moving by in his waving garments. The glare of the lamps mingled strangely with the moonlight that rested with a soft and vivid glory on the waters, and fell beneath pillar and roof on the picturesque groups within. End quote. The slender brass coffee grinder sometimes served as a combination utensil in the equipment of the Turkish officer. Frequently, they are made of silver. They might be called collapsible, convertible coffee kits, as they are made to serve as a combination coffee pot, mill, can, and cup. The green or roasted beans are kept in the lower section. It takes but a minute to unscrew the apparatus. To make a cup of coffee, the beans are dumped out and 3 or 4 of them are put in the middle section. The steel crank is fitted over the squared rod projecting from the middle section, which revolves, setting in motion the grinding apparatus inside. The ground coffee falls into the bottom section and water is added. The pot is placed on the fire and the contents brought to a boil. The coffee pot serves as a cup. The process requires but a few minutes. The cup is rinsed out, the beans replaced, the utensils put together. The whole thing is slipped into the officer's tunic, and he goes on refreshed. In Persia, where tea is mostly drunk, the Turkish-Arabian methods of making coffee are followed. In Ceylon and India, the same applies to the native population, but the whites follow the European practice. In India, many people look upon coffee as just a bon boucher, a, quote, chaser, end quote. A well-known English tea firm has had some success in India with a tinned, quote, French coffee, end quote, which is a blend of Indian coffee and chicory. European methods obtain in making coffee in China and Japan and in the French and Dutch colonies. When traveling in the Far East, one of the greatest hardships the coffee lover is called upon to endure is the European bottled coffee extract, which so often supplies lazy chefs with the markings of a most forbidding cup of coffee. In Java, a favorite method is to make a strong extract by the French drip process, and then to use a spoonful of the extract to a cup of hot milk. A good drink when the extract is freshly made for each service. End of section 65. Read by John Bender. Lancaster, Pennsylvania, May 2022.